Chapter 51-21. However, at this moment, a silver needle that was hard to see with the naked eye suddenly silently pierced Hong Nyang's neck from behind. It was glowing with a faint green light, clearly carrying a highly toxic poison. Looking at Hong Nyang's oblivious expression, Jing Taiyang was overjoyed. Success! The symbol of the Thousand Blades sect had never been a single weapon, but the legendary Thousand Blades shooting at the same time. Even for an early-stage Foundation establishment expert like Jing Taiyang, it was common for him to control 7 or 8 blades at the same time in battle. Now that his true chi was obstructed, the 8 blades shooting at the same time, which he was most adept at, was no longer possible. However, relying on the meager amount of true chi that he could barely mobilize, it was enough for him to control a tiny poisonous needle. Go to hell. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Jing Taiyang's mouth couldn't help but curl up. No matter what, it was an unforgivable shame for an early-stage Foundation establishment expert like him to fall into the hands of a secular world organization. Instead of waiting to be captured, it was better for him to die. Moreover, it wasn't impossible for him to escape. As long as he could successfully kill Hong Nyang, Jing Taiyang would be able to deter the other 4 people. At the very least, he would be able to create chaos, and perhaps he would have a chance to escape. Ding! A crisp sound of metal colliding caused Jing Taiyang's heart to sink to the bottom. Whether it was Hong Nyang or the other 4 people, none of them were aware of his small action. The poison needle had indeed successfully hit Hong Nyang's neck, but unfortunately, it didn't penetrate her skin. How is this possible? Jing Taiyang couldn't help but be stunned. He simply couldn't imagine why Hong Nyang's skin was made of metal. One of the latest research results of the central headquarters was tempered skin. As a member of the Ancient Alliance, he would never be able to understand it. Hong Nyang didn't answer. She turned sideways and directly kneed him. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his abdomen, Jing Taiyang instantly curled up like a shrimp and flew out. Opportunity. Jing Taiyang endured the pain and his eyes lit up. Even in this situation, he didn't give up the idea of escaping. Borrowing the momentum from Hong Nyang's kick, he suddenly rushed out of the floor-to-ceiling window. Jumping from the 24th floor of the Shui Hing building was tantamount to courting death, but he was an early-stage Foundation establishment expert from the Ancient Alliance. How could he die so easily? However, it turned out that Jing Taiyang was thinking too much. The moment he rushed out of the French window, the 4 black-clothed men moved at the same time. A giant net then firmly covered him, and then tightened. When he was pulled out again, his whole body had been squeezed into a ball, completely unable to move. Hong Nyang looked at this scene expressionlessly. She spoke into the communication device implanted in her head. The target has been captured successfully. Hunter Group, return to the team. One day later, Hong Nyang and the other 4 returned to the central headquarters. Jing Taiyang was sent to the laboratory as soon as he got off the plane. A group of mad scientists had already been waiting for him, their prey. This was the first sample of the ancient research group since its establishment. As a peripheral researcher, Brother Dofeng was not qualified to enter the core laboratory, but he could see from afar. Looking at the unconscious Jing Taiyang, he couldn't help but be shocked. Even an early-stage Foundation establishment expert was captured. The central headquarters was really cruel. He was very anxious now. Ever since he learned about the purpose of the ancient research group, he knew that it was absolutely a great event for both the Ancient Alliance and the secular world. Judging from the way the central headquarters operated, the possibility of success was extremely high. Once a large number of Ancient Alliance experts were controlled, not only would it have a huge impact on the Ancient Alliance, but it would also inevitably affect the secular world. More specifically, it would inevitably involve Lin Yi. Therefore, no matter what, he had to pass this information to Lin Yi as soon as possible. But the problem was that he was now trapped in the central headquarters and couldn't move around, let alone communicate with the outside world. How could he pass the information? As the most important and core plan of the central headquarters in the secular world, the moment Jing Taiyang was transported back, the entire central headquarters was completely busy. Lan Xiaoru personally led the glasses doctor and the others into action. This was the first step of the ancient plan, and there was no room for error. At the same time, the hunter group led by Hong Nyang was not idle. They were analyzing the information and looking for the next target. If they could find a second single early-stage foundation establishment expert like Jing Taiyang, as long as the plan was as thorough as this time, the possibility of them failing was very small. Of course, if the other party's strength was stronger than the early-stage foundation establishment, then they would have to wait until they completely controlled Jing Taiyang before acting together. With their strength at the peak of heaven stage, capturing an early-stage foundation establishment expert was already their limit. It was very difficult to have any confidence in capturing someone stronger than this. 2 days later, the hunter group locked onto the target and attacked again. The target was the early-stage foundation establishment, and they succeeded. 3 days later, the hunter group attacked again, but this time they brought Jing Taiyang, who had been completely brainwashed by the central headquarters. The target was the early-stage foundation establishment, and they succeeded. Another 3 days later, the hunter group, together with Jing Taiyang and 2 other successfully brainwashed early-stage foundation establishment experts, attacked again. The target was the peak early-stage foundation establishment, and they succeeded. In less than 10 days, 4 experts of the Archaic Alliance had fallen into the hands of the central headquarters. One was at the peak of the early-stage foundation establishment realm, and the other 3 were at the early-stage foundation establishment realm. Such an astonishing efficiency left Brother Dofeng dumbfounded. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Archaic Alliance experts scattered in the secular world were like turtles in a jar. Not only that, but what shocked Brother Dofeng even more was that after these foundation establishment experts fell into the control of the central headquarters, they could actually increase their strength rapidly in just a few days. He still didn't know that this technology was already very mature for the central headquarters. The secular world was just using the basic technology of Heaven Stage Island. From the beginning, what limited the strength of the central headquarters in the secular world was not the technology, but the experimental samples. As long as the experimental samples had a strong enough foundation and potential, with their technology and resources, they could create a large number of foundation establishment experts in a very short period of time. Now that the ancient plan had been launched, and after obtaining these foundation establishment experts from the Ancient Alliance, it was only natural for them to increase their strength. After witnessing this series of terrifying developments, Big Brother Dofeng was now horrified. If this continued, the Archaic Alliance and the secular world would not just suffer a blow. Even as a peripheral researcher who occasionally helped out, Big Brother Dofeng could more or less sense the ambition of the central headquarters. That woman, Lan Xiaoru, was definitely after something big. The more he sensed all this, the more anxious Brother Dofeng became. However, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He had no chance to send a message. In fact, Brother Dofeng was not the only one who was anxious. Lin Yi was also very anxious. He was at a loss about everything that had happened recently. After all, the Ancient Alliance experts scattered all over the secular world were extremely secretive. Not only could the Ancient Alliance not contact them, but even the Supernatural Investigation Bureau could not find any traces of them. The Central Hunter Group had always been meticulous, so he naturally did not notice them. Lin Yi was most worried that Brother Dofeng would reveal a flaw in the central headquarters. In order to be able to receive him at any time, he specially stayed nearby. In the end, after half a month, there was still no news of Brother Dofeng. Did something happen to him? In the transfer station of the Primordial Passage, there was a flash of light, and a young man dressed in white suddenly appeared in the transmission array. His eyes were cold and without the slightest hint of emotion, giving off the feeling that he was an emotionless ice man, causing people to feel fear at first sight. Chapter 51-22. Her name was Bing Wuqing. In terms of age, she was not much older than Zhou Xian. In fact, she was even a few years younger. However, her strength was there for all to see. Even Zhou Xian could only pinch his nose and call her Uncle Master. The so-called number 1 Foundation establishment cultivator of the Archaic Alliance was nothing in front of Bing Wuqing, because that title was left over from her playing. 2 generations of the number 1 Foundation establishment cultivators had come from the Snow Sword faction. From this point alone, the Snow Sword faction's foundation was indeed extraordinary. In the entire Archaic Alliance, it was a top-notch existence among the 10 small sects and clans. If they had 1 or 2 more nascent soul cultivators, it would not be impossible for them to challenge the 4 major sects and clans. However, this was not a good thing for Zhou Xian. He had always considered himself the successor of the Snow Sword faction. With such an Uncle Master above him, no matter who it was, they would not be in a good mood. If it was possible, Zhou Xian would definitely not let the higher-ups send such an Uncle Master. It was a pity that his father was only the deputy head of the Snow Sword faction. Although his status and power in the Snow Sword faction were not low, it was far from the point where he could cover the sky with one hand. Moreover, Cold's master was not an ordinary person. He would definitely try to argue for what was right. In the end, the Snow Sword faction sent Bing Wuqing, who was more neutral, to balance the situation. Bing Wuqing looked at Zhou Xian expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, "From today onwards, all the disciples of the Snow Sword faction who are training are under my command. You are no longer the leader." "Yes, I understand." Zhou Xian nodded hurriedly. He did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Bing Wuqing. Moreover, this was his suggestion from the beginning. Ever since he fought with Lin Yi, he knew that he had no hope of revenge with his own strength. Therefore, he could only think of a way to ask for help from the Snow Sword faction. Of course, this wasn't something they could ask for help just because they wanted to. If there wasn't a good reason, then they wouldn't be able to get past the Archaic Alliance. The reason Zhou Xian gave was that his dantian had been crippled, and there was no one among the disciples of the Snow Sword School who could take his place as the eldest senior disciple. Without a leader, it would be easy for something to happen. So, he asked the Snow Sword School to get rid of another senior disciple. The reason sounded reasonable, so the Archaic Alliance did not stop it and allowed the Snow Sword faction to send out Bing Wuqing, the Uncle Master, leading the team again. There was only one condition, and that was that Bing Wuqing could only lead the disciples of her own Snow Sword faction. She was not allowed to order the disciples of other archaic sects around, and she was not allowed to fight for power with Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was the recognized rightful Uncle Master leading the team in the secular world. "Where's Lang? Call her over," Bing Wuqing said directly. Other than leading the disciples of the Snow Sword faction for the training, she had another important mission, which was to send Lang back to the archaic underworld. The sect's life was greater than the sky. Ever since they found out that Lang had disobeyed the order, the senior disciples of the Snow Sword faction had been quarreling like a pot of porridge. The 2 factions had a small quarrel every day, and a big quarrel every 3 days. Vice leader Shui swore to punish Lang to avenge her son, while Lang's master argued with reason every time. But no matter what the final outcome was, there was one thing that couldn't be discussed, and that was that Lang had to be sent back as soon as possible. Otherwise, her continuous disobedience would be seen as a traitor, and even Lang's master would not be able to save her. I'm afraid it's not possible. Zhou Xian shook his head, looking troubled. What's not possible? Bing Wuqing frowned slightly. Regarding the matter of Lang, he did not have a clear stance. He was purely carrying out orders. As long as Lang was sent back to the archaic underworld, no matter what the final outcome was, it would have nothing to do with him. She has now completely betrayed the sect. Unless we use force, as a senior brother, there's no way I can summon her. Zhou Xian laughed bitterly, then added, even if it's Master Bing's order, I'm afraid she won't listen to it. Really? Bing Wuqing's aura was already extremely cold to begin with, and this time, the temperature dropped even further. Even Shui Jianfeng subconsciously hugged his arms tightly. Seeing is believing. It's a waste of my words here. Why don't you make a trip there yourself, Master Bing? We'll know if it's true or not. Shui Jianfeng's tone was rather sincere, and he looked fair and objective. He did not have the slightest intention of slandering Leng Leng. Bing Wuqing glanced at him. Although he did not have a clear stance, if Leng Leng really dared to disobey his orders, then she would undoubtedly be Bing Wuqing's enemy. When dealing with traitorous disciples, Bing Wuqing's principle had always been to kill without mercy. All right, lead the way. Bing Wuqing's eyes narrowed into thin slits. Yes, Master Bing, please follow me. Shui Jianfeng nodded repeatedly, and at the same time, he was overjoyed. He knew that with Lin Yi's stubbornness, he would never hand Leng Leng over to the Snow Sword School easily. And with Bing Wuqing's character, she might just make a move at any time. She was a true early-stage gold elixir expert, and Lin Yi was nothing in front of her. Under Shui Jianfeng's lead, Bing Wuqing soon arrived at the small island assigned to the Blue Cloud sect on the North Island. At this time, Xianxia was personally explaining the entry-level mental cultivation method to a few prospective disciples. When he looked up, he saw Bing Wuqing coming toward him with a cold aura, and he immediately frowned. Bing Wuqing. What are you doing here? Xianxia was slightly stunned. The circle of the small Jianghu in the far ancient era was not as big as that of the heaven-level island. The Blue Cloud sect and the Snow Sword School were both part of the 10 small sects and families, so they had a lot of communication in various aspects. Moreover, he and Bing Wuqing were both early-stage gold elixir experts, so naturally, they had met several times. Hand Leng Leng over. Bing Wuqing had no intention of making small talk with him, and directly demanded Leng Leng. What do you mean? Coming here to ask for Leng Leng? Bing Wuqing, aren't you being too arrogant? Xianxia's face darkened. Although they were both early-stage gold elixir experts, in terms of experience, he was far more experienced than Bing Wuqing. Moreover, he was the master uncle who was leading the team in the secular world this time, so Bing Wuqing had no reason to ignore him. Hand Leng Leng over. Bing Wuqing repeated herself, and just stared at Xianxia expressionlessly. Her attitude was so tough that it was a complete mess. Shui Jianfeng, who was standing at the side, could not help but feel pleased when he saw this scene. Although Bing Wuqing was not the same kind of person as him, it was really delightful to see Xianxia, the old bastard, being humiliated. Chapter 51-23. Looking at Xianxia, who stood in front of her without budging an inch, Bing Wuqing fell into silence. She had never been a patient person. If they were in the small archaic underworld, she might have already taken action. However, Xianxia's threat was not an exaggeration. No matter how daring Bing Wuqing was, it was still wishful thinking to say that she could go against the entire archaic alliance. I'm not going to provoke your Blue Cloud sect, nor do I want to fight against the entire archaic alliance. I just want to bring back someone from my Snow Sword School. Get out of my way. Bing Wuqing gave a rare explanation. Xianxia didn't move his feet at all. He squinted at him and said blandly, I'm sorry, this island now belongs to the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. It's your business to take people, but how dare you come to the territory of the Green Cloud sect of the North Island to take people without telling us? Bing Wuqing's eyes narrowed again when she heard that. The ice-cold aura emanating from her body caused the prospective disciples to shiver in cold. They looked at each other in dismay. Where did this monster come from? Standing next to him would freeze people to death. The archaic alliance could not be provoked. As one of the 10 small sects, the Blue Cloud sect was not to be trifled with either. After all, it had the Soaring sect and Xuanji sect of the North Island. Even with Bing Wuqing's pride, she did not dare to offend them directly. Even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator might not have the guts to go against such a sect, let alone an early-stage gold core cultivator. Who gave you the guts to shelter a traitor disciple of my Snow Sword School? Snow Sword School and the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island have always been on good terms. I don't intend to cause any trouble today. I just want to bring back a traitor disciple of my Snow Sword School. This is the unanimous order of all the senior members of the Snow Sword School. Xianxia, are you sure you want to interfere? Bing Wuqing said in a low voice. A traitor disciple. This was the first time he put this label on Cold. The situation forced him to do so. If he did not do so, Xianxia would not let them go easily. Xianxia could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had always thought that Bing Wuqing was an arrogant so-called genius. He did not expect her to be so eloquent. He had underestimated her. To be honest, Bing Wuqing did not have the guts to provoke the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Xianxia did not have the guts to provoke the Snow Sword School either. Even if the school could save his life, he would have no future in the Archaic Alliance. However, what gave Xianxia a headache was his grandmaster, Lin Yi. Judging from Lin Yi's previous attitude, he would never let Cold be captured by the other party. Now that Lin Yi had not returned, if he were to hand Cold over to Bing Wuqing directly, how was he going to explain to Lin Yi in the future? But if he insisted on not releasing him, Bing Wuqing's side would be hard to deal with. After all, he had no reason to forcibly protect a traitorous disciple of the Snow Sword sect. Not only would he offend the Snow Sword sect, but he might also be punished in the Blue Cloud sect on the North Island. At that moment, Xianxia was caught in a dilemma and the situation fell into a stalemate. Martial Uncle Xian, if you can't make up your mind, why don't you let Cold decide for herself? Maybe she'll be willing to go with us. Shui Jianfeng suddenly said. Xianxia frowned. He had to admit that this was a compromise. If Leng Leng was willing to go back with Bing Wuqing, then even Lin Yi would not blame him. Xianxia nodded and said, all right, I can bring you to see her. However, it's up to her to decide whether to stay or leave. You can't force her. Then let's go. Bing Wuqing glanced at Shui Jianfeng. To be honest, she didn't think much of this second-generation cultivator. However, what he said just now was rather quick-witted. If it weren't for Shui Jianfeng's words, Xianxia might not have agreed to it. As long as he could successfully meet Cold, it was entirely up to him whether to bring her along or not. Even if he were to force his way through, would Xianxia risk his life for an irrelevant Cold? After giving some instructions to the prospective disciples, Xianxia brought the two of them to another spiritual eye. The scene here was bustling with activity. Wuchen Tian was leading a large group of people to build a villa with a view of the sea. Beside the spiritual eye, a few elegant wooden huts had been built. However, they were only temporary. Wuchen Tian had gotten someone to design a bunch of blueprints. Even if these Sky Phase Perfection Masters were amazingly efficient, it would take at least half a year to build according to the blueprints. They were only at the foundation stage. Seeing that Xianxia had brought his people over, Wuchen Tian and the others came up to greet him. Xianxia would come over to check on them from time to time. Because of his relationship with Lin Yi, they got along well with him. Elder Xian. Why did you bring this guy here? Ling Shan frowned as she looked at Shui Jianfeng in disgust. The others looked at each other as well. Shui Jianfeng was a disgusting clown in their eyes, and he wasn't welcomed here at all. Shui Jianfeng was so angry that his entire body was trembling when he was stared at by the crowd with such undisguised disgust. If it weren't for Xianxia's presence, he would have slashed these reckless bastards to death with his sword. Unfortunately, Xianxia and Bing Wuqing were right in front of him, so there was no room for him to vent his anger. he could only forcefully swallow his anger. Song Lingshan and Wuchen Tian were still confused. Ling Lang, who was sitting among the girls and listening to all kinds of gossip, suddenly saw Bing Wuqing. Her expression changed drastically. She stood up nervously. "Oh. You're already at the middle phase of foundation building." Bing Wuqing's gaze landed on Ling Lang. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Even with her powerful talent, she couldn't compare to Ling Lang's shattered ice physique. Among the disciples of the Snow Sword sect, Ling Lang was the only one who could impress her. As for Xue Jianfeng, he wasn't even on the list. Ling Lang was a seed with unlimited potential. This was the evaluation that most of the sect's higher-ups had for Ling Lang. Although Bing Wuqing didn't agree with it completely, she had to admit that Ling Lang was very talented. Now, only 2 months had passed, and Ling Lang had actually broken through from the early phase of foundation building to the middle phase. This was the best evidence for that evaluation. Master Bing, this is also one of the evidence that she betrayed the sect. That Lin Yi had given her a lot of pills to bribe her. Otherwise, how could she have broken through so quickly? Xue Jianfeng tried to sow discord. Chapter 51-24. Ling Lang's face paled, but she didn't move her feet. She just stared at Bing Wuqing stubbornly, gritting her teeth. "Master Bing, I'm sorry, I can't go back yet." "I said, go back with me." Bing Wuqing's tone was unquestionable, and a strong and cold aura exploded from her, pressing down on everyone's heads. Although they were all sky-class complete perfection, the opponent was at the early stage of golden core. The difference in strength was too big, and just Bing Wuqing's aura alone was too much for them to handle. They all felt like they were facing a great enemy. "I don't know who you are, but Ling Lang will never go back with you. Just give up." Ying Ziyu jumped out and shouted. Her tone and demeanor reminded her of the delinquent girl she used to be. She didn't spend much time with Ling Lang, but surprisingly, she was the closest to Ling Lang out of everyone. God knows how they found a common topic. "Humph," Bing Wuqing humphed coldly. She didn't move at all, but that invisible, cold aura pressed down on Ziyu alone. Ziyu was also a sky-class complete perfection, but she had just leveled up. Whether it was in terms of strength or foundation, she was at the bottom of the group. There was no way she could withstand this kind of pressure. Her knees gave way, and she almost knelt down on the spot, but she gritted her teeth and held on. Ling Shan, Wuchen Tian, and the others quickly shielded her behind them. Unfortunately, they weren't that strong either. Facing Bing Wuqing's pressure, it was already good enough that they could stand still. They couldn't do anything else. Merciless ice force. Xianxia frowned at the sight. Although he had never fought against Bing Wuqing before, he had some understanding of this signature ability of hers. Logically speaking, it was quite impossible for even a golden core expert to suppress so many people at the heaven-level paragon with just his aura alone. However, Bing Wuqing could do it because her aura had already merged with the vital energy in her body. That was why her aura was so oppressive and aggressive. It was also because of this that the people standing beside her were shivering from the cold. Of course, Bing Wuqing was definitely not going all out yet. Otherwise, these people would have been turned into ice sculptures long ago. In front of her signature merciless ice aura, there was no chance of survival at all. Looking at everyone's persevering expression, Xianxia was a little hesitant to step forward and stop them. However, Bing Wuqing had not done anything overboard so far. She was merely using the lightest ruthless ice force to intimidate everyone. Even if he wanted to stop her, he would not have a good reason to do so. In the end, he decided to stand by and watch. At this moment, Cold Lang had already stepped forward. Bing Wuqing was here for her, and she would not drag everyone down no matter what. "You should know very well what will happen to you if you don't return with me." Bing Wuqing looked at her expressionlessly. He had no friendship with Lang Lang, nor did he have any friendship with Lang Lang's master. He also had no friendship with Shui Jianfeng and his vice sect leader father. He was only carrying out a mission, that was all. However, after seeing Lang Lang today, he felt a little bit of admiration for her. No matter how Shui Jianfeng tried to sow discord, the fact that she could rise 2 levels in such a short period of time proved Lang Lang's superb aptitude. If it were someone else, it would be useless no matter how many elixirs she took. Of course, admiration was just admiration. Bing Wuqing lived up to her name. He would not let this little impression affect his actions. If Lang Lang dared to say no at this moment, then she would be a traitor to the sect. He would kill her as he wished, without any hesitation. Lang Lang's expression was very conflicted. If she went back with Bing Wuqing, it would mean that she would be separated from Lin Yi from now on. They might not even have the chance to see each other again in this lifetime. She had just found someone in her heart, how could she leave Lin Yi just like that? However, if she did not go back with Bing Wuqing, everyone was bound to suffer because of her. These were Lin Yi's lovers and brothers who had gone through life and death together. They were all very friendly and warm to her. How could she drag everyone down because of her own selfishness? It was a dilemma. Lang Lang felt like she was standing on top of a mountain with no way out. One step forward and one step back would also be the same. As Lang Lang hesitated, the heartless ice pressure on everyone gradually increased. Ying Ziyu, who was the weakest among them, was the first to give in. She knelt down with a thud, but still shouted, "Lang Lang sis, don't hesitate. We'll advance and retreat together with you." Yes, advance and retreat together. The others followed and shouted. Ling Shan, who was the closest to her, pulled her hand and forced a gentle smile. "From the moment you got together with Lin Yi, we are a family that will go through life and death together. You have no reason to go back with him, so you don't have to hesitate, understand?" Ling Shan sis. Lang Lang was never a person who was easily moved by emotions, but she couldn't help but feel a little sour in her nose at this moment. She resisted the urge to cry and said, "And everyone, please help me tell him that I'm going back first. I'll wait for him in the ancient little Jianghu, for the rest of my life." After that, Lang Lang ignored everyone's dissuasion and walked towards Bing Wuqing. She was more unwilling to leave this place than anyone else, but she had to leave now. Everyone was so loyal and she couldn't hurt everyone because of her own selfishness. Bing Wuqing looked at this scene and nodded slightly. Since Lang Lang was so sensible, it was not a bad thing for her. It saved her a lot of trouble. As for Xianxia, who was standing at the side, he didn't say much. This result was a happy ending for everyone. He could explain to Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to cause any trouble. Watching Lang Lang walk behind Bing Wuqing, Ling Shan, Wu Qintian and the others were agitated. However, they were all suffocated by the heartless ice pressure, let alone standing up to stop her. "Let's go," Bing Wuqing said and turned to leave with Lang Lang. At this moment, a playful voice suddenly came from the small wooden house next to the spiritual eye, "Leaving just like that? Aren't you going to say goodbye to this old man?" Along with the voice, Lin Dongfang and Aunt Qing walked out of the small wooden house slowly, completely ignoring the heartless ice pressure that was everywhere around them. They walked towards Bing Wuqing as if there was no one else around. Chapter 51-25. What's more, how could an ordinary old man ignore the merciless ice force? At this moment, the power of the merciless ice force had pressed all the experts in the Heaven Stage Exceptional Realm to the ground. If they were ordinary people, they would have been frozen into popsicles and could not walk normally. Not only Bing Wuqing, but even Xianxia was stunned. When Lin Dongfang and Aunt Qing came, he personally came out to greet them. He thought that they were 2 acquaintances that Lin Yi found in the secular world to cover his identity. He was an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, but he did not notice anything strange about Lin Dongfang. He thought that he was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought that this person was so mysterious? Senior. Leng Leng looked at Lin Dongfang with a complicated expression. She did not expect that Lin Dongfang would come out at this time and walk up to her as if there was no one else around. My daughter, my little brat is so worrisome. He runs around outside all day long and can't even take care of his own woman. As his grandfather, I can only reluctantly do it for him. You don't mind, do you? Lin Dongfang smiled at Leng Leng. But Leng Leng hastily wanted to refuse. However, when she met Lin Dongfang's calm gaze, she didn't know what to say. Although Lin Dongfang's expression was calm, she felt that she couldn't refuse him. I mind. At this time, Xue Jianfeng suddenly stood up and pointed at Lin Dongfang arrogantly. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Get lost. Although it was a pity that Lin Yi was not here and could not see the scene of Bing Wuqing directly crushing Lin Yi, it was not a bad thing for him to let Bing Wuqing take Leng Leng away. Once Leng Leng was escorted back to Snow Sword Sect, she would definitely suffer a lot. After all, her father was the vice leader of the sect. Moreover, when Lin Yi came back and knew all this, he would definitely go berserk. At that time, it was very likely that he would fight with Bing Wuqing, and he would still die. It could be said that since Bing Wuqing was here today, no matter what the result was, it was not a bad thing for Xue Jianfeng. As for this nameless old man who popped out and got in the way, he could just slap him to death. Who are you? Lin Dongfang looked at him. Courting death. As Xue Jianfeng spoke, he did not hesitate to attack Lin Dongfang. He did not know who this old man was, nor did he know how strong this old man was. Of course, he did not need to know that. From his point of view, all he needed to do was to kill Lin Dongfang with a single slap. With Bing Wuqing around, he was not afraid of causing trouble at all. No matter how big the trouble was, Bing Wuqing would be there to handle it. Lin Dongfang watched all this with a smile and did not move an inch. Xianxia panicked instantly. It was fine if Bing Wuqing used her merciless ice force to oppress the crowd, but if something happened to Lin Dongfang under his watch, he would not be able to get away with it. Once the powerful Jinqi barrier appeared in front of Lin Dongfang, Xue Jianfeng's palm actually seemed to have hit an iron plate. His entire palm twisted into a strange arc. Not to mention himself, even the people watching from the side felt the pain for him. Xue Jianfeng was a foundation-building paragon. There were only 2 early-stage golden elixir experts present who had the means to defeat him. Of course, it couldn't be Bing Wuqing, it could only be Xianxia. Ah! Xue Jianfeng suddenly roared in pain, but he did not lose his mind. If he really dared to attack Xianxia in this place, Bing Wuqing would definitely not help him. That would be courting death. Xue Jianfeng immediately drew his sword in a rage. He moved to the other side of Lin Dongfang in a flash and stabbed at his throat with a backhand, intending to kill him with a single stab. How dare you! Xianxia was infuriated as well. Blocking Xue Jianfeng's slap without batting an eyelid was already a warning. He didn't expect Xue Jianfeng to be so arrogant. He didn't put him, the junior uncle master, in his eyes at all and dared to kill someone in front of him. Xianxia had the North Island's Green Cloud sect as his backer, and he was also the person in charge of the team's experiential learning in the secular world. After all, he was not someone to be trifled with. It was already his limit to let Bing Wuqing come and take Xue Jianfeng away. What Xue Jianfeng did was completely challenging his bottom line, and it was intolerable. Xianxia immediately followed suit. With his strength, once he got serious, Xue Jianfeng would definitely die. Of course, he would not kill him easily, but at least he had to make Xue Jianfeng suffer. Otherwise, as the leader of the team, his prestige would be tarnished. However, just as Xianxia's body moved, a hand suddenly stopped him. It was Bing Wuqing. What are you trying to do? Xianxia was shocked. He did not expect that even Bing Wuqing would cooperate with Shui Jianfeng. Was she challenging him and the North Island's Green Cloud sect? Bing Wuqing did not answer, but her gaze fell on Lin Dongfang with deep meaning. She wanted to use Shui Jianfeng to test this old man's strength. As for whether or not someone would die in the end, she did not care at all. As long as she did not really fight with Xianxia, killing an ordinary old man would at most cause a verbal dispute between the two sections. It would not cause any real trouble. Ling Ling, Song Lingshan, Wu Qintian and the others were shocked. They all broke out in cold sweat for Lin Dongfang. Although they knew that Lin Dongfang was strong, Shui Jianfeng was a foundation-building full-cycle master after all. He was not on the same level as a Sky full-cycle master. Could Lin Dongfang handle him? In the end, Lin Dongfang's next move quickly dispelled everyone's worries. One slap, just one slap. There was no shocking sound, but Shui Jianfeng was sent flying to the ground by this seemingly ordinary slap. He laid on the ground like a dead dog and did not move for a long time. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Xianxia was stunned. Even he couldn't handle Shui Jianfeng with such ease. Who the hell was this old man? Bing Wuqing was also shocked. She could see that Lin Dongfang was not an ordinary person, but she did not expect this old man to be so extraordinary. Even Shui Jianfeng was knocked unconscious with one slap. He was at least a golden core master. But how could there be a golden core master in the common world? If this guy was also a member of the Archaic Alliance, it was impossible for Bing Wuqing not to have heard of him. Even if she didn't know him, it was obvious that the Archaic Alliance had sent a few gold core experts. No one could hide it. Chapter 51-26. You're asking me. Lin Dongfang smiled, thought for a moment, and said, these children's parents. Parents? Bing Wuqing's eyelids twitched, and she frowned. Do you know what you've done? Of course, the children are being bullied, and as their parent, I have to step in and settle the matter, don't you think so? Lin Dongfang spoke like a parent. You're provoking the Snow Sword School. Bing Wuqing humphed coldly, her expressionless face suddenly filled with murderous intent. She declared, provoking the Snow Sword School is courting death. You can die now. As soon as she finished speaking, the merciless ice aura that was pressing down on everyone's head suddenly dissipated. Only then did everyone have a chance to catch their breaths. Bing Wuqing did not do anything, but right at this moment, the sand beneath Lin Dongfang's feet suddenly sank. Without any warning, his entire body sank deep into the sand, leaving only his head on the ground. Upon a closer look, Lin Dongfang's entire body was covered in a layer of frost, and even the hole he was trapped in had completely turned into a chilling ice hole. Senior. Ling Ling, who was the closest, quickly reached out to help. She only now understood that it wasn't that Bing Wuqing had removed her merciless ice aura, but that she had condensed the merciless ice aura that was pressing down on everyone at one point, and that was why such a powerful aura had erupted in an instant. But before Ling Ling could even touch Lin Dongfang's hand, she also sunk abruptly. Although she wasn't stuck in the ice hole like Lin Dongfang, she was still firmly pressed to the ground by the powerful merciless ice aura, and this was only a small portion of Bing Wuqing's strength. Even so, it was enough for Ling Ling to take a beating. I've overestimated you. That's all there is to it. Bing Wuqing looked at the frozen Lin Dongfang, and her lips curled into a disdainful smile. She thought that she had encountered a rare master, but it turned out that she was overthinking. It seemed that this old man was able to defeat Shui Jianfeng with one slap not because he had the strength of a golden core, but because he was hiding something. As she spoke, amidst the gasps of Song Lingshan and the others, Bing Wuqing suddenly bent down and grabbed Lin Dongfang. This old man dared to provoke the Snow Sword School in front of her, and she had no choice but to twist his head off in front of everyone as a warning. Stop! This is the territory of the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. If you dare to mess around, you will be the enemy of the entire Green Cloud sect of the North Island. Seeing that, Xianxia couldn't care less about anything else. He hurriedly condensed a vital energy barrier between Lin Dongfang and Bing Wuqing. It was the same move that made Shui Jianfeng suffer a great loss previously. No matter what, he couldn't let Lin Dongfang die here, especially under his watch. Bing Wuqing's movements paused slightly. She turned to glance at him and said, "Our Snow Sword School has already lost Shui Jianfeng, so this old man naturally has to die. It's fair and reasonable." Having said that, Bing Wuqing did not care about Xianxia's extremely ugly expression. She formed a claw with one hand and moved at an extremely fast speed. She broke through Xianxia's vital energy barrier in an instant and went straight for Xianxia's head. So powerful. Xianxia was taken aback. Both of them were experts in the early stage of the gold elixir realm. Although it was not strange for an expert of the same level to break through the vital qi barrier, it was not a powerful defensive move after all. Moreover, the opponent could break through the barrier with a single point and gain the upper hand. However, it was the first time he had seen someone break through the barrier as cleanly as Bing Wuqing did. This fellow was probably one of the top existences among those of the same level as her. Xianxia was horrified. In a moment of desperation, he had only wanted to buy some time with the vital energy barrier. He did not expect that this move would not even be able to delay the attack for a moment. Instead, it was instantly pierced through like a paper window, and he was caught unprepared. The situation was extremely critical. Xianxia's only option at the moment was to attack Bing Wuqing with all his might, regardless of everything else. Perhaps he could save Lin Dongfang's life, but that would be tantamount to completely falling out with him. If things went awry, the entire Green Cloud sect of the North Island might be dragged into this. The consequences would be no small matter. Just as Xianxia was hesitating, Bing Wuqing's ice claw, which was condensed with layers of ice energy, was only inches away from Lin Dongfang's head. At this moment, someone suddenly kicked up from below. It was Leng Leng, who was pressed to the ground by Bing Wuqing's merciless ice force. She was an expert in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Although Leng Leng could not stand up under the pressure of Bing Wuqing's merciless ice force, she could still launch an attack even if she was lying down. Especially at this moment, when Bing Wuqing took the initiative to bend down, it was the perfect opportunity for her to kick Bing Wuqing's face. "Humph, you're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. What a joke." Bing Wuqing snorted in disdain. The little bit of admiration she had for Leng Leng vanished instantly. Her ice claw did not stop moving at all, while her other hand easily blocked Leng Leng's attack route. Bam! Bing Wuqing pinched Leng Leng's left leg that was kicking at her with one hand, and was about to break it with the momentum. He would never show compassion for the fairer sex. Since Leng Leng dared to attack him, she had to pay the corresponding price. At least from Bing Wuqing's point of view, breaking a leg was considered a very light punishment. If the higher-ups of the Snow Sword sect had not ordered him to escort Leng Leng back alive, he might have killed her directly. He would be merciless in his actions, or else he would not be able to live up to his name. However, before Bing Wuqing could twist her leg, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness in the palm of his hand. Because he had cultivated merciless ice force, his whole body was already like an ice man. However, this bone-chilling coldness was much stronger than his, so much so that he could not help but shiver. Ice-shattering constitution. Bing Wuqing reacted immediately. She had never sparred with Leng Leng before, and her understanding of the ice-shattering constitution had always been limited to rumors. She had thought that it was just a little stronger than the average constitution. Now that she had experienced it herself, she immediately knew that she was very wrong. She was only at the middle stage of Foundation establishment, but she could actually make her, a beginner gold core practitioner, shiver all over. The ice-shattering constitution was indeed nature-defying. No, she had to get rid of this woman. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles when she grew up in the future. Bing Wuqing changed her mind immediately. Now that things had developed to this point, he and Leng Leng were completely on opposite sides, and he had never had the habit of leaving hidden dangers for himself. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots was in line with his nature. As for whether the higher-ups of the Snow Sword sect would blame him after this, he could not be bothered anymore. Compared to his own safety, what was a few words from the higher-ups? In an instant, a cold murderous aura poured out without reservation. Leng Leng, whose attack had been blocked, felt that something was wrong. However, at this moment, merciless ice force was still suppressing her. She could not even stand up for a moment, and there was nowhere to run. Chapter 51-27. Xianxia, who was the only one who stood a chance against Bing Wuqing, was still hesitating. He didn't notice the sudden change in Bing Wuqing's mentality. The situation was extremely critical. Lin Yi. Leng Leng knew that she couldn't escape death. She closed her eyes calmly. Lin Yi's face appeared in her mind. She wanted to engrave Lin Yi in the depths of her soul. They were not fated to be together in this life. They could only meet again in the next life. Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Leng Leng's heart trembled subconsciously. However, to her surprise, she didn't feel any pain. Instead, it was Bing Wuqing who suddenly screamed in pain. "Oh!" Everyone was dumbfounded. Leng Leng quickly opened her eyes, and the scene in front of her stunned her as well. Bing Wuqing's position had not changed, and Xianxia had not made a move either. It was just that Lin Dongfang, who was obviously frozen to the point where he could not move, had unknowingly placed his hand on Bing Wuqing's ice claws. He even had a calm smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Bing Wuqing's ice claw had been bent into an extremely twisted angle. Just one look at it would make one's scalp tingle. No wonder he was in so much pain that his veins were popping and his face was contorted. "You're not bad at suppressing people out of thin air." "What's that?" Lin Dongfang clapped his hands and climbed out of the ice pit as if nothing had happened. "I'm going to kill you." Bing Wuqing endured the excruciating pain. An ice sword was formed in her other hand out of thin air. She looked like she was going to attack Lin Dongfang in front of her. However, no one expected her to turn the sword and stab Leng Leng, who was on the ground instead. Despicable and shameless. Ling Shan and the others cursed in anger. Even Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. He thought that although Bing Wuqing was cold and heartless, she was at least an upright person. He didn't expect her to be this shameless. Just because she was afraid of Lin Dongfang, she attacked Leng Leng, who couldn't fight back. This person was a disgrace to the Golden Core experts. However, Bing Wuqing did not care about what the crowd was thinking. In fact, she did not think that such a method was shameless at all. Since Lin Dongfang was more dangerous than she had expected, and she had even lost a hand, the best solution now was to attack the enemy's weakness. And Leng Leng, who was beside her feet, happened to be such an excellent cover. In his plan, as long as Lin Dongfang came to save Cold, then he would have the opportunity to kill him in one strike. However, Lin Dongfang's response was far beyond his expectations. Lin Dongfang's response was very simple. He was not angry, nor was he enraged. There was even a calm smile on his face. Without even looking, he directly blasted a punch over. Boom! Lin Dongfang's fist landed on her abdomen even though he had moved later. Bing Wuqing spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her entire body curled up like a shrimp. She could no longer move, and just staggered and fell to the ground. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not understand why the old man's fist was so frightening, even though there was not the slightest fluctuation of vital energy on him. It was so frightening that it could easily destroy a beginner golden elixir expert like him. Bing Wuqing's face was ashen. Although she was not dead yet, she knew that she was already crippled, because Lin Dongfang's earth-shattering punch had directly shattered her dantian. All right, everyone, do what you need to do. Don't be lazy and hurry up and build the house. With this kind of efficiency, when do you think you can finish the work? Lin Dongfang waved his hand at the dumbfounded crowd. He did not feel that killing Bing Wuqing was some earth-shattering event at all. Instead, his actions and demeanor were as casual as stepping on a bug. Not to mention Cold and the others, even Xianxia was dumbfounded for a long time. In the end, he choked out his sentence, "This is a god, daughter, stay here. Regardless of whether you leave or stay, we have to wait for that little rascal to come back and discuss it. What do you think?" Lin Dongfang said as he helped Cold up. "Yes, thank you, senior." Cold nodded gratefully. Although Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng were defeated by Lin Dongfang, it was also because of this that she was in a rather bad situation. This was almost equivalent to completely breaking off relations with the Snow Sword faction. Even if she went back now, she would be accused of betrayal. If it were anyone else, they would have been burning with anxiety. However, Cold was unusually calm at this moment. Lin Dongfang was right. No matter what, they had to wait for Lin Yi to come back first. He was her backbone now. This sudden disturbance was extinguished by Lin Dongfang in a matter of minutes. The crowd looked at each other for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Each of them went back to what they were doing. After all, they had all seen the situation when Lin Dongfang attacked last time. It was also a one-sided crushing. The only difference was that the opponent this time was much stronger. Now, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Dongfang was just like Lin Yi. They were both unfathomable super-existences. As long as either of them was in charge, there was nothing to be afraid of even if the sky fell down. Senior Lin. Xianxia called out to Lin Dongfang awkwardly. With his strength in the early stage of Gold Core, apart from the nascent soul-old monsters of various sects in the Immemorial Alliance, there was no one else who deserved to be called a senior by him. Even if Lin Dongfang was the so-called grandfather of Lin Yi, he did not have the qualification to be called a senior. At most, they could only talk as equals. This was already giving face to Lin Yi, the Grand Master. However, now, Xianxia was willing to call Lin Dongfang as Senior Lin. Even Bing Wuqing was easily killed by Lin Dongfang. If one were to say that Lin Dongfang's strength was at least at the peak of the early stage of Gold Core, it was definitely not wrong for him to call him senior. "Oh. What's the matter?" Lin Dongfang turned his head and looked at him. His tone was indifferent. If Xianxia tried his best to stop Lin Dongfang just now, he might treat him differently. But now, Xianxia's image in his eyes had been discounted. This kind of person was not worthy of complete trust. If he really pinned his hopes on this guy, Leng Leng would have been taken away long ago, and he would have become a corpse long ago. Xianxia did not notice this. Instead, he thought this was the demeanor of a master. After all, it was not easy to get close to a master. Therefore, he said respectfully with a bit of restraint, "I wonder how we should deal with these two people. Senior Lin, can you give us some advice?" It was only then that the crowd remembered that there were two people lying on the ground. Bing Wuqing not only had one of her hands been destroyed, but her dantian was also destroyed by a punch. She was lying on the ground and could not get up at all. As for Xue Jianfeng, he did not move at all. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Chapter 51-28. However, after witnessing Lin Dongfang's unfathomable and terrifying strength, Xianxia would be out of his mind if he still dared to act on his own. It doesn't matter. You can let them go or kill them. You can do whatever you think is convenient. I have no opinion. Lin Dongfang looked indifferent. Then let them go. Xianxia asked carefully. Strictly speaking, Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng were here to pick a fight. According to the rules of the archaic underworld, there was nothing to say even if they were killed directly. However, this would mean that he had completely fallen out with the Snow Sword School. After all, both Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng were not insignificant figures to the Snow Sword School. If it was not necessary, Xianxia did not want to make things worse. Sure, Lin Dongfang answered casually. Okay, then I'll ask someone to carry them away, lest they disturb Senior Lin's peace. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. If Lin Dongfang had been a little stubborn and insisted on killing them, he would not have been able to do anything about it. In that case, he would be in big trouble. Not only would he offend the Snow Sword School, but he would also blame the top management of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. The two of them were immediately dragged away like dead dogs. When the news spread out, not only the disciples of the Snow Sword School, but all the disciples of the other primordial sects who were out for training were also shocked. Be it Bing Wuqing or Xue Jianfeng, they were both famous people in the small Jianghu of the primordial era. Yet, they were actually beaten to such a state. Finally, after being unconscious for an unknown period of time, Xue Jianfeng faintly woke up, and at the instant he recovered his consciousness, an intense pain that had been dormant for a long time instantly spread throughout his entire body, causing Xue Jianfeng to instantly gasp and howl endlessly in pain. However, what made him feel even more hopeless was that after the pain spread throughout his body, he could not stand up for a while. Once he forcibly operated the genuine qi in his body, the pain would immediately increase by a few times, making him feel like dying. How could this be? Xue Jianfeng endured the heart-wrenching pain and struggled to roll off the bed. Suddenly, an emotionless voice came from behind him. You can still get up with your meridians broken like this. You've, the so-called #1 foundation establishment cultivator in the Archaic Alliance, is not useless after all. Martial Ant Bing. It was only then that Xue Jianfeng realized that he had been moved back into the room, and a figure was sitting diagonally in the shadow of the corner behind him. It was Bing Wuqing. Bing Wuqing didn't make a sound. She just sat quietly in the shadows, her whole body still emanating a chilling aura, but it was far less domineering than before. Instead, it had become a little gloomy and cold. Martial Ant Bing, those fellows actually dared to treat me like this, you have to help me get justice. Xue Jianfeng suddenly froze halfway through his words. He didn't see how Bing Wuqing's dantian was destroyed by Lin Dongfang's punch, but he wasn't blind, after all. He could see Bing Wuqing's pitiful state right now. Her right hand was bent at a strange angle, and it was obvious that it had been crippled. Moreover, Bing Wuqing's wretched state was exactly the same as his. From head to toe, it was obvious that her dantian had been crippled. That old man is unfathomable. I'm no match for him. Bing Wuqing's tone still didn't change at all, but the eyes under the shadow were clearly filled with resentment. Ever since he cultivated emotionless ice force, he had never suffered such a huge blow. He didn't think that he would kick an iron plate when he left the Archaic Alliance. Moreover, he had become a cripple. If he didn't feel resentment, then he wouldn't be human. How is this possible? Xue Jianfeng was stunned by his words, and only then did he realize the situation he was in. Bing Wuqing's right hand and dantian were both crippled, and she was now a cripple. His meridians were broken, and he was also a cripple. Escorting cold, with Bing Wuqing's powerful strength and his help, should have been a piece of cake. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Wasn't it too ridiculous? Then what do we do now? Xue Jianfeng asked hurriedly. The situation was completely out of control, and he was at a loss of what to do. Wait, Bing Wuqing spat out a word coldly. Ha! Xue Jianfeng was stunned. I've already sent the news back to the Snow Sword School. If everything goes well, we can get healing elixirs, and we'll have stronger helpers, Bing Wuqing said in a low voice. In the eyes of others, He was an arrogant genius expert, but in reality, he never cared about his reputation. Just like how he didn't hesitate to make an issue of cold when the situation wasn't good. Now that he knew Lin Dongfang's strength was unfathomable, it was only natural for him to ask for help from the Snow Sword School. He didn't hesitate or worry at all. What if it doesn't go well? Xue Jianfang couldn't help but frown. Bing Wuqing remained silent. She didn't need to answer this question, and she didn't know how to answer it. Now, she and Xue Jianfang were powerless cripples. If the Snow Sword School didn't give them healing elixirs, and didn't send stronger experts, they couldn't do anything. No, it won't. With my father around, the higher-ups of the school won't turn a blind eye. They definitely won't. Xue Jianfang could only comfort himself like this. However, even though he didn't have much confidence this time, he couldn't repeat it again. After all, his father was only the deputy leader of the school. The primordial Jianghu, the Snow Sword School. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was heavy. All the higher-ups of the school were present, and in front of them was a letter asking for help from Bing Wuqing. After hearing the contents of the letter, all the higher-ups of the school looked at each other. The content of the letter was really unbelievable. There was actually an expert in the secular world who could cripple Bing Wuqing in one move. Was this possible? Of course, everyone knew that Bing Wuqing wouldn't joke about such a thing. It could only be said that after 1,000 years, whether it was them or the higher-ups of the other primordial sects, they all knew too little about the secular world. The leader, Hong Qingyuan, tapped the table lightly with his finger and said calmly, "All right, everyone has understood the content of the letter. Tell me your opinions." Revenge. Of course it's revenge. Xue Liping was the first to jump out and shout. He was the deputy leader of the Snow Sword School, and also Xue Jianfeng's father. Chapter 51-29. Everyone subconsciously turned to look at Hong Qingyuan, but they could not see any intentions on his face. Not saying anything, not expressing anything, that was Hong Qingyuan's attitude. Hong Qingyuan did not say anything. Everyone's gazes then fell on the 5 elders who were ranked at the top. Including Hong Qingyuan and Xue Liping, the 2 vice sect masters, these 7 were the upper echelons of the Snow Sword School with the most authority. The other upper echelons were either their subordinates or their disciples. They did not have any authority to speak independently. Cough, 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 cough. One of the elders suddenly coughed violently. It was the first elder, Qi Qianqiu. "I say, Elder Qi, if you're not feeling well, you should go back and rest. If you stay here in your current state, not only will it affect your condition, but it will also affect everyone's discussion. You're the most experienced elder in our Snow Sword School, so you should at least be able to see the big picture, right?" Xue Liping looked at Qi Qianqiu and said with some impatience. When the other upper echelons heard this, they all had different expressions. The struggle between Xue Liping and Qi Qianqiu had been going on for a long time. One was the powerful vice sect master, while the other was the most experienced first elder. In terms of power, Xue Liping had a slight advantage due to his position as vice sect master, but in terms of status, Qi Qianqiu was a notch higher. After all, he was the most experienced first elder here. Furthermore, he had been personally promoted by the previous sect master. Qi Qianqiu's status was only below that of sect master Hong Qingyuan. Even Xue Liping was no match for him. It was precisely because of this that there was constant friction between the two of them. A mountain could not contain 2 tigers. Sect master Hong Qingyuan's status was deeply rooted, but there had never been a victor in this struggle for the position of second highest echelon. Cough, cough. Vice sect master Xue, you're mistaken. Since this old man is the first elder of the sect, I naturally have to do my utmost for our Snow Sword School. Compared to the great affairs of the sect, what is this old man's old illness? Qi Qianqiu laughed as he coughed. What wise opinion does Elder Qi have? Xue Liping cursed inwardly. It was said that Xianxia's old illness had been left behind after he risked his life for the previous sect master when he was young. Even the best medicinal pills could only suppress the injury and not cure it. If one day, this old man's old illness broke out and he died, they would truly be thanking the heavens. It's not a brilliant opinion. I'm just speaking the truth. Xianxia smiled, then turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, our Snow Sword School has been on good terms with the Green Cloud sect of the North Island for a long time. We know the style of the Green Cloud sect of the North Island very well. Do you really think that the Green Cloud sect of the North Island is arrogant?" Everyone looked at each other, and most of them shook their heads. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island was famous for its gentleness, and there was almost no precedent of them taking the initiative to make trouble. Even when other primordial sects offended them, they would often turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. If this was all arrogance, it was really unreasonable. What happened in the past will happen in the future. Elder Qi, you can't be that naive, right? Could it be that everything that happened in the past was all an act? This time, not only my son, but even Bing Wuqing has been crippled. This all happened in the territory of the Blue Cloud clan on the North Island. Could it be that Elder Qi is too old to hear clearly? Xue Liping sneered. Oh, so even Vice Sect leader Xue knows that this happened in the territory of the North Island? Xianxia looked at him with a faint smile, then turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, why don't you think about this? If two people from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island suddenly barged in and tried to capture people without any reason, what would you do? Teach them a lesson, of course." The reaction of the Snow Sword School's senior management was almost unanimous. So, in my opinion, it's too far-fetched to blame the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island for this matter. If word got out, it would only be a joke to others. After all, if we really want to talk about it, it's our people who did the wrong thing. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng went to someone else's territory to act tough and capture people for no reason. It's normal for them to be beaten up. It's already very kind of them to throw back two crippled people. If it were me, I would only get 2 corpses, Xianxia said, looking at Xue Liping. The senior management of the sects nodded in agreement. Xue Liping immediately felt embarrassed and said sarcastically, "I remember that Elder Qi is an elder of our Snow Sword School. You weren't sent here by the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, right?" "What did you say?" Xianxia's expression darkened as well. Although the two of them had never been on good terms, Xue Liping's words had clearly crossed the line. It was no different from openly falling out. The other senior management of the Snow Sword School who were on Xianxia's side were even more indignant. They could not help but want to slam the table and stand up. At the same time, the senior management of the sect who were on Xue Liping's side were also agitated. The atmosphere in the meeting hall suddenly became tense. A single word of disagreement could lead to a chaotic battle. At that moment, Hong Qingyuan suddenly coughed softly. The two factions who were rubbing their palms immediately quietened down. Although these people only followed Xianxia and Xue Liping's lead, Hong Qingyuan, the sect master of the Snow Sword School, was not just a decoration. Once Hong Qingyuan was angered, even Xianxia and Xue Liping would tremble, let alone these people. Hong Qingyuan habitually tapped the table with his finger and said calmly, "We're all from the same sect. If there's anything, we can talk it out. Don't hurt the harmony." Xianxia and Xue Liping looked at each other and could only nod slightly. "Please forgive us, sect master. We lost our composure. Continue." Hong Qingyuan waved his hand. He still did not show any inclination toward this matter. It seemed that he was ready to let Xianxia and Xue Liping fight it out among themselves. "Elder Qi, you said that this happened in the territory of the Blue Cloud sect on the North Island, so we can't pursue this matter." But why don't you think about why Bing Wuqing and my son went there? If it wasn't for carrying out the sect's order to capture Leng Leng, the traitorous disciple, why would they come here to cause trouble? Shui Liping snorted coldly. As soon as he said that, before Xianxia could refute, a female senior management in the distance could not hold it in anymore. She immediately stood up and questioned without hesitation, "Who are you calling a traitorous disciple?" Everyone looked over. When they saw the person's face clearly, they all revealed expressions of realization. This person was Su Xiaodong, Leng Leng's master. No wonder she was so furious. Su Xiaodong, I advise you to pay attention to your status. Do you think a mere elder candidate like you has the right to speak in this kind of situation? Shui Liping glanced at Su Xiaodong disdainfully. You! Su Xiaodong was instantly furious. However, he did not know how to refute. Chapter 51:30. She was only the lowest-ranked member of the Elders' Council, and she was not even an official elder. At most, she was one of the candidates for the next generation of elders. She was on the same level as Bing Wuqing, a newly promoted junior. She had no right to speak at such an occasion. However, she had to stand up at this time. Otherwise, if Shui Liping really branded Leng Leng as a traitorous disciple, Leng Leng would really die a tragic death in the future. Even her master would not be able to save her life. Vice Sect Leader Shui, you are mistaken. Since Su Xiaodong is a member of the Elders' Council, she naturally has the right to participate in the discussion. Our Snow Sword sect has always been like this. Vice Sect Leader Shui, you aren't thinking of changing the rules left behind by our ancestors, are you? Xianxia frowned. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with different expressions, Shui Liping could not help but curse "old fart" in his heart. He could only smile awkwardly and say, Elder Qi is too serious. I just saw that the other elders haven't said anything yet, and she, the lowest-ranked one, is rushing to speak. She doesn't know the rules, so I'm just reminding her." Xianxia looked around at everyone and smiled. It seems that the other elders have no intention of expressing their opinions. Since that's the case, why not let Su Xiaodong speak first? After all, she is Leng Leng's master. She has a lot of say in this matter. Thank you, Elder Qi. Su Xiaodong nodded gratefully at Xianxia. She was not one of Xianxia's people, so she knew that Xianxia's words were not entirely to stand up for her. More importantly, it was to prevent Shui Liping from getting what he wanted. However, no matter what, Xianxia had helped her out of trouble, so she owed him a favor. No need, I'm just speaking up for justice. Xianxia waved his hand and said, the Elders' Council has always paid attention to open speech. If you have anything to say, you can speak freely in front of everyone. Su Xiaodong nodded and took a deep breath. Alright, I want to ask Vice Sect Leader Shui, who did you say was a traitorous disciple? Could it be Leng Leng? Of course. Based on her previous actions, such as colluding with outsiders to deal with our sect's eldest senior brother and publicly disobeying the sect's orders, isn't that a betrayal of the sect? Shui Liping said as a matter of fact. What happened to them in the secular world? I'm afraid it's hard to convince people with just a letter from your son. During the last meeting, we've also said that everything can only be investigated after Cold returns. Even if you're the Vice Sect Leader Shui, you can't just accuse others of being a traitor disciple for no reason, right? Besides, the sect leader has the final say on how to deal with Leng Leng. What right do you, a Vice Sect Leader, have to overstep your authority? In order to protect Leng Leng, Su Xiaodong had made up his mind to throw caution to the wind. These words could be said to be merciless, and even Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. As for Shui Liping's faction, they were all flustered and exasperated. What did you say? On the other hand, Shui Liping didn't show any anger on his face at this moment. Instead, he smiled with great interest. Interesting, really interesting. I've been the Vice Sect Leader for so many years, but no one has ever spoken to me like this. Su Xiaodong, you're the first. The more it was like this, the more frightening it was. Su Xiaodong's heart tightened when he met his cold eyes, but he still braced himself and said, "Did I say anything wrong? Since you're so eloquent, then this vice sect leader will listen to your wise opinion. Why don't you tell me, how should we deal with this matter? Or is it that we don't need to deal with it at all? Should we just swallow it like a good-for-nothing, and let Bing Wuqing and my son Shui Jianfeng be beaten up for nothing?" Shui Liping said with an unfathomable expression. Su Xiaodong couldn't help but choke when she heard this. Shui Liping's words were obviously malicious. It was human nature for her to speak up for her disciple, Ling Ling, and others wouldn't say much. However, this matter was obviously not something that she, a candidate elder ranked last, could intervene. No matter what she said, she was overestimating herself and couldn't escape the fate of being ridiculed. But at this point, Su Xiaodong could only continue to say, "I didn't say that. This matter is originally a matter for disciples to gain experience. If any random matter needs to be personally dealt with by the sect, can it still be called experience? What's more, our Snow Sword sect has already violated the rules by sending Bing Wuqing alone. Now, if we send other high-level members, what will the other primeval sects think? What will they think? If we really care about the sect's image, this matter is definitely not a show of weakness. If we lower our heads in front of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island this time, in the future, not only the 4 major sects and the 10 small sects and families, but also some other stray dogs and cats can bully our Snow Sword sect. This is an insult to the sect. Can you bear this sin?" Shui Liping snorted disdainfully. "Deputy sect leader Shui, you talk big, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island isn't a single sect. It's on the same side as the Soaring Sky sect of the North Island and the Xuanji sect of the North Island. Provoking it is equivalent to provoking the entire North Island alliance." At this time, Xianxia suddenly spoke again and said lightly, "Although our Snow Sword sect belongs to the Middle Island Alliance, we don't have much say. The Middle Island Pavilion has the final say in the entire Middle Island Alliance, and we're just a vassal sect. What do we have to compete with the North Island Alliance? Elder Qi, you can even say such words that boost the morale of others and belittle our own. I think you've really gone senile." Shui Liping shook his legs and looked at the sky. "Is that so?" Xianxia was not angry at all. Hearing that, he said calmly, "Yes, I'm indeed old. The world will belong to the young people in the future. Deputy sect leader Shui, you're in the prime of your life. If there's a conflict with the North Island Alliance in the future, why don't you take full charge?" Shui Liping could not help but choke. It was not a problem for him to fan the flames and stir up trouble here, but he did not have the courage to actually go against the entire North Island Alliance. Not to mention him, there was probably no one in the entire Snow Sword faction who had the courage to do so. Although this time our people met with trouble in the territory of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, they were the ones who harbored Ling Ling first. Everyone has their reasons. They may not be able to involve the entire North Island Alliance in this kind of thing. Moreover, our Snow Sword sect is not without allies. As long as we find someone to act in the Middle Island Pavilion, we may not be afraid of the North Island Alliance. Fifth Elder suddenly stood up to support Shui Liping. Chapter 51-31. Everyone chimed in one after another, and the entire meeting hall soon became like a market. It was noisy, and after arguing for a long time, no one could convince anyone. Enough. Shui Liping finally couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table and shocked everyone. He snorted and said, "If you keep arguing like this, you won't be able to come to a conclusion even if you argue for 10 days or half a month. In my opinion, let's settle the 2 most important things first. We can argue about the rest later." "What 2 things?" Everyone looked at him and asked. "First, send healing elixirs to Bing Wuqing and my son Shui Jianfeng. This is the top priority. Shui Liping looked serious. Of course, his son Shui Jianfeng was the most important. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so concerned. He paused and continued, second, aside from the Blue Cloud clan of the North Island, that guy named Lin Dongfang must be severely punished. The senior members of the Snow Sword School nodded. Shui Liping's words were reasonable. How to deal with the Blue Cloud clan of the North Island and how to deal with Leng Leng were things that could be discussed slowly. Only these two things could not be delayed and had to be decided soon. Even though Qi Qianqiu didn't continue to disagree with him, he wouldn't just go along with him. He turned to Hong Qingyuan and said, "Leader, I'm afraid you'll have to deal with this yourself." From the beginning to the end, Hong Qingyuan, the leader, had been watching from the sidelines. No one knew what he was thinking. Maybe he hadn't made up his mind yet, or maybe he was just playing a balance between Qi Qianqiu and Shui Liping. Anyway, he wanted to show that he was mysterious. Hong Qingyuan glanced at everyone's faces and said slowly, "Okay, let's talk about the first thing first. To cure Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfeng's injuries, we need a 5th-class recover pill. We have one in the Snow Sword School, but it's a necessary reserve for emergencies. According to the rules of the school, only people above the level of an elder can use it." Shui Liping's face darkened. Although Hong Qingyuan didn't say it clearly, his meaning was clear. Between Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfeng, the former was one of the candidates for the position of elder, but was not an official elder. As for the latter, in terms of status, he was just a disciple. It was only because of his position as the deputy sect leader that he had received so much attention. Neither of them fulfilled the requirements, so if they really wanted to follow the rules, there was no need to even think about getting a 5th-grade recover pill. But Shui Liping still wanted to fight for his son. After all, this was his only son. If he were to become a cripple, then there would be no one left to carry on the Shui clan. However, Hong Qingyuan only glanced at him once, and Shui Liping didn't dare to speak anymore. He could argue with Qi Qianqiu however he wanted, and to a certain extent, this was tacitly permitted by Hong Qingyuan. But if he dared to disobey Hong Qingyuan, then he wouldn't have a good time in the future. The second thing is about Lin Dongfang, who crippled Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfeng. Right now, we still can't confirm this person's identity. No one knows if he's an expert from the North Island Alliance, someone from the secular world, or a mysterious expert from some other place. Before we figure out his background, we can't act rashly. To be able to easily cripple Bing Wuqing in one move, this person's strength is not to be underestimated. Even among the Golden Core experts, he's not someone to be trifled with. "It's best to be careful," Hong Qingyuan said. "No way. Sect leader, our Snow Sword sect is one of the 10 small sects in the Archaic Alliance. It's fine that the North Island Alliance is so powerful, but even this old man who popped out of nowhere has to be so cautious and patient. If this gets out, won't people look down on us and say that our Snow Sword sect has no one capable?" Shui Liping said hurriedly. If he couldn't get the 5th-grade recover pill, then so be it. He could still think of other ways to get it, but if Hong Qingyuan didn't agree to deal with Lin Dongfang, then there was no chance at all. Right now, all he wanted was to avenge his son. "Oh, then what do you think, Vice Sect Leader Shui?" Hong Qingyuan's tone was calm, without a hint of worry. "In my opinion, with the strength of our Snow Sword sect, there's no need to be so cautious. That Lin Dongfang is at most a Golden Core expert. Our Grand Sect Leader, who is in seclusion, is a nascent soul-old monster. Why should we be afraid of him?" Shui Liping said proudly. "Is that so? That makes sense. However, if Vice Sect Leader Shui has the ability, why don't you ask the Grand Sect Leader to come out and avenge your son?" Hong Qingyuan said with a faint smile. Shui Liping was immediately speechless. The Grand Sect Leader's seclusion was the top priority of the entire Snow Sword sect. Not to mention that he was just a vice sect leader. Even Hong Qingyuan, the sect leader, didn't have the guts to disturb him. As for avenging his son, that was simply a pipe dream. As soon as Hong Qingyuan spoke, the two matters were immediately decided. Xue Liping could only choose to keep his mouth shut with a resentful expression. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in him saying anything else. Alright, since no one has any objections, then let's reply like this first. We'll discuss the other matters later. Hong Qingyuan knocked on the table and made the final decision. Soon, the reply from the Snow Sword sect's higher-ups reached Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng. The two of them hurriedly opened it, and their hearts immediately sank to the bottom. There were no 5th-grade recover pills, nor were there any stronger experts to help. The letter only contained a few superficial words of comfort, and nothing else. This. How could this be? Xue Jianfeng was dumbfounded. Bing Wuqing was still huddled in the shadows, her expression gloomy. No one knew what she was thinking, but one thing was for sure, she was definitely not in a good mood at the moment. Let us recuperate. We don't even have the most basic healing pills, how are we supposed to recuperate? Xue Jianfeng was still unwilling to give up, and studied the reply from top to bottom, trying to decipher the hidden meaning. There's no need to look, we've been abandoned, Bing Wuqing suddenly said from the shadows. What? Xue Jianfeng was shocked to hear that. In fact, he had vaguely guessed this, but he still couldn't believe it. He shook his head repeatedly and said, No. It can't be. My father is the vice sect leader, no matter what, he won't abandon me, definitely not. Bing Wuqing glanced at him. He was a beginner golden elixir expert, but he had been beaten into a cripple. In terms of impact, it was far more severe than Xue Jianfeng's. However, he had a much clearer view of his own situation than Xue Jianfeng. Chapter 5132. That was the reality. No matter how dazzling the two of them had been in the past, now that they were crippled, they no longer had any value to the Snow Sword School. The decision to abandon the two of them was, at least logically speaking, not strange. Instead, it was the most normal choice. Then what do we do now? Xue Jianfeng looked at Bing Wuqing weakly. What do we do? What do you think we should do? Bing Wuqing sneered and smashed the table into smithereens. The fact that she was able to do this with her current strength as a cripple showed how much rage had accumulated in her chest. Disheartened and extremely unwilling, this was his truest feeling at the moment, but even so, what could he do? Should we go? Xue Jianfeng still did not want to give up his last hope. Even if the Snow Sword faction did not give him a 5th-grade recover pill, he had to find a way to beg for it from his father. Otherwise, his life would be over. Suit yourself, but you have to think this through. With your status as a cripple, you can't even be compared to the most ordinary disciples. Anyone can step on you, especially those you've offended. Bing Wuqing's face returned to its usual expressionless face, but her entire temperament had become even colder and deeper. It was obvious that she had been dealt a heavy blow. This. Xue Jianfeng hesitated. He was the so-called number one in the Foundation establishment realm, and because of his father, the vice sect leader, he had always been arrogant and high-profile, and had offended many people. Just as Bing Wuqing had said, if he went rashly, he would be trampled on by others, and his fate would not be any better. Moreover, if his father could get a 5th-grade recover pill, even if he stayed here, he would definitely send it over. On the other hand, if he couldn't get it, then it would be useless even if he went. Let's wait. Maybe there's still a chance. Bing Wuqing said in a low voice. But what if there's no chance? Xue Jianfeng could not help but ask. If he could only be a cripple from then on, he could not imagine his fate. Bing Wuqing glanced at him and said nothing. The headquarters of the secular world. It had been a whole month since the start of the primordial plan. After staying for so long, even as a peripheral researcher, Big Brother Feng had obtained a lot of valuable information. Unfortunately, he had tried all kinds of possibilities. However, he still couldn't find a way to safely send the message out. This feeling of having a stomach full of food but being unable to take it out could only be described with one word: constipation. The conference hall was once again filled with people. Big Brother Daoist could no longer remember how many regular meetings this was. In any case, ever since the primordial plan was launched, regular meetings, big and small, came one after another, and he was already numb to them. Everyone, the progress of this month has been smoother than expected. Through the snowball effect of the Hunter Squad, we've already captured 15 Foundation establishment experts from the Archaic Alliance. This is a cause for celebration. Lan Xiaoru opened the meeting with her opening remarks. Thunderous applause rang out. Before the Primeval Alliance had been activated, everyone had been very nervous. They had always felt that this plan would be very risky. But now, they no longer had such worries. The so-called Archaic Alliance was nothing compared to the central headquarters. Among everyone, the most excited person was none other than the bespectacled professor. Although Lan Xiaoru was the person in charge, the entire primeval plan was proposed and implemented by him. Once the plan was successful, he would naturally be the biggest contributor other than Lan Xiaoru. In the future, he would really be above everyone else in the headquarters of the secular world. Not only that, but because of the efforts of the professors, not only have these 15 Foundation establishment experts been completely brainwashed by us, their strength has also been greatly improved. When these 15 people are gathered together, they are a very impressive combat force. They will play a vital role in our upcoming primeval plan, Lan Xiaoru continued. Thunderous applause rang out again. The bespectacled professor was excited, while Big Brother Feng, who was sitting at the edge, could not help but break out in a cold sweat. These 15 Foundation establishment experts had all been incorporated into the Hunter Squad. Among them, the weakest was at the middle stage of Foundation establishment, and the strongest was at the peak of Foundation establishment. Once such a Hunter Squad took action, the situation was simply chilling to think about. According to the intelligence, we have almost caught all the Foundation establishment experts of the Archaic Alliance scattered in the secular world. Even if there are one or two fish that slip through the net, it's not worth it for us to spend too much effort on them. Therefore, I announce that from today onwards, the primeval plan will officially enter the second phase, Lan Xiaoru said solemnly. The second phase. Everyone looked at each other. Although they were all the backbone of the organization, the primeval plan this time was highly confidential. Even they did not know the follow-up actions. The only ones who really knew were Lan Xiaoru and the planner of the plan, the bespectacled professor. That's right. Strictly speaking, all the actions in the first phase are only the prelude and foreshadowing of the second phase. Since we have almost caught all the small fish and shrimp that wander around alone, it's time for us to start moving. Our next target is Xianxia. Lan Xiaoru's eyes lit up. Xianxia. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and their expressions changed. Is that the concentration camp of those Archaic Alliance experts? That's right. Now that everything is ready, it's time to take a bigger step. Lan Xiaoru nodded. Professor Lan, this seems a little too risky. Although we already have 15 Foundation establishment experts on our side, the Archaic Alliance has far more Foundation establishment experts than we do. Moreover, there's a Golden Core expert leading the charge. I'm afraid we won't be able to gain anything by rushing in recklessly. Everyone looked at each other. Although they didn't know much about the Archaic Alliance in the past, now that they had a group of Foundation establishment experts under their control, they naturally knew all sorts of information about the Archaic Alliance. Progress was smooth, but if they took too big of a step, it would be bad for them. Lan Xiaoru glanced at them with a faint smile. She thought to herself that these doctors were indeed top-notch in their respective fields, but if they were asked to take control of the overall situation, they would probably never be able to accomplish anything in their lifetime. They were only suitable for academic and scientific research. After all, not everyone was as ambitious as the bespectacled doctor. Chapter 5133. Dr. Glasses, what do you think we should do? Everyone turned to him and asked. Well, I have my own plan. There are too many people here, so I won't reveal it to you guys. Anyway, you just have to do your part. The doctor smiled mysteriously. The group of doctors suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Their status here was not lower than the doctors. In terms of various scientific research results, they were far ahead of him. However, they were not as good at researching as the doctor. At the end of the day, they were just scholars, and the doctor was more like a politician. Their future would always be limited to the research base, but the doctor might become a real high-level boss. However, it was too early for the doctor to say that. He was still just a doctor. The only person present who had the right to ask them to do their part was Lan Xiaoru. At least for now, the doctor was far from having that right. Looking at the different expressions on the people's faces, the doctor suddenly realized that he had gotten a little carried away. He coughed awkwardly. Fortunately, Lan Xiaoru came to the rescue at the right time. Dr. Glasses is right. It's not suitable to disclose the next plan to you guys. You just have to do your job. However, I can tell you that the hunter team will be officially stationed around Xianxia. Someone will be in charge of leading the team. Everyone was stunned, but they immediately realized that the hunter team's foundation establishment experts were not suitable to act alone. Even if they had been completely brainwashed by the drug, there was still a certain risk. They were destined to be killing tools. It was impossible for them to become the real leader of the team in a short period of time. Therefore, someone had to be in charge of leading the team. There are two minimum requirements for the person in charge of the team. 1. He must be a member of the Archaic Research Group, which is one of you here. 2. He must be familiar with the situation around Xianxia and know the movements of the various forces in the mortal world. There happens to be one person here who meets both requirements. Lan Xiaoru paused, then looked at Brother De Feng in the corner and said, De Feng, is there a problem? Ha! Brother De Feng was still thinking about who would be in charge of the team. The doctor was most likely to be the doctor. He did not expect Lan Xiaoru to call his name. He was stunned on the spot. You're the leader of the Red Conch branch. Among everyone here, you're the most familiar with the situation within the realm. If necessary, you can mobilize the people of the Red Conch branch at any time. Furthermore, you've been a member of the Archaic Research Group since the beginning. I don't think anyone is more suitable than you. Lan Xiaoru looked at him meaningfully. Only then did Big Brother Feng react. He was overjoyed and quickly nodded, yes, thank you for your trust, Professor Lan. I will do my best until my last breath. He had been worrying about how to pass the news to Lin Yi. He did not expect Lin Yi to become the leader of the hunter group in the blink of an eye. It was a godsend. Very good. I've always thought highly of you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lan Xiaoru personally walked over and patted Big Brother Feng's shoulder. This kind of treatment was really flattering. Even the veteran doctors were a little jealous. However, Big Brother Feng was puzzled. What did this woman mean? Was she really going to promote him? No matter what, it was not a bad thing to become the leader of the hunter group this time. As long as he found a suitable opportunity, it should not be difficult to pass the news to Lin Yi. As for what to do when the time came, it would depend on Lin Yi's decision. Everything was ready. With the 15 foundation establishment experts of the hunter group, Big Brother Feng finally returned to the land he was familiar with after more than a month. Unfortunately, he still could not figure out the location of the headquarters in the secular world. He had to use a fully enclosed plane to travel back and forth. Some communication signals were blocked the entire time. The security measures of the center were impeccable. Of course, it did not matter. This time, he had obtained a lot of valuable information from the central headquarters. Especially since he was in charge of leading the operation this time, it was enough to give Lin Yi a big surprise. As for the specific location of the central headquarters, there would always be a way to find out in the future. Everything seemed to be going well, but unfortunately, there was a flaw in Big Brother Feng's plan. He was not the only person in charge of this operation. Nominally, the 15 Foundation establishment experts were indeed under his command. Unfortunately, the one who really made the decision was not him, but a man in black who accompanied him. Outsiders could not see his face clearly, and his every move was extremely mysterious. However, Big Brother Feng knew that this guy was none other than the Glasses Professor. The Primordial Project was related to the reputation and status of the entire secular world central headquarters. Obviously, Lan Xiaoru could not really trust him to lead the team alone. The Glasses Professor was the real person in charge behind the scenes. Glasses Professor, since you have come personally, why did you let me be the person in charge of the team? Can't you just give the orders yourself? It's completely superfluous. Big Brother Feng could not help but complain. Superfluous? Why would it be superfluous? The Glasses Professor glanced at him and beckoned him to come closer. He said in a seemingly honest manner, the target of this operation is the gathering place of the Primordial Alliance's experts. That is no small matter. Even if we have a total of 15 Foundation establishment experts on our side, it will be difficult to guarantee success. If there is only one person in charge, what if they capture the leader of the group? Ah! Big Brother Feng suddenly reacted, and his face could not help but become even more bitter. So, I am just a cover to attract their firepower. Don't be so depressed. This is just a precaution. As long as you are careful, it will not be a problem to protect yourself. What's more, as long as this operation is successful, it will be a great contribution to you. In the future, it will not be a problem for you to soar. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have specially recommended you to Professor Lan as a talent. If you are not willing, then forget it. I will find someone else. The Glasses Professor said with a faint smile. Don't. Since Glasses Professor thinks so highly of me, I, Daoist, will not embarrass you no matter what. Besides, I am still the leader of the Red Conch branch. No one is more familiar with the situation in the country than me. At this time, it is not appropriate to change the leader, don't you think so? Big Brother Feng quickly smiled apologetically. Chapter 51-34. It's good that you know. Also, remember one more thing. From now on, call me Mysterious Man in Black. Especially in front of others, don't call me Dr. Glasses. Do you understand? Mysterious Man in Black. Brother Daoist was stunned. He thought that this guy was probably worried about exposing his true identity and didn't want to show his true face, so he came up with such an inexplicable code name. Little did he know that the reason why Dr. Glasses did this was to deliberately imitate the Mysterious Man in Black on Heaven Island. Now, the headquarters in the secular world was imitating Heaven Island's every move. Not only did they imitate the technology, but they also imitated the staffing and methods of doing things. Of course, Dr. Glasses had another more important purpose for doing this, to show off. However, it was not entirely to show off. To put it bluntly, Dr. Glasses wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to transform. Although he proposed the primordial plan, if he kept using the title of Dr. Glasses, he would inevitably be preconceived as a scientific researcher in the future. After all, he did not have a background like Lan Xiaoru. It was impossible to really squeeze into the upper circle with just a little scientific research. Therefore, it was imperative to transform, and this was a great opportunity. Remember, don't make a mistake again, the bespectacled doctor reminded him again patiently. Yes, yes, Dr. Glasses. Oh no, mysterious man in black, what should we do next? Brother Dofeng asked. He was just the person in charge on the surface. He had to ask Dr. Glasses for instructions for every step. If he acted without authorization and aroused suspicion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's set up camp on the outskirts of Xianxia first. Then, you let Jing Taiyang explore inside and figure out the situation before deciding on the next step, Dr. Glasses muttered. Among the 15 Foundation establishment experts, Jing Taiyang was not the strongest, but he was the most reliable. This was because he was the first to be caught, and he had been brainwashed for the longest time. In the past month, various tests had been the most stable, and the side effects of the drug had been minimized. Even if he was released to act alone, there would be no accidents. If it were someone else, it would be hard to say if there was no one watching. Understood. Brother Dofeng nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. A day later, Jing Taiyang came back from the depths of Xianxia. The news he brought back shocked them. The mountain gate that was the gathering point for the disciples of the Archaic Alliance was empty. Jing Taiyang wandered around but couldn't find anyone. How could this be? The bespectacled doctor was puzzled. Could it be that the information provided by these guys is wrong? Big Brother Feng could not help but guess. He was naturally referring to the Foundation establishment experts of the Archaic Alliance who were brainwashed and controlled by drugs. After all, they were the ones who knew about the Xianxia gathering point. Impossible. The bespectacled doctor shook his head decisively. There were bound to be side effects to this method of brainwashing control, especially irreversible damage to the brain. Even with the technology of the central headquarters, they could only minimize the side effects as much as possible, but not completely eliminate them. Take Jing Taiyang, who was in the best condition, for example. He looked almost the same as before he was controlled, but if someone who was familiar with him interacted more, they would find that Jing Taiyang was no longer the original Jing Taiyang. He had too many flaws. At the end of the day, drugs could indeed brainwash people, but it was only used to control people's hearts. However, there were always two sides to everything. Although drug control would have side effects and would leave flaws, there was one thing that other methods could not compare to. People who were brainwashed by drugs would not lie. This was the deepest level of hypnosis. If they could still lie under such circumstances, they would have to be immortals. Why? Although Brother Dofeng was an external researcher, he didn't know anything about these things. The bespectacled doctor glanced at him. He was too lazy to explain in detail, so he casually said, the information about the gathering place in Xianxia was obtained from the mouths of these 15 people. Even if some of them lied, could all of them lie together? Then how could this be? Big Brother Feng still looked puzzled. According to my speculation, something must have happened to these people in the Archaic Alliance recently. That's why they suddenly became empty. Jing Taiyang and the others have been acting alone and never contacted here. It's not surprising that they don't know about this situation, the bespectacled doctor analyzed. Oh no, mysterious man in black, what do you think we should do? Big Brother Feng had to ask. Next, it's time for you to make a contribution. You are more familiar with the situation in the country than I am, and you can use the connections of the Red Conch. I think this matter will definitely cause a lot of commotion. It shouldn't be difficult for you to find out the information. As for Jing Taiyang and the others, they will be stationed here first. I will personally watch over them, said the bespectacled doctor. Big Brother Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He immediately nodded and said, okay, just watch. After leaving the station and leaving Xianxia, Big Brother Feng confirmed that the bespectacled doctor, Jing Taiyang, and the others did not follow him. Then, he quickly called Lin Yi. After waiting anxiously for a while, the phone finally got through, and Lin Yi's voice came from the other side. Hello. Who is this? Although the voice was calm, it was all a disguise. He knew very well that this was Big Brother Feng's number. He just wanted to guard against the central headquarters, so he deliberately pretended not to know. This way, even if the people from the central headquarters used Big Brother Feng's mobile phone to test him, they would not find any flaws on him. At the same time, Lin Yi could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he realized that he could not habitually keep his mobile phone in the jade pendant space, so he would rather spend more spiritual energy to carry it with him. Otherwise, there would be no signal in the jade pendant space, and Big Brother Feng would not be able to find him. Boss Lin Yi, it's me, Daoist, said Big Brother Feng quickly. You finally came out. How's the situation? Is everything going well? Lin Yi asked quickly. No wonder he was overjoyed. There was no news for a whole month. He even thought that Big Brother Feng had been seen through and died. He only continued to stay in the outside world with the last trace of hope. There were some twists and turns, but overall, it's going well. I have inquired about some information from the central headquarters. I believe it will be useful to you. Should we meet somewhere to talk in detail, or should we talk on the phone? Big Brother Feng could not suppress his excitement. What's your situation now? Asked Lin Yi. Chapter 51-35. Xianxia. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help but wonder why the people from the center would go to Xianxia. Could it be that they were going to make a move on the Archaic Alliance? How could they be so bold? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lin Yi could only say, it's too far. I'm still on the coast. Let's talk over the phone. Okay. I'll tell you everything I saw and heard in the central headquarters this month, lest I miss the important information that is useful to you, boss. Big Brother Feng said after thinking for a while. Okay. Lin Yi agreed. The central headquarters had always been an extremely mysterious place to him, especially after he found out that the tentacles of the center's forces could spread to Heavenly Island. He was even more eager to explore the situation himself. Unfortunately, he only tried a little on Heavenly Island, and it was only the Central Chamber of Commerce at that. In the end, he was captured and almost turned into a human sample. In the secular world, he didn't even know the location of the central headquarters, so he had no idea where to start. Now that he could learn something through Big Brother Feng, it was a good thing that he dreamed of. Big Brother Feng couldn't wait to tell Lin Yi everything that happened after he went to the central headquarters, no matter how big or small. After he finished, Lin Yi was silent for a long time. Just like when Big Brother Feng first went to the central headquarters, he also had many ideas about the central headquarters, but he never thought it would be a scientific research base. But then again, although this was unexpected, it was still reasonable when he thought about it carefully. If the central headquarters didn't have a strong scientific research ability, Kong Mingming wouldn't have that kind of high-tech equipment back then. According to Lin Yi's speculation, even the method they used to connect Heavenly Island and the secular world was probably not a traditional teleportation array, but a brand new channel integrated with super technology. Otherwise, the endless technological products of the Central Chamber of Commerce couldn't be explained. After all, traditional teleportation arrays couldn't transport high-tech products. Even if they were successfully transported, they wouldn't be intact, let alone sold in such a large quantity. Good, very good. Thank you for your hard work. What you said is very important to me. Lin Yi sighed. Boss, what are you talking about? This is my job. It's not hard work at all. As long as it's useful to you, boss, it's a pity that with my status as a peripheral member, I can only know these minor details. I never had the chance to come into contact with the core secrets. Sigh. Big Brother Feng couldn't help but sigh. No, you've already done very well. With your current identity, it's not normal for you to touch the core secrets. Let's not talk about the fact that the HQ won't let you touch them, but if they do, you'll have to be careful. It might be a trap. Safety first, there's still time, Lin Yi comforted. Indeed, Big Brother Phone couldn't find out the two things he wanted to know the most. One was the specific address of the Secular World Central Headquarters, and the other was the specific method of connecting the Secular World Central Headquarters to Heaven Island. These two things were what he wanted to know the most, but it was a pity that these were the core secrets of the core secrets, and it wasn't easy to find them. What's more, although the things Big Brother Phone told him sounded trivial, when put together, it was enough to give Lin Yi a very intuitive impression of the headquarters in the secular world. This was very important. Yes, I'll listen to you, boss. By the way, what should I do next? Big Brother Phone asked. What the bespectacled doctor and the Foundation establishment experts would do next depended on what he said when he returned. The primordial plan. The center is indeed the center. They're really generous. Well, since we're here, let's not waste this trip. Take them to have a look. You can also get some credit for yourself. Lin Yi thought about it and said. Through the name of the primordial plan, he could vaguely guess that the people in the headquarters in the secular world didn't just want to get a group of Foundation establishment experts. It was very likely that they wanted to take the opportunity to extend their influence into the primordial underworld, just like Heavenly Island. If there was one, there would be a second. This wasn't impossible. Where should I take them to have a look? Big Brother Phone was confused. His understanding of the primordial alliance came purely from Lin Yi's words. He naturally didn't know many things that Lin Yi didn't say. He didn't even know as much as the central headquarters did. With the central headquarters intelligence network, once they made up their mind, they could even track down the primordial alliance experts scattered all over the secular world. This was something that even the Supernatural Investigation Bureau couldn't do. Now, even the central headquarters didn't know anything about the primordial alliance experts' gathering place, let alone him. There's a teleportation array in the corner of the Mountain Gate's backyard. It can be used to teleport to the transfer point between the secular world and the primordial underworld. It's an archipelago in the sea. Since the primordial alliance experts aren't at the Mountain Gate, they've probably been summoned to the archipelago to cultivate. Lin Yi reminded. In fact, when he first came out, those who were brought to the transfer point to cultivate were the prospective disciples who had just been recruited from the secular world. The rest of the primordial alliance disciples were still gathered outside the Mountain Gate. However, because of Xianxia's repeated orders not to cause trouble in the secular world, as time passed, these people gradually gave up on the idea of wandering in the secular world. Instead of staying outside and wasting time, it was better to go to the transfer point to cultivate in the archipelago. The concentration of spiritual energy there was rare even in the primordial underworld. Lin Yi could even guess what they were thinking. Don't forget that Lang Lang had said that they would enter the Archean trials immediately after their training in the common world. That was the real highlight, and these Archean Alliance disciples were probably trying to recharge their energy and get ready to show off their skills when the time came. Transfer point. Is it okay to reveal this to the central headquarters? Big Brother Phone was a little hesitant. It's okay, just bring them there. Let's see what they're up to. Lin Yi wasn't worried at all. With Xianxia, an early-stage Golden Core Master, there were only a dozen or so Foundation establishment masters in the central headquarters. It would be hard for them to do anything. Moreover, old Lin was there, so there was no need to worry. Lin Yi was very confident in his strength. Unlike Guden, although Lin Dongfang drank a few mouthfuls of the spiritual spring water from time to time, it didn't have many restrictions on him. It was not a problem for him to leave West Star Mountain for a month. Otherwise, Lin Yi wouldn't have asked him to stay at the transfer point for a while. Chapter 5136. What the two of them didn't know was that while they were on the phone, the bespectacled doctor in the Xianxia base sneered and heard every word of their conversation. Speaking of which, Brother Dafeng was actually very careful. Even when there was no signal in the central headquarters, he always carried his phone with him to prevent the people in the center from secretly tampering with it. Otherwise, once his phone call with Lin Yi was monitored, his identity would be exposed. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the central headquarters. With their technological prowess, it was a piece of cake for them to monitor a phone call. They didn't even need to tamper with his phone. They could just enter the communication network and do it easily. After all, this was not an encrypted phone. It was just an ordinary phone. Not only did the bespectacled doctor hear the conversation between the two of them, but he also forwarded the recording to Lan Xiaoru in the central headquarters. He gritted his teeth and said, this guy is really a traitor. The incident with number 1 must have been caused by him and Lin Yi. What evil warding sect, what blood corpse worm, what a well-made story. I almost believed his nonsense. I don't think it's surprising. Although Dafeng has been very honest this month, and he didn't show any flaws or give himself away, it's because of this that people feel suspicious, Lan Xiaoru said lightly. Professor Lan, I'll get someone to catch this bastard and clean up the mess for our central headquarters. The bespectacled doctor said angrily. Wait. Lan Xiaoru stopped him. Not only can you not catch him, but you also have to keep him by your side and pretend nothing happened. Do you understand what I mean? Professor Lan, are you trying to catch a big fish with a long line? The bespectacled doctor was stunned. That's right. We still don't have enough information about the Archaic Alliance, and that Lin Yi obviously knows it like the back of his hand. Keeping Dafeng as a mole will make many things more convenient. As long as it's something we don't know, let Dafeng do it. I believe he will give us good news. Lan Xiaoru smiled slightly. Beat him at his own game. Professor Lan is really smart. The bespectacled doctor took the opportunity to flatter him, but then he asked, if that's the case, why don't we just follow the clues and capture that Lin Yi? No, I've been paying attention to Lin Yi for a long time, but he suddenly disappeared a few years ago. He should have gone to Heaven Island, but I don't quite understand why he suddenly came back. Or could it be that he didn't go in the first place? Lan Xiaoru couldn't help but wonder. Oh right. The bespectacled doctor suddenly slapped his head and excitedly said, Professor Lan, now that you mention it, didn't the letter come from Heaven Island 2 years ago? I happened to glance at it, and the sender seemed to be Lin Yi. It should be the same person, right? Yes, I also have some impression of him. As for the specifics, we'll know once we get someone to investigate. However, if it's really the same person, then all the more we can't alert him, Lan Xiaoru said in a low voice. Why? The bespectacled doctor couldn't help feeling a little strange. Even if Lin Yi really went to Heaven Island, he was just an insignificant person in his eyes. Why would Lan Xiaoru care so much about him? The teleportation channel between Heaven Island and the secular world is the core secret of our center. Even our teleportation channel can't easily send a living person back, yet this Lin Yi appeared alive in the secular world. Don't you think there must be a big mystery behind this? Lan Xiaoru paused, took a deep breath, and said, and as far as I know, this person's identity is not simple. How is it not simple? The bespectacled doctor suddenly became more curious. It's nothing. I'll naturally tell you when it's time for you to know. Lan Xiaoru's expression changed. Although she wanted to make the bespectacled doctor her right-hand man, the bespectacled doctor's current status was not qualified to know this level of information. She could only stop the topic and said, forget it, I'll ask Heaven Island about this. You just need to remember one thing. Don't alert him. Yes, I understand. The bespectacled doctor nodded in a deep voice. 3 days later, Brother Dafeng came back looking travel-worn. The reason why he spent so much time was purely to put on an act. Otherwise, if he really went out for a stroll and brought back news, anyone would be suspicious. Even if he was the leader of the Red Conch branch, it was impossible for him to be so efficient. After all, this was something that even the Central Headquarters Intelligence Network could not find out. How is it? Did you find anything? The bespectacled doctor followed Lan Xiaoru's instructions and greeted him with a blank expression. I've tried everything in the past few days. Guess what? I really found out something. Brother Dafeng deliberately kept him in suspense. What is it? Tell me quickly. The bespectacled doctor already knew about it, but he still played along with him. I heard that there's a teleportation array in this mountain gate in the depths of Xianxia, but it doesn't lead directly to the primordial underworld. Instead, it leads to a transit point. The people of the Primordial Alliance are probably gathered there. Brother Dafeng pretended to be excited. Oh. There's such a thing. The bespectacled doctor pretended to be surprised, but it was not completely an act. When he heard this on the phone, he was indeed shocked. Even Lan Xiaoru was the same. They had controlled 15 Primordial Alliance masters with drugs. If they had asked more carefully, they could have found out about this situation. Unfortunately, none of them expected that there was a transit point between the primordial underworld and the secular world. If they did not ask, these Primordial Alliance masters would naturally not take the initiative to mention it. Glasses. Oh, no, the mysterious man in black. Why don't we go and take a look now? Brother Dafeng suggested impatiently. Okay, call Jing Taiyang and the others. Let's go now. The bespectacled doctor made a prompt decision. The group immediately went to the mountain gate in the depths of Xianxia. Just like before, there was no one there. Under the guidance of Jing Taiyang and the others, Brother Dafeng and the bespectacled doctor quickly found the teleportation array in the corner of the backyard. This thing. How do I use it? Brother Dafeng couldn't help but be dumbfounded after studying it for a long time. For him, the teleportation array was really rare. He had never seen it before, let alone used it. Chapter 5137. Spiritual Jades. Do you have any? Big Brother Dafeng asked. No. Jing Taiyang and the others shook their heads at the same time. Spiritual jades were too rare in the immemorial martial world. Even Leng Leng, a genius disciple who was highly valued by the sect, only had one piece. As for ordinary disciples like them, they couldn't even get their hands on one piece. Big Brother Dafeng was speechless. Lin Yi didn't mention this to him. If they couldn't activate the teleportation array without spiritual jades, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? But at this time, the bespectacled doctor walked over. With a shake of his black robe, he took out a small bag of spiritual jades. Big Brother Dafeng was stunned, but Jing Taiyang and the others gulped. They had never seen so many spiritual jades in their lives. This mysterious black-clothed man was really rich. Little did they know that the central headquarters in Heaven Stage Island could transport materials back and forth. There were plenty of spiritual jades. Moreover, the bespectacled doctor had already prepared this long before this operation. What are you waiting for? Let's go. The bespectacled doctor looked at them and urged. Big Brother Dafeng, Jing Taiyang, and the others quickly stood in the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, everyone was immediately teleported to the transfer point. Since each primordial sect had their own dedicated islands, the island where the teleportation array was located was empty at this time. There was no one in sight. Mysterious black-clothed man, what should we do next? Are we going to challenge those Primordial Alliance experts with great fanfare? Big Brother Dafeng couldn't help but ask. Although he was Lin Yi's spy, those Primordial Alliance experts didn't know. What if they fought and lost their lives? The people at the central headquarters weren't even enough to fill the gaps between the other party's teeth. Of course not, are you stupid? The bespectacled doctor sneered and said in a deep voice, "Although this place isn't big, since it's an archipelago, we can find a slightly hidden place to hide, investigate the situation, and wait for an opportunity to act." "But we have so many people." Big Brother Dolphin grinned. "If it was just 1 or 2 people, it would be easy to hide in a small island or forest. But now there were 17 people, and they were surrounded by Primordial Alliance experts. How could it be easy to hide from them? Who says they're going to hide too? The only ones who need to hide are you and me. Did you forget that Jing Taiyang and the others are originally from the Archaic Alliance? Why would they hide?" The bespectacled doctor smiled. "But there are still flaws. For example, since they don't have spiritual jades, how could they teleport in by themselves? Big Brother Feng must have gained some experience in the central headquarters recently. His consideration of things was obviously much more meticulous. If it were in the past, he would not be so meticulous. This is indeed a loophole, but it doesn't matter. As long as we are careful, we can still muddle through a little. At worst, we can just say that we have hidden some spiritual jades. Even if it is discovered by someone, they will only find it strange at most. There won't be any problems." The bespectacled doctor paused for a moment, then reminded everyone, "But remember, after you go back, try to avoid contact with the seniors and juniors you're familiar with. Listen more and talk less. Once you've investigated the matters of your respective sects, report to us. Do you understand?" "Understood." Jing Taiyang and the others responded in unison. After everyone agreed on a meeting place, they immediately dispersed. Big Brother Feng and the bespectacled doctor found a small island on the edge to hide, quietly waiting for news from Jing Taiyang and the others. Big Brother Feng deliberately avoided the bespectacled doctor by inspecting the surrounding situation. He wanted to take the opportunity to secretly contact Lin Yi, but as soon as he took out his phone, he was dumbfounded. There was no signal at all. As a result, there was no way for him to contact Lin Yi at all. He could not help but feel anxious. Little did he know that it was precisely because there was no signal on his phone that Lin Yi discovered that he had lost contact with him. He quickly deduced that he might have entered the transfer point and immediately rushed back as fast as possible. After teleporting back to the transfer point, Lin Yi's first reaction was to go back to the North Island to see the situation, but he immediately dismissed the idea. Although he could not contact Big Brother Feng, he could guess that these people from the center would not be stupid enough to directly attack the Archaic Alliance. They must be hiding in the dark and secretly doing something, which was in line with the consistent style of the center. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. His primordial spirit quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it was not that he was going to return to Heaven Stage Island, but that he was going to explore the sky in his primordial spirit state. Over the past month, the strength of Lin Yi's primordial spirit remained at the Foundation establishment great perfection, but it was not without gains. His current control of the primordial spirit was very refined, and he could achieve the transformation of the primordial spirit and the primordial spirit form in a short time. To some extent, this ability was even more gratifying than his strength recovering to the gold core stage. At least in terms of practicality, turning into a primordial spirit was definitely a very versatile divine skill. Of course, the risk of doing so was not small. Normal physical attacks were ineffective against the primordial spirit, but once it encountered methods such as alchemy fire, the primordial spirit form would not be able to resist at all. Don't forget that even the ghost was helpless, let alone a dabbler like Lin Yi. In addition, the primordial spirit form was far less solid than the primordial spirit form. Not only could it not do many things, but the consumption of the primordial spirit was also far greater than the primordial spirit form. Fortunately, Lin Yi had the piece of starring charcoal given by Leng Leng to replenish his divine sense energy, so he did not have to worry too much about this. Transforming into a primordial spirit and ascending into the sky, the ability to move independently in this state was not strong. If he really floated slowly by himself, he did not know how long it would take for him to float around the archipelago. However, after a month of cultivation and exploration, Lin Yi had more or less mastered some tricks. It was just like sailing on the sea, one must know how to use the wind to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Rising 10 meters into the air, his field of vision was a lot wider. If he were to go higher, he could even have a panoramic view of the surrounding archipelago. Coupled with Lin Yi's outstanding perception ability, it was a piece of cake to explore something here. However, Lin Yi did not do so. After all, the sea breeze was not weak. The higher he went, the stronger the wind was. Moreover, the primordial spirit was very fragile, so it was too risky to do so. Fortunately, the field of vision from this height was quite good. It did not take long for him to perceive a small island. As long as he had more patience, it was not difficult to explore the entire archipelago. It was just a little more time. Chapter 5138. Lin Yi's soul form didn't leave a trace, and normal people wouldn't be able to sense his presence. The doctor, on the other hand, wasn't a master either. He didn't even notice that Lin Yi was floating above his head. As for Jing Taiyang and the others, Lin Yi did not deliberately monitor their every move. Firstly, he could not monitor them all. Secondly, he only needed to keep an eye on the bespectacled doctor and Big Brother Dofeng. Naturally, he would know everything. It was not worth the trouble. Like the bespectacled doctor, Big Brother Dofeng did not notice Lin Yi above his head. He was still secretly worried about how to contact Lin Yi. He rolled his eyes and complained to the bespectacled doctor, "It's been half a day. Why haven't Jing Taiyang and the others moved at all? Did something happen? Do you want me to sneak out and take a look? You are not a member of the Archaic Alliance. What if you are seen by others? These are all Foundation establishment experts, and even Gold Core experts. Are you not afraid of death?" The bespectacled doctor glanced at him. "I don't think so. This archipelago is not big, but it is not small either. There are not many people gathered here. As long as I am careful, I will not be found," Big Brother Dofeng said confidently. He actually wanted to go out and try his luck. According to his speculation, after a few days, Lin Yi should be here. If he was lucky, he might be able to meet Lin Yi, lest he fell into the trap of the bespectacled doctor and the others. The bespectacled doctor laughed in his heart when he heard this. He already knew Big Brother Dofeng's background. Of course, he could guess what Big Brother Dofeng was thinking. If they were outside, he could beat Big Brother Dofeng at his own game. However, this archipelago was a transit point between the ancient Jianghu and the secular world. In theory, only the people of the Archaic Alliance would appear here. Once Big Brother Dofeng was found, it would be easy to ruin things, so he could only give up on this idea. "Don't worry. It has only been a day. I believe there will be news soon." The bespectacled doctor did not give Big Brother Dofeng a chance to continue talking. He said directly, "That's it. I will take a break first. You keep an eye on them." Big Brother Dofeng could only give up helplessly. In less than half a day, Jing Taiyang and the other Foundation establishment stage experts who were sent out to investigate came back to report the situation. After all, they were disciples of their own sects, and they didn't appear together. They were just going to their respective sects' islands, so they did not arouse too much suspicion. Soon, they found out about the latest situation of their respective sections. After summarizing the situation reported by everyone, the bespectacled doctor said thoughtfully, "In that case, the other primordial sects are all fine. The Green Cloud sect of the North Island and the Snow Sword sect have been in the limelight recently, right?" "That's right. Everyone has been discussing this matter for a long time. It has caused quite a commotion. The Snow Sword School has really been disgraced. They have lost a lot of face." Jing Taiyang, who was eager to make a contribution, interrupted. Although there were no disciples of the Snow Sword School among the people present, with how big this matter was, it was impossible for them not to know about it. Moreover, the archipelago was only so big, and it was rare for something new to happen. Everyone usually gathered together to discuss this matter. There was really nothing else to talk about. One is Bing Wuqing in the early gold core stage, and the other is Shui Jianfang in the great perfection of foundation establishment. They were the top two foundation establishment stage experts in the Primordial Alliance, but now they are both crippled. This is a little interesting. The bespectacled doctor pinched his chin and muttered. Not only that, since these two people were crippled, it is said that they have been hiding in the small wooden house in the forest and have not come out. They don't even see their own people from the Snow Sword School. Moreover, it has been so many days since the incident, the small primordial underworld only sent a symbolic letter. They did not send any elixirs or reinforcements. It is said that the upper echelons of the Snow Sword School have given up on these two people, hee. Jing Taiyang continued. It can't be. Since they are such powerful experts, how could they be given up so easily? Brother Dafeng listened with a puzzled expression. Brother Dafeng, you don't know. To put it nicely, the people of the Primordial Alliance are pragmatic. To put it bluntly, they are snobbish. Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfang were both renowned geniuses. If they had only sustained normal injuries, the Snow Sword faction would have protected them no matter what. After all, they would be nurtured to become pillars of the faction in the future. However, they were now crippled. What was the use of being crippled? It is reasonable for the upper echelons of the Snow Sword School to give up on them. It is not strange at all. Jing Taiyang quickly rushed to explain. Brother Dafeng was the same as the mysterious man in black. To him, they were both his immediate superiors. In order to climb up, of course he had to flatter them. Not bad, not bad. I was afraid that they would be fine. Now, it is just the right time to make a fuss. The bespectacled doctor suddenly smiled with interest. How do we make a fuss about this? Brother Dafeng asked. Recruit people's hearts and make use of them. The bespectacled doctor clapped his hands excitedly. Although he had brought Jing Taiyang and the others here to deal with the experts of the Primordial Alliance, neither he nor Lan Xiaoru had ever thought of going against the Primordial Alliance head-on. After all, it was not only meaningless, but also not beneficial at all. What they really wanted to do was the same as before. Wait for the opportunity to recruit and control more Foundation establishment experts. If there were any Primordial Alliance disciples alone here, they would definitely not hesitate to make a move. However, there were not many opportunities like this, so they could only change to a more gentle and covert method. From forcefully controlling them with drugs to secretly recruiting and infiltrating them. As the saying goes, flies do not bite seamless eggs. If nothing happened to the people of the Primordial Alliance, even if the bespectacled doctor and the others sneaked in, they would not have a chance to take advantage of it. This was because normal Primordial Alliance disciples would not care about them at all, and might even attack them directly. But now, Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfang were the perfect opportunity. How do we recruit them? Are we going to find them directly? Brother Dafeng asked quickly. About this. The bespectacled doctor thought for a moment, then asked Jing Taiyang and the others, you just said that Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfang have been hiding in the small wooden house in the forest, not coming out to see anyone. Yes, but we do not have anyone from the Snow Sword School among us, so we do not know the specific situation, Jing Taiyang answered. Chapter 5139. Although there were no Snow Sword faction disciples among them, they were all from the Archaic Alliance after all. There was nothing wrong with going to the Snow Sword faction's island once in a while. They just needed to find an excuse to visit a friend. I'll go. Jing Taiyang stood up without hesitation. In his eyes, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to make a name for himself. If he could help the center recruit Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng, he would definitely make a great contribution. Even if he couldn't be on equal footing with Brother Dafeng and the others, he would at least be a cut above the other Foundation establishment experts present. He might even be able to become a team leader. This was a great opportunity. All right, you go then. The bespectacled professor nodded immediately. Among everyone, he trusted Jing Taiyang the most. If it were any other Foundation establishment experts, he would be afraid of making a mistake. Jing Taiyang taking the initiative was exactly what he wanted. Yes, I will not disappoint you. Jing Taiyang nodded heavily. The bespectacled professor called him over and gave him a name before letting him go. Jing Taiyang was full of ambition. He immediately set off for the Snow Sword faction's exclusive island. Jing Taiyang had just reached the shore by himself when he was stopped by a Snow Sword faction disciple. The disciple looked him up and down and said, "Which sect are you from? Don't you know this is our Snow Sword faction's territory? How dare you barge in as you please?" "Oh, senior brother, I am Jing Taiyang from the Thousand Blade School. I heard that something happened to my friend, Xue Jianfeng, so I came over to take a look." "Please do me a favor," Jing Taiyang replied unhurriedly. "Jing Taiyang from the Thousand Blades faction. You are Xue Jianfeng's friend?" The Snow Sword faction disciple was stunned. "That's right. Senior brother, you also know that our two sects belong to the Central Island Alliance. We have a good relationship. I met Xue Jianfeng by chance, and we hit it off at first sight. Now that I heard that something happened to him, it's reasonable for me to visit him and express my gratitude," Jing Taiyang said with a sigh. "So that's how it is. There's actually someone who's willing to visit Xue Jianfeng at this time. You can be considered as someone with a heart." The disciples of the Snow Sword School shook their heads. Xue Jianfeng still had the support of the vice schoolmaster's father, and even though he was now a cripple, there was no one who would dare to hit him when he was down and bully him. However, the world was fickle, and those senior and junior brothers who shook their heads and wagged their tails at Xue Jianfeng had long since avoided him. This was the first time someone had come to visit him, and it was someone from another archaic sect. "It's nothing, it's just a token of my appreciation." Jing Taiyang sighed. "Very well. If that is the case, I will bring you over. You are not a disciple of our Snow Sword faction. We cannot let you wander around as you please." "Follow me," the disciple said, nodding his head. Good. Thank you, senior martial brother." Jing Taiyang cupped his hands. Under the guidance of the Snow Sword School's disciple, Jing Taiyang quickly arrived in front of a small wooden house. It looked extremely secluded, with no one moving around. After thanking the disciple, Jing Taiyang immediately strode in. "Who is it?" Two voices rang out in the small wooden house at the same time. One was Bing Wuqing, and the other was Xue Jianfeng. These two were now crippled, and it was the most sensitive time. The moment they saw a stranger enter, they immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. "Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. To be precise, I am your lucky star." Jing Taiyang pretended to be profound and smiled slightly. "Lucky star? What kind of lucky star are you?" Xue Jianfeng frowned and looked him up and down. However, Bing Wuqing remained calm and looked at him. She said, "Who are you? Tell me why you are here. You must be Bing Wuqing. You are indeed the youngest Golden Core expert of the Snow Sword School. Your bearing is indeed extraordinary. I admire you." Jing Taiyang nodded his head, and then introduced himself. "I am Jing Taiyang of the Thousand Blade School." Thousand Blade School. Jing Taiyang. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng looked at each other, baffled. The Thousand Blade School was not a small school, but Jing Taiyang was really a nobody. He was not famous at all, and they had never heard of him. I heard that the two of you were beaten into a cripple and abandoned by the higher-ups of the Snow Sword School. That's why I came to see the two of you. Jing Taiyang looked at the two of them and said. Humph. Are you here to see a joke? Who said that I was abandoned? Don't you know that my father is the deputy leader of the Snow Sword School? Who do you think you are? How dare you come here to see a joke? Xue Jianfang was so angry that he jumped up. This time, even Bing Wuqing's expression was unfriendly. She snorted and said, if you are done, then get lost. Don't be so anxious, the two of you. I came here with a mission. Apart from coming to see you, I also want to show you a bright path. Jing Taiyang suddenly smiled. What bright path? Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfang were stunned at the same time. Being a cripple must be very unpleasant, right? What if I have a way to help the two of you regain your strength? Jing Taiyang raised his eyebrows and said. What? What did you say? You have a way to help us regain our strength. This time, not only Xue Jianfang stood up in shock, but even Bing Wuqing was shocked. These days, the two of them had been locked up in the small wooden hut. From the once arrogant geniuses to the current nobody cared about them, the feeling of falling from heaven to hell was enough to make one break down. If there was a chance to regain their strength, the two of them would definitely do it at all costs. Jing Taiyang's words were practically their last hope. Of course. Otherwise, why would I come all the way here? Jing Taiyang chuckled. Could it be that you have 2 5th-grade recover pills with you? Xue Jianfang hurriedly rushed over and asked. From what he knew, the only thing that could cure his and Bing Wuqing's injuries was a 5th-grade recover pill. But even his father, the deputy leader, could not get his hands on such a thing. How could Jing Taiyang, a nobody in the Thousand Blades sect, have such a valuable thing with him? Bing Wuqing's face was also full of shock. 2 5th-grade recover pills, this Jing Taiyang was really arrogant. It's not as simple as just regaining your strength. I even have a way to help the two of you increase your strength by a large margin. What do the two of you think? Jing Taiyang continued with his shocking words. Is what you said true? Xue Jianfang was almost dumbfounded. It was already a blessing in disguise to be able to get a 5th-grade recover pill to recover their strength, but this guy actually said that he could help them increase their strength by a large margin. This sounded absolutely unbelievable. But Bing Wuqing had calmed down at this time. She looked at Jing Taiyang expressionlessly and said, what are the conditions? Chapter 5140. Join you. Who are you? Bing Wuqing's eyes narrowed into slits. Good question, but I can't tell you the answer now. You only have one chance. Do you want to join us? Just tell us now, Jing Taiyang said directly. You won't even tell us who you are, and you want us to make a decision now. Xue Jianfang hesitated for a moment. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This Jing Taiyang had suddenly come to say these things. If what he said was true, then the price he and Bing Wuqing would have to pay would definitely not be small. What if it was a fire pit? Okay, I agree. Bing Wuqing's answer was very straightforward, without any hesitation. No way. You agreed to him just like that. What if it's a trap? Xue Jianfang was shocked. Bing Wuqing glanced at him and said calmly, it doesn't matter if it's a trap or not. At most, I'll die. How can this situation be better than death? Well said, you're indeed a straightforward person. Jing Taiyang was overjoyed. Between the two of them, Bing Wuqing was obviously more valuable. Since Bing Wuqing was willing to agree, then his mission was more than half completed, enough to be recorded in the central headquarters. Seeing that Bing Wuqing was going to leave with Jing Taiyang without hesitation, Xue Jianfang became anxious. He clenched his teeth and caught up with the two. If I die, I die. I'll go with you. Now, he understood that his father Xue Liping was probably out of ideas. The Snow Sword faction was obviously going to abandon him and Bing Wuqing. Since that was the case, he might as well learn from Bing Wuqing and stake everything on one throw. Maybe he could really make a comeback. As for whether this was considered betrayal of the Snow Sword faction, it was not within his consideration. Since the Snow Sword faction had already abandoned him, betrayal was nothing. Very well, don't worry. I promise you'll be pleasantly surprised when you get there. You won't be disappointed. Jing Taiyang chuckled and immediately led the two of them away from the Snow Sword faction disciples. They sneaked out from the small path and returned to the place where the bespectacled doctor and Brother Dafeng were hiding. Looking at Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng standing in front of him, the bespectacled doctor couldn't help but praise Jing Taiyang. Great! You brought the two of them here so quickly. Your efficiency is pretty good. You're very capable. You flatter me. Jing Taiyang was overjoyed. Keep up the good work. Our center needs someone as capable as you. I'll personally recommend you to Dr. Lon later. You have a bright future ahead of you, the bespectacled doctor said casually. Many thanks to the higher-ups, this subordinate will definitely sacrifice his life for you. Jing Taiyang hurriedly knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. All right, you may leave for now. The bespectacled professor waved his hand, indicating that he wanted to speak to Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng personally. Jing Taiyang quickly nodded and retreated. Big Brother Feng frowned. What about me? You're different from them. You're the leader of this operation. What's there to avoid? The bespectacled doctor treated Brother Dafeng as a close friend. To put it bluntly, he wanted to win over Brother Dafeng. This was a chess piece that was buried deep underground. Only by making him feel safe could he play a greater role in the future. Jing Taiyang and the other Foundation establishment experts stayed on guard outside. There were only 4 people left at the scene, the bespectacled doctor, Brother Dafeng, Bing Wuqing, and Xue Jianfeng. Since the two of you are willing to come with Jing Taiyang, I'm sure you've thought it through. But I have to say something up front. Once you join us, there's no room for regret. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. Since we have the ability to lift you up, we naturally have the ability to throw you down. It'll be too miserable if you end up in a state that's neither human nor ghost. You'd better think it through first, the bespectacled doctor said in an unpredictable tone. Since I've chosen to come here, I won't regret it. Of course, the premise is that you can fulfill your promise. Although Bing Wuqing was a useless person without any strength, she was not afraid at all in the face of the bespectacled doctor and Brother Dafeng. Those who did not know better would think that she was still a powerful early-stage golden elixir expert. Me too, Xue Jianfeng followed. All right, don't worry. Of course, I'll fulfill my promise to you. Otherwise, we're just recruiting 2 useless people. What's in it for us? The bespectacled doctor said with a smile. Then, can we start? Bing Wuqing said immediately. Beside her, Xue Jianfeng's eyes were burning with eagerness. All right. The bespectacled doctor nodded. He took out 2 elixirs from his black robe and handed them to the 2 of them. He said calmly, these 2 elixirs are enough to help you recover your strength. But this is only the first step. What comes next is the main show. This is a 5th grade recover pill. Xue Jianfeng was overjoyed. But he only took one look before his expression changed. He looked as if he had been cheated. He flew into a rage and said, no, this is not a 5th grade recover pill at all. How dare you deceive us? Bing Wuqing's expression was equally unfriendly. The reason why she had agreed so quickly was purely because she wanted to make a last-ditch effort. Even an idiot could figure out the risks involved. If the other party had really been deceiving them on purpose, she and Xue Jianfeng would not have any chance of turning things around. 5th grade recover pill. Who said that to cure your injuries, you must use a 5th-grade recover pill? Although the bespectacled doctor was shrouded in a black robe, one could imagine his expression at the moment from his tone. It must be full of mockery and playfulness. Isn't it? Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng looked at each other in shock. Their knowledge was definitely not shallow, but according to their knowledge, no other elixir other than a 5th-grade recover pill could cure them. We'll know whether it's true or not after we eat it. Do you have the guts? The bespectacled doctor looked at the two of them and said playfully. This. Xue Jianfeng fell into a state of hesitation and struggle. But Bing Wuqing, who was beside him, did not say a word. She took the elixir and swallowed it without hesitation. He was a person who advocated absolute rationality, and he knew that they had no other choice in this situation. Instead of hesitating and scaring themselves, he might as well make up his mind and go all the way. Not bad at all. I admire you very much. The bespectacled doctor did not hide his admiration for Bing Wuqing at all. If he could make this fellow submit to him sincerely and become his right-hand man, he would definitely be successful in all his endeavors in the future. This was a talent that could not be found anywhere else. Bing Wuqing's expression changed slightly after she swallowed the elixir. Then, without saying a word, she sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to circulate her energy to treat her injuries. Chapter 51-41. But there was clearly no room for him to ask questions now. Seeing that the bespectacled professor and Brother Dafeng were staring at him, Xue Jianfeng finally decided to go all out. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the elixir. As soon as the elixir entered his stomach, he felt a sharp pain. Xue Jianfeng couldn't help but howl in pain. He rolled on the ground, trembling. He couldn't imagine how Bing Wuqing could endure such intense and terrifying pain without making a sound. She was a freaking monster. Xue Jianfeng felt like he was about to die. Apart from the pain, his mind was filled with regret. He regretted being so stupid to follow Bing Wuqing out to die. Although he was also a disabled person, his situation was completely different from Bing Wuqing's. Bing Wuqing had no hope and could only give it her all, but he was different. He had the protection of Xue Liping, the vice leader, who might one day get him a 5th-grade recover pill to revive him. Even at the very least, he would not have to worry about food and clothing. But now, he had foolishly come out to die. Wasn't he crazy? Along with the intense pain becoming more and more intense, Xue Jianfeng's intestines were simply on the verge of turning green with regret. However, right when he couldn't endure it any longer and was about to give up in despair, the intense pain within his body suddenly vanished completely, and it was as if it had never appeared. Subsequently, he noticed something that caused him to be extremely pleasantly surprised. The injuries within his body had actually healed in this short period of time. Xue Jianfeng was dumbstruck. This was simply a miracle. While Xue Jianfeng was still in shock, Bing Wuqing had already stood up. Although she couldn't hide the surprise on her face, she was 10,000 times calmer than Xue Jianfeng. This elixir is very powerful. I believe that even a 5th-grade recover pill can't have such a powerful effect. What elixir is it? Bing Wuqing asked in her usual tone. She hadn't personally eaten a 5th-grade recover pill, but she knew quite a lot about it. Even if a 5th-grade recover pill could restore her dantian, it was impossible for it to do so in such a short time. You know your stuff. This is indeed not a 5th-grade recover pill, but an improved version produced by our center. Its effect is 10 times that of a 5th-grade recover pill. The bespectacled professor smiled proudly. So powerful. Xue Jianfeng finally reacted. Surprised, he hurriedly asked, "Now you can tell us what kind of organization the center is, right? There's no need to rush. Why don't you take a closer look at the changes in your bodies?" The bespectacled doctor suggested. With this reminder, Xue Jianfeng suddenly felt as if he had discovered a new continent. My meridians seem to be wider than before. Cultivators relied on the meridians in their bodies to circulate their true qi. The wider the meridians were, the smoother the flow of Jin qi would be. Naturally, the more Jin qi could be mobilized in an instant. Basically, the more powerful an expert was, the wider their meridians would be. This was definitely a very gratifying change. Xue Jianfeng felt that if he recovered, his strength would at least be a notch stronger than before. This was simply a blessing in disguise. Not only have they become wider, but they've also become tougher. Bing Wuqing's expression was a little strange. That's right, they do seem tougher. This is a good thing. This way, I can mobilize Jin Qi without any scruples. I don't have to worry about my meridians exploding. Xue Jianfeng was even more surprised. Just like the wider meridians, the tougher meridians were also a good thing. After all, those powerful martial arts techniques required the mobilization of a large amount of true qi in an instant. Many times, one had to pursue the limit. If the strength of the meridians was not tough enough, a slight overload would cause the meridians to explode, and one would end up half dead. But now that the meridians had become tough, there was no such worry. You're wrong. This may not be a good thing. Bing Wuqing shook her head. How can that be? Xue Jianfeng looked puzzled. In the short term, this can indeed make our strength stronger. But in the long term, this is equivalent to killing our future potential. Because the tougher the meridians are, the harder it is to break and rebuild. It will be even more difficult to break through in the future, Bing Wuqing said in a low voice. Impressive, impressive. You're indeed extraordinary. You're the first person to see through this in such a short time. The bespectacled doctor applauded. Ah. Killing our future potential. Xue Jianfeng could not help but be a little dumbfounded. He had not thought about this at all. Compared to Bing Wuqing, the former #1 Foundation establishment cultivator in the Archaic Alliance, he was too far behind. That's right. But you don't have to be nervous. Although it will indeed be more troublesome to break through in the future, for you, this is definitely more beneficial than harmful. The improved 5th grade Great Rejuvenation Elixir can repair your dantian and reform your meridians. This is to build a foundation for you. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. The bespectacled doctor smiled mysteriously. Then, he took out 2 strangely shaped elixirs from his black robe and handed them to the two. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng looked at each other. Although they had some doubts, with the improved 5th grade Great Rejuvenation Elixir as a foundation, their trust in the bespectacled doctor had obviously increased. They each took the elixirs and stuffed them into their mouths. Half a day later, Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng seemed to have become completely different people. The aura around them was completely different from before. They were each 10 or even 100 times stronger. I've become a golden core expert? Xue Jianfeng was in disbelief as he felt the earth-shattering changes in his body. He felt like he was dreaming. He had been stuck at Foundation Establishment Great Circle for many years. He had tried countless times, but he had never been able to advance a level. Now, he had suddenly become a gold core expert. Anyone would suspect that they were dreaming. Bing Wuqing, who was beside him, was also immersed in disbelief and shock. Unlike Xue Jianfeng, who had advanced from Foundation Establishment Perfected to Golden Core Early Stage, Bing Wuqing had advanced 4 levels from Golden Core Early Stage to Golden Core Late Stage. It was only now that the two of them finally understood why they had modified their meridians to be so wide and tough. It turned out that it was for the sake of being able to withstand the extremely strong medicinal effect of the second unknown pill. Otherwise, forget about their strength skyrocketing. The two of them would have long since had their meridians ruptured from the impact of the incomparable true qi, and even their bodies would have long since been torn into pieces. Chapter 51-42. Congratulations to the two of you. After suffering comes happiness. I think the higher-ups of your Snow Sword faction will have to find a place to buy medicine for regret. The bespectacled doctor had expected all this. He stood at the side and smiled faintly. That's great. That's great. I'm a golden core expert now. Let's see who can stop me now. Wahahaha. Shui Jianfeng's despair and decadence were swept away, and he suddenly became arrogant. Even the way he looked at the bespectacled doctor and Brother Dofeng was not as respectful as before. Instead, he began to look down on them. After all, in terms of strength, the two of them did not even have the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator, but he was now a high and mighty golden core expert. They were not on the same level at all. Strength determined the right to speak. In addition, he had always been arrogant. Now that he had reverted to his old ways, he naturally looked down on them. Bing Wuqing's behavior was no different from before. She was expressionless and looked on coldly. Looking at Shui Jianfeng's arrogant behavior, the bespectacled doctor suddenly laughed. He shook his head and said, "Don't celebrate too early. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Why don't you check your dantian first?" Dantian? Shui Jianfeng was stunned. He quickly checked his dantian carefully and found nothing strange. However, when he checked for the second time, he suddenly found a faintly discernible and strange vital energy wandering around his dantian. This vital energy was very weak. If he did not check carefully, he would not notice it at all. It was uncontrollable and could not be eliminated. Shui Jianfeng could not help but be shocked. What the hell is this vital energy? Poisonous gas. To tell you the truth, every improved version of the elixir produced by our center has a poisonous gas. This poisonous gas usually hides in your dantian and does not cause any harm. However, after a long time, it will become active. Once it gets out of your dantian, it will be fatal. The bespectacled doctor laughed. What? Shui Jianfeng's expression changed drastically. He quickly asked, "Then aren't we definitely going to die?" Don't be so nervous. Our center's improved elixir is a rare product that can't be bought outside. How can we waste it? As long as you do your job well, I will naturally give you the antidote to control the poisonous gas regularly. If you don't listen to me, then I can only leave you to fend for yourself. The bespectacled doctor looked at the two fearlessly. The center was not a charity, nor were they fools. Although they also paid attention to controlling people's hearts, they would never leave a backup plan. That was because the human heart was the most difficult thing to understand and control in the world. In comparison, drug control was much safer and more reliable. Of course, this control method was much simpler than Jing Taiyang's drug brainwashing, but the advantage was that it didn't hurt the brain, leaving no obvious side effects, no traces, and could retain more potential. Therefore, such a method couldn't be used on ordinary people. Only those who held a grudge against the Archaic Alliance could be roped in, given elixirs, and then threatened to control them. Only by combining kindness and authority could one ensure that nothing would go wrong, just like Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfeng. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Shui Jianfeng had just thought of burning the bridge after crossing it, yet he was instantly dumbstruck, and he was stunned for a long time, unable to speak a proper sentence. Meticulous and resourceful. Looks like I didn't make the wrong choice. Bing Wuqing didn't care about this at all. In fact, she had already been prepared for this the moment she received the elixir. If the center didn't have any means to control it, she would have doubted whether this organization had any future. For him, who had been abandoned by the Snow Sword faction's higher-ups, joining the center now had no psychological burden at all. Even if the bespectacled doctor told him to make a move against the people of the Archaic Alliance now, he would absolutely not hesitate. As for controlling the elixir, there was no other way. There was still a long way to go. Of course, being able to join the center is a blessing that you have accumulated over several lifetimes. I don't need to say more, you will naturally experience it in the future. Do well, the bespectacled doctor said proudly. Then what should we do now? Should we go straight to the North Island's Blue Cloud sect? That Lin Yi and Lin Dongfang, as well as Ling Ling, it's best if we kill them all. Xue Jianfang didn't dare to have any other thoughts, so he quickly adjusted his attitude. Lin Dongfang. Hearing this name, Bing Wuqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Previously, when she was only in the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm, she was no match for him, and was beaten up like a dead dog by that old man in public. Now that her strength had skyrocketed to the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm, of course she wanted to take revenge with her own hands. Looking at the murderous look on the two's faces, the bespectacled doctor snorted coldly and said with dissatisfaction, I spent so much to support you two. Is it just for you to take revenge for your personal grudges? But Xue Jianfang was taken aback. From the moment he found out about the poisonous gas in his dantian, he had already completely adjusted his attitude. He knew that he was just a pawn in front of the other party, so he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Seeing the sudden change in attitude, he immediately panicked. Your Excellency. Oh no, sir. Call the higher-ups. Brother Dafeng, who was at the side, glanced at him. Yes, yes. Two higher-ups, if you don't want us to take revenge, what do you want us to do? Xue Jianfang asked carefully. If it was in the past, he would definitely not be so servile. However, after being crippled twice in a row, his temperament was completely different from before, and he no longer had the arrogance he used to have. Right now, our top priority is to rope in more people. Expanding our forces is the first priority. If you two go to take revenge just like that, you will only alert the enemy and ruin the big plan. I'm warning you, without my permission, the two of you must not show your true strength in front of outsiders. Otherwise, it will arouse suspicion, the bespectacled doctor said in a low voice. Are we going to continue pretending to be crippled? Xue Jianfang asked. That won't be necessary. You just have to announce to the public that you obtained a 5th-grade Great Recovery pill from the small ancient underworld through special channels. At most, the others will only talk about it for a while, and they won't be too suspicious, the bespectacled doctor said. That's not a problem. If someone asks, we can just push the blame to my father. In any case, he's the deputy leader of the Snow Sword faction. If he's lucky, it won't be strange for him to get 2 5th-grade Great Recovery pills, Xue Jianfang said with a nod. How do we rope in more people? Bing Wuqing suddenly asked. Chapter 51-43. Understood. Bing Wuqing nodded, and then asked, how many people do we need to recruit? As long as they meet the requirements, the more the better. The bespectacled doctor smiled. What about after that? Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfang looked at each other. Although they had taken the core's elixirs and became a member, they still knew nothing about the center, let alone what the center wanted to do. We'll talk about the rest later. Don't worry, there will be a chance for you to take revenge. The bespectacled doctor comforted them. Yes. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfang did not have any friendship to speak of, and their personalities were completely opposite. However, at this moment, they had the same thought. Since they could not take revenge for now, they would wait for the primeval trial. That way, they would not alert the enemy. The bespectacled doctor gave them a few more reminders before letting them go back to their work. He was secretly delighted. The second step of the primeval plan had been unexpectedly smooth so far. Not only did he control Brother Dafeng, the spy, but he had also obtained 2 golden core experts, Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfang. Bing Wuqing, in particular, was very much to his liking. With such talents under his command, great things could happen. Little did they know that their every move was seen clearly by Lin Yi in the sky. There were no secrets to speak of. This method seems to be the same as what Si Haishao did back then. Lin Yi could not help but sigh. Although he was not very clear about the specific situation, he could basically deduce that Si Haixiao on Heaven Level Island must have sought refuge with the center in this way. He did not expect that the people in the center of the secular world would act in the same way as those on Heaven Level Island. However, what really shocked Lin Yi was the two elixirs. They could actually have such a terrifying effect. It was simply unbelievable. Even if it was as Bing Wuqing said, that they were actually overdrafting their potential by doing so, it was still an incredible thing. This was not an exception even to Lin Yi's eyes. He could not help but sigh. The center was really not to be underestimated. Back then, when Su Lingchong and the others had suddenly improved their strength by leaps and bounds, Lin Yi couldn't understand it no matter how hard he racked his brain. But after seeing Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng, these two living examples, he immediately understood everything. Most of these people had taken this kind of elixir. On the surface, they were still disciples of the three pavilions of the North Island, but secretly, they had long become the lackeys of the center. Thinking of this, even Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. The power of the center not only extended to the Heaven Stage Island through the Central Chamber of Commerce, but also secretly extended to various sects. There were people in the three pavilions of the North Island, and there must be people in other sections. They might even secretly control some sections. It was simply impossible to guard against. After returning to Heaven Stage Island, it seemed that he would have to look for the big shots of Shanghai Tianhua to have a good talk. He had to be on guard, or else the consequences would be unimaginable if the hidden forces at the center couldn't be dealt with. However, these could only be discussed in the future. After confirming the action plan of these people at the center, Lin Yi knew that there was no need to continue to secretly monitor them. Anyway, the center was only doing some dirty tricks for the time being. He just needed to remind Xianxia to be a little more careful. As for launching a counterattack against the center, this idea just flashed in Lin Yi's mind, and was quickly rejected. Although it was not impossible to do so, if Xianxia gathered all the disciples of the far ancient sects, with Lin Dongfang's help, Lin Yi had enough confidence to deal with the Glasses Professor and the others, even if there were two gold core experts, Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng. However, this was definitely a bad plan. Not only would it alert the enemy, but it was also mainly because the center had not shown any attitude of being the enemy of the far ancient alliance so far. Whether it was Bing Wuqing, Xue Jianfeng, or Jing Taiyang, they had only secretly surrendered to the center. No one would believe that they had completely betrayed the far ancient alliance without any substantial action. Even Xianxia, the leading martial uncle, had no reason to directly attack them in this situation. Therefore, Lin Yi decided to stay put for the time being. Anyway, the archipelago was not big, and they could easily detect the slightest movement. As long as Xianxia was careful, there should be no problem. After making the decision, Lin Yi immediately returned to the exclusive island of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. He found a deserted place to recondense his primordial spirit, and then reappeared in front of everyone. "Martial uncle, you're back." The first person he saw was Xianxia. Now that almost all the disciples of the far ancient sects had come to the archipelago to cultivate in seclusion, he, the nominal leading martial uncle, was almost absent. He had nothing to do, and at most, he would give some guidance to those few prospective disciples every day. Did anything happen recently?" Lin Yi asked casually. In fact, he had already heard about the disturbance when he transformed into his primordial spirit to search around. This question was just a formality. Actually something happened, but fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. We weren't the ones who suffered losses. Xianxia's expression was a little strange. He told Lin Yi about the previous disturbance, and then he could not help but ask, "Martial uncle, what realm is that senior Lin Dongfang in?" This question had been bothering him for a long time. Since the day he saw Lin Dongfang fight, he had been thinking about the strength of this expert who was born and raised in the secular world. Middle stage gold core, or even stronger than that, or even a nascent soul old monster. In any case, to be able to bully Bing Wuqing to that extent, this Lin Dongfang's strength was absolutely unfathomable. At least, he, a mere early-stage gold core expert, would not dare to slight him. About that, I don't know either. Anyway, he's quite strong. Lin Yi answered non-committally. Not to mention that he really did not know, even if he knew, he would not easily reveal Lin Dongfang's strength and realm to outsiders. He immediately changed the topic and said, "By the way, I discovered something when I went out this time. As the leading martial uncle in the secular world, you'd better pay attention to it." "What is it?" Xianxia was stunned. "There's an organization in the secular world called the Center, and they've begun to target the Far Ancient Alliance. They want to secretly instigate those disciples of the Far Ancient Alliance who have a grudge against you. Currently, there are already people under their control. I think you'd better be careful, lest things get out of hand." Lin Yi reminded him seriously. Chapter 51-44. The mortal world's overall strength was not on the same level as the Archaic Alliance. It was like a 3-year-old challenging a heavyweight boxing champion. It was impossible. Nothing is impossible. The Central's methods are far superior to the other factions. It's no small matter. Lin Yi shook his head. He did not doubt the Central's strength at all. If they could do well on Heaven Island, it would be a piece of cake for them to face the Archaic Alliance. Although Xianxia still did not quite believe it, he quickly became cautious when he saw Lin Yi's expression. He frowned and said, "Is the Center really that powerful? But aren't these cultivation powers in the secular world all following martial granduncle's lead? The only thing I can control is the Practitioners' Association in the common world, and the training center isn't one of them. You can think of it as an evil organization, and the threat it poses isn't something a few common world forces can compare to." "Don't let your guard down," Lin Yi warned again. "Then what should we do?" Xianxia finally changed his attitude. "Bide our time and observe the situation," Lin Yi said indifferently. Xianxia was someone who could lead the team after all. Be it in strength or shrewdness, he was not bad. He quickly understood Lin Yi's meaning and nodded, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Grand Master. I'll ask people to be on the lookout. We won't alert them." "Okay, go on with your work." Lin Yi nodded and walked to the other eye. It was still bustling with activity. After everyone's hard work, the seaside villa was starting to take shape. It looked like a headquarters. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel excited when he saw it. He thought that everyone was just fooling around. After all, even if they were Heaven Realm full cycle masters, this was building a house, not a fight. They were all amateurs. He didn't expect Wu Qintian and the others to be so capable. They seemed to be doing it well. "Boss." Everyone gathered around Lin Yi when they saw him drop what he was doing immediately, all of them overjoyed as they talked about the incident that happened earlier. "I've heard about it. It seems like it was a wise decision to ask old Lin to come here." Lin Yi smiled and greeted everyone. "Bullshit. If I wasn't here, you would be in big trouble. You and Leng Lengshan would be in different places." Lin Dongfang walked over angrily, and Aunt Qing accompanied him with a smile. Yes. That's why you're my lucky star. I'll just settle down here. The scenery is good, and there's enough spiritual energy. It's a good place for retirement." Lin Yi smiled. "You want me to stay here to look after the house? Keep dreaming." Lin Dongfang snorted. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't have the conditions. Even if the water wasn't as strict on him as Zerguden, he still had to go back every once in a while. Staying here to retire was just an empty promise. Lin Yi smiled. Of course, he knew that, so he just said it casually. But he still felt a little regretful. The water's restriction was quite a problem for Lin Dongfang and Air Gooden. Too bad this wasn't Sky-class island. They didn't have the help of the crappy king, nor did they have Han Jingjing's automatic weapon crafting mechanism. They'd have to wait until next time to upgrade the Wanyankanmu box. Right, take these elixirs and split them among yourselves. We'll stop building the villa for a while. We need to break through to foundation as soon as possible. Lin Yi said as he took out a bunch of foundation elixirs. Foundation establishment. Ling Shan and the others paused. They looked at each other as they took the pills. You're the one who raised our strength. Didn't you say that we couldn't break through on our own? This was what everyone knew. Otherwise, they wouldn't be working so calmly on building the villa. If they could break through on their own, people like Qintian would have gone into isolation a long time ago. They all thought that they could only rely on Lin Yi if they wanted to level up, but Lin Yi's current strength was only at foundation establishment full mastery. Before he recovered to the golden core stage, he couldn't help them increase their strength, so there was nothing they could do for now. I used to think so too, but after the experiments on Sky-class island, I realized that this might not be the case. The reason why there's this restriction in the common world is probably because the spiritual qi is too thin. Here, there's plenty of spiritual qi, and with the foundation establishment pill, we might be able to break through to foundation establishment. There's a lot of pills anyways, so there's no harm in trying, Lin Yi explained. Oh, I see. That's great. Everyone was overjoyed. Not only the men, but Ling Shan and the girls were also cheering. Everyone wanted to become stronger. This was an instinctive goal for any practitioner, and normal people were no exception. Also, Leng, you too. Although you're already foundation establishment middle phase, you still need to increase your strength as soon as possible. If you can reach foundation establishment full cycle and break through to golden core here, that'll be even better, Lin Yi turned to Leng. Oh, okay, Leng nodded obediently. Leng nodded obediently. Her heart was now tied to Lin Yi. She would do whatever Lin Yi asked her to do. Moreover, she had always been a diligent person. It was normal for her to go into closed-door training. Hence, she was not against it. Lin Dongfang suddenly spoke up as he watched Lin Yi giving orders to everyone. Kid, what's going on? Ah. Everyone froze and looked at Lin Dongfang strangely. Why did the old man suddenly ask such a question? Even Lin Yi was surprised. Old Lin's reaction was unexpectedly fast. Lin Dongfang curled his lips. What's with that look? You can't see something so obvious. Do you think I'm senile? Something must have happened for you to ask them to increase their strength so urgently. Tell us. That's right, boss. If you have anything to say, just tell us. Don't keep everything to yourself. Everyone came to their senses and nodded in agreement. Chapter 51-45. There's such a thing. Everyone was shocked. Only Lin Dongfang was as calm as usual, just like when he crippled Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfeng. It was as if he didn't care about this matter at all. But you don't have to worry too much. The people in the center won't do anything for now. At most, they will continue to incite the disciples of the Archaic Alliance. So as long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any problems. But for safety's sake, we should increase our strength as soon as possible. That way, even if something unexpected happens, we will have the strength to protect ourselves. Lin Yi said. Understood, boss. We will go into seclusion now. We won't let you down. Everyone nodded and then left to find a place to go into seclusion. Lin Yi nodded inwardly. Although this matter was not a small amount of pressure for them, it seemed that pressure could become motivation. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Lin Dongfang glanced at Lin Yi and said, are you confident about this matter? Yes, at least in this archipelago, there shouldn't be any problems. But it's hard to say after the training in the secular world is over. Lin Yi frowned. After all, the experts of the Archaic Alliance weren't just for show. Moreover, if this matter were to get out of hand, the Archaic Alliance would definitely be alerted. With the strength of the headquarters in the secular world, they wouldn't dare to do anything for now. But once the training was over and the experts of the Archaic Alliance left, the people in the center would be able to do whatever they wanted. The safety of this place would be greatly reduced. Then what do you plan to do? Lin Dongfang asked. We'll see how it goes. If the situation is good, we'll continue to use this place as the headquarters. After all, there isn't a place with such good spiritual qi in the secular world. If it doesn't work, we'll have to give up on this place. Lin Yi said with some regret. It's fine. I'll come over and watch. As long as the other side's strength isn't too ridiculous, you don't have to worry about it. Lin Dongfang said lightly. All right, I was waiting for you to say that. Lin Yi excitedly clapped his hands. Are you trying to trick me? The corners of Lin Dongfang's mouth twitched with an unfriendly expression. Not at all. I just want to find a place for you to retire. This is my filial piety. Lin Yi chuckled. After staying on Heaven Stage Island for a few years, your skin has become quite thick. Lin Dongfang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He then asked, by the way, what do you plan to do with Leng Leng? Are you just going to leave her in the secular world? This lass has already thrown caution to the wind for you. If she were to return to the tiny world of the primeval times by herself, her outcome would probably not be good. After all, strictly speaking, this is already no different from betraying her sect. It's up to her to decide. I do hope that she can stay here, but I think she still has some concerns about the primordial underworld. To be honest, I'm not worried about the others, except for Leng Leng. If she chooses to return to the primordial underworld, Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfang will not let her go. Lin Yi pinched his chin and frowned. Are you going to force her to stay? It's not impossible. This lass is dead set on you. If you really say so, I think she will agree. Lin Dongfang had always been a good judge of character. Although he didn't have much contact with Leng Leng recently, he could clearly see Leng Leng's temperament. No, I won't do such a thing against her will. Leng Leng once told me that after the training in the secular world ends, it will be the primordial trials that she has been longing for. I'm going to accompany her to participate at that time, just in case, Lin Yi decided. Oh. Didn't you say that there's a time limit for the primordial spirit projection? Are you sure you can stay here until then? Lin Dongfang asked doubtfully. I'm not sure, but I recently discovered that although the concentration of spiritual qi here is a little lower than Heaven Stage Island, I don't know why, but it's very good for nourishing the primordial spirit. This was a new discovery after he transformed into a primordial spirit. The perception of the surrounding environment in the form of a primordial spirit was obviously much sharper. This nourishment had the effect of nourishing everything silently. If not, Lin Yi might not have been able to detect it. So, you're in a good state now. Lin Dongfang looked him up and down. Well, not only that, I also obtained a piece of charcoal-like treasure from Leng Leng. It contains majestic divine sense energy, which can be replenished at any time. I think it should be able to hold on for a while. Lin Yi nodded. He had been using star ink charcoal for cultivation recently. He felt that his primordial spirit not only did not weaken, but it seemed to be more solid than before. Looking at this trend, it should not be a problem to hold on for a few more months. If all went well, it was not impossible to hold on until the primordial trials. That's good too. I'll leave Leng Leng to you, kid. I'll have to work a little harder to keep an eye on the secular world for you. Lin Dongfang curled his lips and then went out for a walk with Aunt Qing. Lin Yi looked at the back of the two and smiled slightly. Having old man Lin around really made him feel a lot more at ease. At least he did not have to worry about the secular world. However, after coming back for so long, he now began to miss the days on Heaven Stage Island. He did not know how Tian Chan and the others were doing recently. Heaven Stage Island, Middle Island Tiandan Pavilion. It had been a full 4 months since Lin Yi's primordial spirit projection. Tiandan Pavilion was quite peaceful during this period. No one dared to come looking for trouble, but the business was not very good recently. On the contrary, the medicine sect, which had been standing on the opposite side, directly opened to reservation for alchemy because Xing Dongxing, a 7th-grade alchemist, was personally in charge, so they directly opened the reservation for alchemy and grabbed a lot of business. If Lin Yi was there, he could easily take back the limelight with some high-grade alchemy pills. Unfortunately, he had been away for too long. The alchemy pills left behind before he left could not support for such a long time. Tian Chan's alchemy skills were obviously not comparable to Xing Dongxing's, so it led to the deterioration of the business. Alas, today's turnover is less than yesterday's. The situation is not good if this continues. Sydney looked at the account book and sighed. Since Lin Yi released the 7th-grade alchemy pills and created a peak performance, the trend had basically been maintained in recent months. Although the daily decline was not large, it had been like this for several months in a row. The decline accumulated was quite exaggerated. Chapter 51-46. There's nothing we can do. It's all because of the famous medicine sect. No matter what promotion strategy we come up with, they will immediately make targeted arrangements, especially with Xing Dongxing in charge. After all, the appeal of a 7th-grade alchemist is not simple. Many of our customers have been stolen, Wei Xinjin said with a bitter smile. That's right. Last time, Brother Kai Zhongyang received a rumor that the famous medicine sect has been using their connections to slander our heavenly elixir pavilion. In order to compete with us for business, they have resorted to all sorts of means. They are too despicable. Shueli was furious when she talked about this. Although the famous medicine sect was unscrupulous in doing this, and it was not presentable at all, with their hundreds of years of foundation and connections in Middle Island, the effect was unquestionable. As time went on, it would have a fatal impact on the reputation that Tiandan Pavilion had worked hard to build. The most helpless thing was that even if Tian Chan and the others knew about it, they could do nothing about it because the slander was carried out in secret. They had no evidence at all, so naturally, they could not complain. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it's ridiculous that the famous medicine sect has been forced to this point. After all, with the help of Okuda Island's master, they dare not attack our Tiandan Pavilion openly, so they can only use these despicable means. A group of villains, Wei Xinjin said disdainfully. Lin Yi said that the best way to deal with this kind of slander is to have a head-on confrontation. If we completely defeat the famous medicine sect, the rumors will naturally fall apart. It's a pity that my alchemy skills are not enough. If only Lin Yi was here. He has been in the secular world for a whole 4 months. I don't know how he is, sigh. Tian Chan looked at Lin Yi's body lying on the bed with some worry. Although there seemed to be no change after such a long time, it was still worrying. Wei Xinjin couldn't help but mutter, this. Last time, when I accompanied boss Lin Yi to perform primordial spirit projection, I heard from Steward Sun and Southern Aurora that being able to stay in the secular world for 2 months was already very good. Now that 4 months have passed, there won't be any accidents, right? The 2 women were already a little worried. After hearing what he said, they became even more flustered. Sydney couldn't help but say, why don't we find someone to ask? Otherwise, we'll always feel uneasy. That's fine. But who should we ask about this? We can't possibly ask that Southern Polar Light, right? Tian Chan said with a frown. The last time we performed primordial spirit projection, Okuda Island Master once said that our boss Lin Yi's matters are his matters. If we need help, we can look for him. Why don't I accompany sister-in-law Tian Chan to the Island Master's pavilion? Wei Xinjin suggested. Although Okuda Island Master did say this, his status was too low. If it was him, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the Island Master's pavilion, let alone ask for an audience with Okuda Island Master. However, it was different for Tian Chan. Not only was she Lin Yi's lover, but she was also the younger sister of the Will of Heaven. She still had some face in the Island Master's pavilion. Okay, then it's decided. No matter what, at least we can find peace of mind. Tian Chan made a prompt decision. At the same time, Tong Yangsuo from the medicine sect was also reporting the situation to Xing Dongxing. Oh. Recently, the business has been growing every day. It looks good. Xing Dongxing looked at the account book with satisfaction. This is reasonable. After all, we have done so much effort in the open and in the dark. In addition, we have you, a 7th-grade alchemist, personally in charge of alchemy. If we still can't save the business, then we really have seen a ghost. Tong Yangsuo smiled. By the way, how is the Tiandan Pavilion? Is it deserted? Xing Dongxing said with a playful expression. The rumors that we have been secretly releasing have worked. The Tiandan Pavilion is indeed getting worse these days, but overall, the blow to them is not very big. It can only be said that it is barely satisfactory. Tong Yangsuo spread his hands. How could this be? Xing Dongxing's face sank. Lin Yi and the Tiandan Pavilion had long become a thorn in his side. Now that Lin Yi's soul was projected to the secular world, it was a good opportunity to step on the Tiandan Pavilion beyond redemption. For this, he did not even hesitate to use his influence as a 7th-grade alchemist to personally participate in the rumors, but it was only barely satisfactory. Although I don't want to say it, I have to say that the Tiandan Pavilion is really not simple. There is a saying that its medicinal pills are cheap and good, and in recent years, it has built a very good reputation by relying on the gimmick of the best medicinal pills. It is impossible to hurt it with just a few rumors. Tong Yangsuo shook his head helplessly. So, isn't it a waste of effort? Xing Dongxing frowned. That's not true. What we can do is to take advantage of the absence of Lin Yi to completely seize the high-grade medicinal pill market. This is at least a very gratifying thing for our medicine sect, but it is not realistic to use this to really hit the Tiandan Pavilion. After all, they have not sold high-grade medicinal pills in the past few years. At most, they are maintaining the original situation. Tong Yangsuo smiled bitterly and spread his hands. And, if you think about it, it makes sense. If we could rely on such a small trick to deal with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, we would not have suffered such a huge setback. We were too naive. This time, Xing Dongxing did not get angry. Instead, he was unexpectedly calm. What should we do? It should be almost time for Lin Yi's spirit projection. If we wait for him to come back, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with the Tiandan Pavilion. Tong Yangsuo could not help but be a little anxious. You don't have to worry about this. Since we can't deal with the Tiandan Pavilion with commercial means, we might as well find another way. Xing Dongxing smiled with a profound meaning. Another way. Tong Yangsuo was puzzled. That's right. Have you ever thought that the key to dealing with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion isn't in our famed medicine sect or the Heavenly Pill Pavilion? Instead, it's in another place. To be precise, it's in another person, Okuda Prefecture, Xing Dongxing said, pretending to be profound. The acting island owner, Okuda. Tong Yangsuo was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted. Indeed, as Xing Dongxing said, Okuda was the source of the current embarrassing situation. If it were not for this big shot's protection, the Tiandan Pavilion would have been destroyed by them long ago. It would not have been possible for them to survive until now. Do you understand? If we want to deal with the Tiandan Pavilion, if we don't find a way to deal with Okuda, it will only be scratching an itch through our boots. It is destined to be impossible to succeed. Xing Dongxing advised. Chapter 51-47. Therefore, even if the entire Xing family was involved, they might not be able to deal with such a big shot, let alone a mere Xing Dongxing. Humph. Look at you. Your legs turned to jelly the moment you heard Okuda's name. How are you going to accomplish anything like that? Xing Dongxing snorted coldly. But that's Okuda's state. Tong Yangsuo said with a bitter face. Xing Dongxing was still a member of the Xing family, so he had some confidence in speaking to Okuda's state. However, he was just a dog of the Xing family. If he really stood on the opposite side of Okuda's state, he was destined to be a proper cannon fodder. All right. Look at how cowardly you are. Did I say that I will definitely clash with Okuda? Xing Dongxing curled his lips. Not clash with him. Then how are we going to deal with Tiandan Pavilion? Okuda seems to be on good terms with Lin Yi. I don't think he will just sit back and do nothing, right? Tong Yangsuo asked doubtfully. Even if he has the intention to protect the Heavenly Dan Pavilion, don't forget that he is the acting island master. Although this identity represents unparalleled power and status, it also means that his every action must be carried out according to the rules. Otherwise, not only will his prestige be gone, even the Middle Island Elders Guild will not let him off. The corners of Xing Dongxing's mouth curled into a playful smile. Tong Yangsuo was perplexed. It wasn't that he didn't understand what Xing Dongxing was saying, but it shouldn't be that easy to use the rules of the island owner's pavilion to deal with Okuda, right? You don't have to look like that. Although it won't be easy, it's not impossible as long as we have a plan. However, we don't have a strong backer in the government, so we can only keep a low profile for now. Xing Dongxing paused before he continued. The decisions of the island owner's pavilion have always been made through voting. If we can create a voting result that's unfavorable to Tiandan Pavilion, then even Okuda can't go against it. Do you understand? Yes, but Wu Miao is our only reliable ally in the Island Lord's pavilion, right? Although he's the executive vice island lord, his words can't compare to Okuda's. Tong Yangsuo was still unsure. That's how it is for now, but the situation will be different soon. Wu Miao has already tried to contact the higher-ups. He will make Nantian Aurora the acting deputy island lord and make me the chief alchemist of the island lord pavilion. You have to know that this position is the same as that of the island lord and deputy island lord. We have the right to vote on many things in Middle Island. That way, just the three of us working together will be enough to contend with Okuda's state. If we can find a way to rope in a deputy island lord, even Okuda's state won't do things their own way for the sake of Tiandan Pavilion. What do you think? I see. Master Zhang is really wise. If this plan succeeds, the Tiandan Pavilion will not be far from being doomed. Tong Yangsuo's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had been racking his brains for the past few days, and it could even be said that he didn't want to eat or drink. Now, he could finally relax. Just wait and see. Xing Dongxing stroked his beard proudly. In the Island Lord Pavilion of Middle Island, Tian Chan and Wei Xinjin successfully met with Okuda's state and told him about Lin Yi's situation. To be honest, I have been thinking about this recently. It is indeed surprising that young hero Lin hasn't returned after projecting his primordial spirit for so long. However, I have no experience in this kind of thing, so I really don't know much. Okuda's state shook his head at the two of them. Tian Chan and Wei Xinjin were speechless. But you don't have to worry. How about this? I'll find Nantian Aurora and ask him. After all, he is the only person who has experience in projecting his primordial spirit. He should know something, Okuda State suggested. Okay, then we'll have to trouble Island Lord Okuda. Tian-chan said gratefully. Actually, they had the same thought in the beginning. However, Nantian Aurora was their enemy, so they wouldn't get any results even if they rashly asked him. Now that Okuda State had come forward on their behalf, it couldn't be any better. You're welcome. Young hero Lin's problem is my problem. Okuda State smiled and immediately ordered someone to summon Nantian Aurora. A moment later, Nantian Aurora rushed over anxiously. Now was a crucial time for Wuxia to help him operate as the acting deputy island lord. No matter what, he couldn't afford to offend Okuda State. Thus, when he heard Okuda State summon, he naturally rushed over immediately. However, after hearing Okuda State's question, the corners of Nantian Aurora's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He thought it was something important that concerned his future. He had been complacent along the way and had made all sorts of mental preparations. He didn't expect that Okuda State would actually summon him to answer Tian-chan and Wu Miao's questions. This kind of feeling really made him feel helpless. However, since Okuda State had asked, he didn't dare to not answer. He could only reply, according to my experience, normally, 2 months is more or less the limit. As for 4 months, this time is a little too long. I think it's very likely that something unexpected has happened. What? Tian-chan and Wei Shinjin were both shocked at the same time. Let me remind you. You'd better only talk about things that you're confident in. As for those guesses that you're not confident in, don't bring them out to disturb our hearing. Is that all right, Deputy Dean Nantian? Okuda State said calmly as he tapped his finger on the table. Yes. Nantian Aurora hurriedly nodded. His heart was drenched in cold sweat. He had deliberately said that to provoke Tian-chan and Wu Miao, but he didn't expect that he would provoke Okuda State's displeasure. It seemed like it was better for him to be more honest and not act smart. Young hero Lin isn't an ordinary person. The limit for an ordinary person is 2 months. It wouldn't be strange for him to last 4 months or even longer, so the two of you don't have to worry too much. Okuda State comforted them and then said to Nantian Aurora, continue. After being beaten down by Okuda State, Nantian Aurora's following words were much more pertinent. Although I've personally experienced it once, I'm actually not too sure about the situation you're talking about. It's really hard to say if there's no change to the physical body means that there's no problem with the primordial spirit. After all, I haven't tested it before, especially when the time span is so long. I'm afraid there's no such precedent in the whole of history. Hearing this, Tian-chan and Wei Shinjin were both speechless. This guy's words were practically the same as if he hadn't said anything. Forget it. You can go back first. Okuda State was also very helpless. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get anything out of Nantian Aurora, so he could only send this guy back first. Looking at Nantian Aurora's back as he left, Wei Shinjin had a bitter expression and sighed. What should we do now? The other matters are still manageable, but even I can't do anything about this matter. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Okuda State spread his hands helplessly. Chapter 51-48. Although she couldn't get an accurate answer from Nantian Aurora, no good news meant no bad news at the same time. Previously, she was confused because she was worried about Lin Yi, but now that she had recovered, she had always been very confident in Lin Yi. Oh. Birds of a feather flock together. Miss Tian-chan is indeed young hero Lin's confidant. She has an extraordinary bearing. Okuda looked at Tian-chan with admiration. With his status and strength, ordinary women would tremble in front of him, not daring to breathe too loudly. It was rare to see a woman with such a bearing like Tian-chan. You flatter me, Okuda Island Master. However, if it's possible, I have another thing that I would like to ask Okuda Island Master for help. I wonder if you can ask the Central Chamber of Commerce to see if they still have the business of sending letters to the secular world. Tian Chan asked. She believed that nothing had happened to Lin Yi, but she also knew that something must have happened after such a long time. If she could send letters through the Central Chamber of Commerce, she would be able to get to the bottom of it. It's a small matter. I'll ask for you. Okuda Island immediately understood what Tian Chan meant. Back then, the Central Chamber of Commerce had publicly auctioned the secular world's acknowledgement letters at the Middle Island auction house. That news had spread like wildfire, and even he had heard about it. However, after that, there was no further news about it. It seemed that the Chamber of Commerce had already stopped this business. If Tian Chan went to ask about it herself, it would obviously be useless. But if it was him, it would be different. For the sake of him being the acting island master and the Okuda family behind him, the Central Chamber of Commerce might make an exception this time. In fact, as Okuda Island expected, when his message reached the headquarters of the Central Chamber of Commerce, all the higher-ups of the Central Chamber of Commerce were shocked. In fact, similar inquiries like this were not rare, but just like the answers that Lin Yi received before, they were all rejected. However, this time was different. The one who asked was Okuda Island. They could ignore others, but with Okuda Island's background, even the Central Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to look down on him. After all, he was a real super family. In particular, the headquarters of the Central Chamber of Commerce was located in Middle Island, and Okuda State was now the leader of Middle Island. If they made this big boss unhappy, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. Everyone discussed it over and over again, but in the end, they still did not dare to make a decision on their own. They could only report this matter to their superiors. As a result, it was reported level by level, and finally, it was passed on to Wanxiaoru. The Okuda Prefecture. Why would this guy want to send a letter to the secular world? Could it be that the super families of the Heaven Stage Island have already started to set their sights on the secular world? Wanxiaoru's subconscious reaction was that the great aristocratic families were about to make a big move. After all, this was the time when the Archaic Alliance would come into being. It wasn't strange for the unfathomable forces of Heaven Stage Island to become restless. But after thinking about it carefully, it was unlikely. The power of the Central Chamber of Commerce was deeply rooted in the secular world. Any force that wanted to develop in the secular world couldn't completely escape their surveillance, including the Heaven Stage Island. Not to mention that if these great aristocratic families really had the ability to develop in the secular world, they wouldn't need to ask them to help send a letter. After pondering for a moment, Wanxiaoru finally decided, sure, do him a favor and make an exception to send a letter for him. In any case, there have been frequent communications with the secular world recently. Adding another letter is not a bad idea. Soon, Okuda State received a positive answer. Tian Chan and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. After repeatedly thanking Wanxiaoru, they quickly wrote a letter and sent it to the Central Chamber of Commerce through Okuda State. As for the name of the recipient, it was naturally Lin Yi. Lin Yi. So that's how it is. It's a favor that doesn't cost much. Wanxiaoru immediately understood, but she was still a little shocked. Even a character like Okuda State was willing to come forward for Lin Yi. Lin Yi's power really couldn't be underestimated. At the same time, Wanxiaoru looked at the other letter on her desk. This was a letter from the Common World's headquarters. Coincidentally, Wanxiaoru was asking about Lin Yi at the same time, so they bumped into each other. The Central Chamber of Commerce's headquarters was originally normal, but when a letter suddenly appeared on the transmission platform, and they discovered that it wasn't an internal letter, but an express letter marked with the sender and recipient, the members of the Central Chamber were immediately shocked. What? There's another express letter from Heaven Stage Island. Wanxiaoru couldn't help but be surprised after receiving the report. The Central Chamber of Commerce's express service was personally stopped by her main body, Wanxiaoru. Why did it suddenly start again? From the perspective of cost and profit, this business was actually a rare low-cost high-profit business. After all, even without this business, the Central Chamber of Commerce often had to communicate between Heaven's Stage Island and the secular world. Moreover, the Central Chamber of Commerce had to regularly purchase goods from the secular world, so this express service was purely incidental. It could be said that there was no cost. But the problem was that in the long run, this was not a good thing for the Central Chamber of Commerce. Because with the powerful strength of the super forces on Heaven's Stage Island, once they got the slightest clue, it wasn't unimaginable to take the opportunity to extend their hands into the secular world. The reason why the Central Chamber of Commerce could rise so quickly was because of the complete isolation between Heaven's Stage Island and the secular world. If this isolation was broken bit by bit, it would be a fatal blow to the Central Chamber of Commerce. After all, without the gimmicks of technological products, the Central Chamber of Commerce's foundation was much worse than other local chambers of commerce like the Hong Chamber of Commerce. What's more, after the isolation between Heaven's Stage Island and the secular world was broken, it would even have a huge impact on the entire strategy of the Central Chamber of Commerce. In contrast, the spiritual jades were just a small profit, not worth mentioning. Others didn't know this inside story, but Lan Xiaoru was clear about it, which was why she was so surprised. Especially when she saw the recipient of the express letter, she was even more shocked. Lin Yi. Lan Xiaoru couldn't help but frown. Along with the express letter, there was an explanation. It was a letter written by the main body, Wan Xiaoru. After reading it, she finally understood. It turns out that this guy's spirit was projected here. Even the big shots of Heaven's Stage Island have to give him face. He's really not simple. Although she had long noticed the existence of Lin Yi, she never thought that Lin Yi could reach such a level. After understanding this, she couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. She wanted to use Brother Dofeng to keep Lin Yi hanging, but now it seemed that she was simply playing with fire. Chapter 51-49. However, since Lin Yi was such a figure, Lan Xiaoru did not dare to make a decision on her own. She hurriedly wrote down Lin Yi's situation in the secular world and the progress of the Archean plan in the secular world, and sent them to Heaven's Stage Island together, asking if they wanted to deal with Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi's strength was not to be underestimated, he was only a primordial spirit that had been projected over, and not the main body. With the secular world as the center, it was not impossible to deal with him with their current strength. After all, in terms of strength alone, Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfang were more than enough. A day later, Lan Xiaoru received a reply from the main body, Wan Xiaoru. After reading it, she could not help but be even more shocked. What is the background of this Lin Yi? He actually wants the main body to take responsibility personally, and even I am not allowed to intervene. If it was just to not let her intervene, it would be fine, but the key point was that the letter actually said that not only could this Lin Yi not be dealt with, but absolutely could not let anything happen to him. Otherwise, Professor Li would be under a lot of pressure. Lin Yi was a key figure related to the whole situation, and must not die for the time being. In the letter, Wan Xiaoru also said that if there was a chance, it was best to think of a way to rope him in. Even if it could not really rope him in, even if it was just a superficial show of affection, it was best to temporarily maintain a good relationship with Lin Yi, and must not rashly start a conflict, let alone magnify the conflict. This was an absolute order, and any slight violation would be severely punished. The letter made Lan Xiaoru break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she did not make a decision on her own and do anything stupid, or she would have made a huge mess. Compared to the main battlefield on Professor Li's side, the Archean plan that she was leading now was not worth mentioning at all. If she really ruined Professor Li's plan, it would be a crime that could not be redeemed even if she died 10,000 times. However, Wan Xiaoru did not point out Lin Yi's true identity in the letter. This matter was of great importance, and with Lan Xiaoru's current status, she did not have the authority to know such a confidential matter. Therefore, Lan Xiaoru could not help but feel a little baffled. However, since Lan Xiaoru had said so, she could only do as she was told. She immediately passed on the instructions from the higher-ups, especially to Dr. Glasses immediately. Although she had only planned to use Brother Dofeng as a mole to keep Lin Yi in suspense, she could not obey the orders of the Emperor when she was out in the field. If something unexpected happened, Dr. Glasses might change his strategy at the last minute. After all, he did have the strength to do so. Time passed day by day in the transfer region of the archipelago. Regardless of whether it was those prospective disciples who had just joined the sect or those disciples who were already at the foundation establishment stage, everyone was doing their best to cultivate. The only difference was that the former did it for the sake of being able to stay, while the latter did it for the sake of the primordial refinement. Looking at the tense atmosphere of everyone's hard work, Lin Yi felt as if he had returned to the time when he first arrived at the northern island. It was the same back then, and everything was still vivid in his mind. Just thinking about it made him feel nostalgic. Of course, with Lin Yi's current situation, he didn't need to train like the others. It was just a projection of his primordial spirit, and before he could think of a way to return to the golden core stage, training was useless. Instead of that, he might as well take the opportunity to familiarize himself with the various abilities of the primordial spirit. On the other hand, while Lin Yi had given them sufficient foundation establishment pills, there was no way for them to directly increase their strength. Their strength didn't come from their own hard work, and their foundation wasn't strong enough. As a result, their leveling speed wasn't as fast as expected. This was something that could not be helped. Most people would start to break through the barrier after reaching the peak of Heaven Stage Great Circle, but they had already reached the peak of Heaven Stage Great Circle 3 years ago. Since then, they had been stuck in this realm without making any progress. Coupled with the lack of foundation, it was much more difficult for them to break through to foundation establishment than ordinary people. Fortunately, their foundation wasn't strong enough, and they had the golden core to make up for it. Plus, this was a transfer island with thick spiritual energy. Just from the external conditions alone, they were already blessed. Plus, there was no lack of people with good potential, and while not everyone seemed to be able to break through successfully, a few of them were close to breaking through. It wouldn't be long before they heard good news. At the same time, the operations of the bespectacled doctor were also progressing. However, after making a good start with Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng, they did not make much progress in the past month. At least, it was much worse than what they had expected. After all, they had to move in the dark, and they didn't dare to be too obvious in order to avoid attracting attention. From locking on to potential development targets, to gradually getting closer and closer to them, and finally to formally recruiting them, they had to be very careful with every step in between. One mistake and the matter would be leaked, and that would be very bad. It's been a whole month, and we've only managed to recruit 2 people. This is too slow. Mysterious man in black, aren't we being a little too careful? Daoifeng Bro complained. This is a serious matter. We can't be too careful. Don't be impatient. The glasses professor was the one who was most eager to achieve something, but he was surprisingly patient this time. In fact, it was mainly because Lan Xiaoru had specifically reminded him when he went out to report the progress last time. Since they absolutely couldn't provoke Lin Yi, they couldn't reveal any flaws in this kind of poaching. Otherwise, even if they did not poach Lin Yi's people, it was likely to develop into a head-on confrontation with Lin Yi. That would go against their original intention. But if we continue to develop at this rate, when will our manpower really grow? It's not as good as when we were catching lone experts outside. I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain if the higher-ups ask, right? Daoifeng Bro asked curiously. It's okay. That was then, and this is now. It's much more difficult to move around here than outside. We've already expected this, and the higher-ups won't blame us. Moreover, our center hasn't really shown our true strength so far. It's not easy to rope people in with just a few words. Let's take it slow. The glasses professor sighed. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfang were special cases. They were both disabled, and it was naturally easy to rope them in when they were completely disheartened. However, the other disciples of the Archaic Alliance were different. Even if they had a grudge against the Archaic Alliance, it was not so easy to rope them in. Unless the person sent to persuade them had a close relationship with them, it would be difficult to persuade them. Chapter 5150. As for the other one, it was Jing Yueming from the Thousand Blades faction, who was recruited by Jing Taiyang. They were cousins, and Jing Yueming's situation in the Thousand Blades faction was much worse than Jing Taiyang's. He was basically on the verge of being kicked out of the faction at any time, so it was easy for Jing Taiyang to persuade him. Apart from these two, the other targets were still at the stage of getting close to them. They were still very far away from actually recruiting them. This was very normal. After all, everyone was usually cultivating. Even fellow disciples rarely had the chance to gather together, let alone truly friendly ones. In such a situation, the precondition of having a grudge against the Archaic Alliance was naturally very low. Moreover, the people of the Archaic Alliance were extremely wary. If one didn't have a good relationship with them, then it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was reasonable to only be able to rope in 2 people a month. Time flew by. 3 months had passed since the prospective disciples entered the transfer island. On this day, Xianxia gathered everyone on the small island where the teleportation formation was located. Although the island was not big and was only a small place compared to the real islands, it was more than enough to accommodate hundreds of people. After everyone had arrived, Xianxia said loudly, "Everyone, 3 months have passed. I believe all the prospective disciples of the far ancient sects have become familiar with the environment here, and their strength has made great progress. Many of you are on the verge of breaking through. I congratulate you, but you still have to keep up the good work and strive to break through the Foundation realm as soon as possible. Don't let down the expectations of your senior brothers who lead your sections." Yes, everyone replied in unison. There's one more thing, which is also the main reason why I gathered everyone here today. After such a long time, I believe everyone should have heard about the archaic trials, right? Xianxia asked. Everyone nodded. This wasn't a secret. Even these prospective disciples from the mortal world could learn about it from their senior apprentice brothers or other senior apprentice brothers. After all, the primeval smelting trial was something that all disciples of the Archaic Alliance looked forward to the most. Every few days, someone would mention it, so it was impossible for them not to know. Very well. So from tomorrow onwards, we will prepare for the archaic trials, Xianxia announced. Prepare. What preparations? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that he was reminding everyone to properly increase their strength before the primeval trials began? It was said that this time's primeval trials were extraordinary. If one's strength wasn't enough, then rashly joining was no different from courting death. Of course, for these prospective disciples, the most important thing was to break through to Foundation establishment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considered members of the Primeval Alliance. As for the Primeval Trials, that was even more nonsense. Don't get me wrong. The preparation that I'm talking about isn't about your personal affairs, but the preparation of all of us. To enter the Primordial Trial, we need spiritual jades to activate the teleportation formation. This teleportation formation has been sealed for a long time. If we want to activate it again, we will need a huge amount of spiritual jades. If we can't meet this condition, the teleportation formation won't be activated. Then, our chances of entering the primordial trial will be ruined, Xianxia explained to the crowd. Spiritual jade. Where can I get this? Now, not only the prospective disciples, but also the disciples of the primordial sects were also looking at each other. They weren't the higher-ups of their sects, nor did they have any powerful background. How could they possibly get something as rare as spiritual jades? Moreover, it wasn't a small amount. Don't worry. According to the records of the Primordial Alliance, there's a spiritual mine under the sea of this archipelago. Although it's not that easy to mine, I believe it shouldn't be a problem for all of you. Therefore, from tomorrow onwards, everyone here will have to volunteer to mine the spiritual jades at the spiritual mine under the sea. Otherwise, you won't be qualified to participate in the primordial trial. Do you understand? Xianxia said loudly. Elder Xian, do we have to confiscate all the spiritual jades that are mined? Someone raised his hand and asked. This was also a question that almost all the disciples were concerned about. Even if the primordial trials were disregarded, just the spiritual mine at the bottom of the sea was already quite a big temptation to them. If the spiritual jades that were mined could belong to them, most of them would definitely not be lazy. That's not it. Considering everyone's enthusiasm, as long as there's more than one spiritual jade mined on a day, the rest will belong to each of you. Xianxia smiled and said. The rule sounded rough and seemed to have a lot of loopholes. However, it was only a stopgap measure after all. It was enough to motivate everyone. He believed that they would be able to collect a lot of spiritual jades in the end. Sure enough, everyone's eyes lit up after hearing the rule. The condition didn't sound harsh at all, but it was still very tempting. However, there were still a few people who frowned. Many of them were on the verge of breaking through. It was a waste of time to participate in the undersea mining at this time. After all, mining might not bring them any harvest. A hard day's work might still be in vain. Of course, in order to take care of everyone's cultivation, the undersea mining will be divided into 2 groups. They will take turns every 3 days. If anyone doesn't want to go when it's their turn, they can be exempted once as long as they pay 1 spiritual jade. Does anyone have any objections? Xianxia asked. Everyone shook their heads. This arrangement was already very humane. It would be difficult to raise any objections. Moreover, if they didn't participate, they would not be qualified to participate in the primordial trial. No one dared to take this risk. Wait! At this moment, Shui Jianfang suddenly stood out and glanced at Lin Yi's group with ill intentions. Since everyone is going, shouldn't these people go as well? They're not disciples of the Archaic Alliance in name, and they didn't say that they had to participate in the primordial trial. Naturally, they can choose not to go. Xianxia shook his head. Ling Shan and Wu Tian were on the verge of breaking through to Foundation establishment, and naturally, they wouldn't go to the undersea mining. Plus, as Xianxia said, they didn't plan on participating in the primordial trial. The undersea mining this time had nothing to do with them. Nothing to do with them. How could it be nothing to do with them? They're taking the island's resources for nothing, and when it's time for them to contribute, they don't give a shit. That's not going to convince the others, is it? Shui Jianfang humphed coldly. But Xianxia still wanted to retort, but the other disciples of the archaic sects were already grumbling. They all had to work hard to mine, and only Ling Shan and the others were free. It was indeed annoying. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly stopped Xianxia and walked up to Shui Jianfang under everyone's gaze. You want all of us to go mine, right? That's right. Shui Jianfang said confidently. All right, you're right. Lin Yi nodded and threw out a huge box. The moment he opened it, everyone's eyes were blinded. It was filled with spirit jade. This. Shui Jianfang and the others were tongue-tied, speechless for a while. Here, these are all leave slips. If it's not enough, you can ask me for more. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Ling Shan and the others had quite a number of people, but 1 piece was enough for them to be excused once. This huge box of spirit jade was enough for them to take a few months of leave. Chapter 51-51. Everyone looked at the huge box of spiritual jades and gulped. including Xianxia, who already knew that Lin Yi was rich. He couldn't help but be stunned again. Even Bing Wuqing, who had been expressionless, showed a little bit of emotion. She was not an ordinary disciple who had never seen the world, but even she was shocked by Lin Yi's generosity. This guy is really not simple. Bing Wuqing couldn't help but take another look at Lin Yi. Since coming out of the Archaic Alliance, this was the first time she met Lin Yi. She only knew his name because of what happened to Leng Leng. The only person she hated and feared was Lin Dongfang. As for Lin Yi, he was nothing in her eyes. To be precise, he didn't have any sense of existence. However, from this moment on, Lin Yi had some status in her eyes. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he could take out so many spiritual jades at once was already an impressive thing. This was a manifestation of strength. Of course, it was just some status. Not to mention that he was now a late-stage Golden Elixir Master. Even if he was an early-stage Golden Elixir Master, he wouldn't really take a perfect Foundation Establishment Master seriously. At most, he was just a slightly stronger ant. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any more objections, right? Xianxia said to Shui Jianfeng. Everyone was looking at him as if they were watching a joke. Shui Jianfeng's face immediately turned red. He wanted to continue making things difficult, but that big chest of spirit jades was really too eye-catching. Money makes the world go round. What kind of nonsense could he say in this kind of situation? Very well. Next, I'll announce the group list. The first group will start mining in the afternoon, and 3 days later, it will be the second group. Since there are no objections, let's go with this, Xianxia announced at last. Nominally, Lin Yi and the others were in the first group like the other disciples of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. It was just that Ling Shan and Wu Qintian had already used the huge box of spiritual jades to apply for leave. After a while, Xianxia was ready to lead the first group to the underwater mine. However, he was stunned when he turned around. Uncle Master, are you going down too? I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll follow you down to take a look. Lin Yi nodded. He might look like he didn't care, but he did care about this mine quite a bit. After all, the people from the Archaic Alliance wouldn't be staying here for too long. Once the training in the common world was over, the mine would be ownerless, and Ling Shan would be able to organize people to continue mining. Of course, the premise was that the quality of the underwater spiritual mine must be high enough. If it was the kind of waste ore that could not produce a few pieces of spiritual jades in half a month, it would be useless. After all, Lin Yi was not short of spiritual jades. Oh, got it. Xianxia immediately understood Lin Yi's intention. After all, the benefits should be kept within the family. Instead of letting the spiritual mineral mine benefit others, it was better to let this grand uncle master benefit from it. Lin Yi smiled faintly, not explaining. The archipelago wasn't deep in the sea, and the spiritual mineral mine was almost on the extension of one of the islands. The water depth was only 10 meters or so. With diving equipment, this level of depth was nothing to a normal person, let alone these strong practitioners. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't provide them with any diving equipment. He only had some basic mining tools, so they had to rely on themselves to breathe. It seemed a bit troublesome, but it wasn't a problem that was hard to overcome. Practitioners had a long breath, and as long as they mastered the technique of breathing underwater, they could stay at the bottom of the sea for a long time. Under Xianxia's lead, the group went into the sea and soon arrived at the spiritual mineral mine. Lin Yi looked around and was disappointed. It looks like even if it's not a waste ore, it's not far from it. Lin Yi shook his head. Although he hadn't officially excavated it, he had mining experience in the North Island, so it wasn't difficult to distinguish good ores from waste ores. Judging from the concentration of spiritual qi in this spiritual mineral mine, if one was lucky, one might be able to pick up 2 or 3 pieces of spiritual jade a day. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pick up even one piece. It wasn't too bad for the other disciples who had to participate in voluntary work, but it was worthless in Lin Yi's eyes. After saying goodbye to Xianxia, Lin Yi was ready to leave. When he came to a deserted place, he habitually transformed into the form of the primordial spirit. This was his main practice in recent months. Not only could he increase his immediate combat capability, but he could also master all kinds of primordial spirit skills when he returned to the Heaven Stage Island in the future. It was killing two birds with one stone. However, as soon as he returned to the sea, he saw Shui Jianfeng and another person slacking off by breathing. However, Lin Yi was now in the form of the primordial spirit. As long as he was a little careful, ordinary people wouldn't be able to find him under the cover of the seawater. Even Shui Jianfeng, an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, was no exception. "Brother Qin Yuan, have you thought about what I told you last time?" Shui Jianfeng asked. The two of them deliberately chose the most remote place. At this time, only the two of them were breathing on the sea within 100 meters. In addition, he had the perception of an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, so he wasn't afraid that someone would come close and eavesdrop. However, he didn't know that Lin Yi was floating behind him. "This." The other person hesitated and didn't answer. "Qin Yuan." Lin Yi was slightly stunned when he heard the name. He didn't recognize him before, but he had some impression of the name. This person was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. His strength was in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He had seen him several times, but he didn't talk to him. However, since Qin Yuan was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, with the current tense relationship between Shui Jianfeng and the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, why would this guy be with Shui Jianfeng? After just a moment of confusion, Lin Yi quickly understood. This was most likely because Shui Jianfeng wanted to secretly draw Qin Yuan to his side on behalf of the center. With the convenience of practicing the primordial spirit skills, Lin Yi had been monitoring the movements of the Glasses Doctor and the others almost every day recently. Naturally, he knew their movements like the back of his hand. Even Canlong of the Ancient Five Elements sect and Jing Yueming of the Thousand Blades sect had been put on the key monitoring list by Lin Yi. Although he didn't plan to provoke the center for the time being, he had to at least get hold of the list just in case. Chapter 51-52. On the other hand, Qin Yuan from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island had stayed together for a few days during the sect exchange. They got along quite well. The most important thing was that Qin Yuan once complained to him about the unfair distribution of cultivation resources. Moreover, Qin Yuan's dissatisfaction with the sect didn't diminish. Instead, he became more and more resentful. Qin Yuan was a perfect target to win over. Seeing that both Bing Wuqing and Jing Taiyang had managed to rope in people to their side, and only he had not made any progress, it would be a lie if Shui Jianfeng said that he was not anxious at all. In terms of ambition, he was far more ambitious than Jing Taiyang, so he was naturally anxious to achieve success. "Are you still hesitating at a time like this?" Seeing Qin Yuan's expression, Shui Jianfeng couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He tried to persuade him patiently, "Something happened to your uncle. You don't have any background in the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. I don't need to tell you how many cultivation resources you need to reach the Elixir realm, do I? With your current situation in the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, do you think you have a chance, Brother Qin Yuan?" "No." Qin Yuan shook his head decisively. At his level, the most important thing was to break through to the Golden Elixir realm. However, without sufficient cultivation resources, especially without a Golden Elixir or Golden Elixir, it would be a fool's dream. That's why I said, a tree will die when it moves, and a man will live when he moves. Since you know that there's no future if you continue like this, why do you still insist on hanging yourself on a tree until your death? Shui Jianfeng earnestly advised. That's true, but isn't he going to betray the sect? Qin Yuan still couldn't make up his mind. Even though he had a deep grudge against the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, the education he had received since he was a child was deep-rooted. To the orthodox concept, betraying this sect was almost intolerable. Most people didn't have the guts, and Qin Yuan was no exception. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. Right now, you're just secretly relying on them. There's no need for you to do anything to betray the sect. No one will know. Shui Jianfeng hurriedly dispelled his doubts and tempted him. Think about it, as long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll be able to break through to the Golden Core realm in a short period of time. At the very least, you'll be able to reach Foundation Paragon in an extremely short period of time. This is equivalent to tens of years of bitter cultivation. Really? How short is extremely short? Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. One day. Shui Jianfeng was delighted. The last time he said this, Qin Yuan did not have such an excited reaction. This meant that he was not far from success. What? One day. Qin Yuan was so shocked that he almost sank into the water. He had to swallow a mouthful of water before he could recover. Brother Qin Yuan, do you know what level I am at right now? Shui Jianfeng suddenly asked in a pretentious manner. Isn't it Foundation Establishment Great Circle? Qin Yuan was stunned. He only knew that Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfeng had suddenly consumed elixirs to recover. Like the others, he did not know their true abilities. Shui Jianfeng snorted proudly. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he released his aura without holding back. Qin Yuan was immediately stunned. He stammered, Golden Core Stage. That's right, it's the Golden Core realm. Now, you should understand what it means to follow me, right? Shui Jianfeng smiled proudly. Alright, I'll go with you. Qin Yuan immediately nodded without hesitation. He had already been convinced. Now that he had seen Shui Jianfeng as a living example, there was no reason for him to hesitate. Very good, but not now. Leaving without permission will arouse suspicion. Let's wait for the rotation. Shui Jianfeng was overjoyed. 3 days later, Shui Jianfeng brought Qin Yuan to Professor Glass's. After consuming the improved elixirs produced by the center, his abilities skyrocketed and he quickly became a Foundation Establishment Great Circle expert. However, he did not successfully break through to the Golden Core stage. After all, even Shui Jianfeng had only broken through from Foundation Establishment Great Circle to the early stage of the Golden Core stage. Qin Yuan was not as talented as him, so it was normal for him to fail to break through to the Golden Core stage. Of course, even if he did not succeed in breaking through to the Golden Core stage, as long as he consumed the improved elixirs produced by the center, Qin Yuan would be on the same boat as Bing Wuqing and the others. He would not be able to get off the boat even if he wanted to. After being on the boat, although Qin Yuan was reluctant, he had no choice but to come back and find a way to secretly recruit other seniors and juniors to join the center. Otherwise, if Professor Glasses did not give him the antidote, his life would be in danger. This is a little unreasonable. Lin Yi saw all of this. With the intention of not interfering with each other's business, he could turn a blind eye to the fact that Professor Glasses and the others secretly recruited disciples of other far ancient sects. However, now that even the North Island's Green Cloud sect was being targeted, he could not continue to sit back and do nothing. After all, the North Island's Green Cloud sect had a deep relationship with him. They could be considered half one of his own. If Qin Yuan was the only one secretly betraying the center, it would be fine. However, the point was that he would continue to recruit other seniors and juniors. If he allowed this to continue, a large number of people might suffer in the end. That would be a huge joke. Lin Yi wanted to get rid of Qin Yuan, but he was afraid of killing him and alerting the enemy. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to capture him first. On this day, Qin Yuan was looking for a candidate among his seniors and juniors. He found a junior that he had a good relationship with. Just as he was about to strike up a conversation with him, he was suddenly stopped by Lin Yi. "Grand-uncle, what can I do for you?" Qin Yuan was a little flustered. After all, he had no interaction with Lin Yi. For Lin Yi to suddenly call him that made him feel an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "Oh, I need your help with a small matter. Can you come with me?" Lin Yi said calmly. "Help? Do you want me to call Uncle Xian?" Qin Yuan asked cautiously. "There is no need. He is busy supervising the seabed mining. Don't bother him with such a small matter. You can do it alone," Lin Yi said. He did not give Qin Yuan a chance to refuse. He turned around and left. This. Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he bit the bullet and followed Lin Yi. As a traitor, he was most afraid of being seen through. In the face of Lin Yi's request, even Xianxia had to be careful with him. If he rejected Lin Yi's request, it would definitely be suspicious. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time. Fortunately, he was now a master with the great completion of the Foundation establishment realm. Even if he could not defeat Lin Yi, who was also with the great completion of the Foundation establishment realm, he would at least be able to protect himself. There should not be any accidents. Chapter 51-53. WH. What? Qin Yuan was scared out of his wits when he heard that. He was horrified. How did this guy know about the center's improved version of the pill? I've already made it so clear. What's the point of continuing to play dumb? Lin Yi could not help but laugh. You. How did you know? Qin Yuan asked subconsciously. His joining of the center was a very secretive matter. Other than the glasses professor, Brother Dafeng, and Xue Jianfeng, who developed him, there should not be a fourth person who knew. However, from Lin Yi's tone, why did it seem like he knew everything? The archipelago is only so big. Do you think it's flawless? Lin Yi studied the man from head to toe. At first glance, the man looked honest and kind, but it was a little deceitful. A line popped up in Lin Yi's mind. Who would have thought that a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes would betray them? I don't understand what you mean. After Qin Yuan reacted, he carefully looked around. He did not see anyone, but he did not give up. He pretended to be calm and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Hee, you're still pretending to not want to leave behind any evidence. I really admire your spirit. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Lin Yi nodded. The expression on his face was very playful. He was just short of saying that Qin Yuan's shamelessness reminded him of his youthful charm. Grand-uncle, I only call you grand-uncle out of respect for your seniority. This does not mean that I can tolerate your unreasonable behavior. You'd better behave yourself. Qin Yuan frowned. He checked again and again to make sure that no one would pass by. The island was not big, but there were less than 30 people gathered on the island. Moreover, they were gathered at the two spirit eyes. Normally, no one would pass by such a remote place. Interesting. What if I don't behave myself? Lin Yi laughed fearlessly. Then don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan attacked without any warning. He used his strongest attack without holding anything back. If Xianxia was on the island, he would not have the guts to do so. He might really be forced into a corner by Lin Yi. However, Xianxia was far away at the spiritual mine, so he still had a chance. As long as he killed Lin Yi before anyone found out, he would be able to do so without anyone noticing. Qin Yuan's voice was cold. His body was like a snake, and Qin Yuan's speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he was next to Lin Yi. He used a whip kick as a feint. After he attracted Lin Yi's attention, he immediately used a hidden elbow. This was his most proud move. Once he hit, he could easily break the Qi defense and crush the enemy's bones. He had succeeded. Seeing that Lin Yi did not move, Qin Yuan suddenly thought that Lin Yi had been shocked by his sudden attack. He could not help but feel happy. As long as the first move of the bone-crushing kill hit, he could immediately use the second move, the third move, and the fourth move until all of his opponent's bones were crushed. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Oh. The concept of this move is not bad. However, when you use it like this, it is really a mess." "You are talking big." Qin Yuan laughed coldly. At that moment, his elbow attack was only a hair's breadth away from Lin Yi's back. He was about to hit Lin Yi. This so-called grandmaster was nothing more than this. However, at the last moment, Lin Yi's body moved an inch to the right. He used the vital energy spray technique to put some distance between himself and Qin Yuan. His entire body immediately became like a snake, twisting strangely and extremely fast. This is... Qin Yuan was dumbfounded. He could not help but have a bad feeling about this. Why did his opponent's movement seem so familiar? Before he could react, Lin Yi had already turned the tables on him. He used a whip kick as a feint, then followed it up with a hidden elbow attack. Crack! Qin Yuan quickly heard the sound of his ribs breaking. His entire body was instantly drowned in pain. He fell to the ground powerlessly. As he spat out blood, he struggled to say, "Bone. Crush. Kill." That is why I said that this kind of martial arts technique falling into your hands is like casting pearls before swine. Don't you feel bad for it? Lin Yi spread his hands. Qin Yuan was speechless. Before this, he had thought that the other party was just boasting. However, the other party had only watched it once and was able to imitate the Bone Crusher kill. The power of the Bone Crusher kill was much stronger than the original version. How could he argue with that? Qin Yuan was shocked. They were both experts who had completed the foundation establishment stage. Why was there such a huge difference in power? Qin Yuan wanted to cry, but he had no tears. If you want to fight or kill, just do it quickly. Qin Yuan resisted the urge to spit out more blood. He was paralyzed on the ground as he spoke weakly. Although he had been secretly lured by Shui Jianfang to join the group, he still showed some courage in the face of death. If it was as simple as fighting and killing, I would have done it a long time ago. Why would I waste so much time talking to a traitor like you? Lin Yi looked at him condescendingly. What else do you want? Qin Yuan's heart went cold when he looked at him like that. The courage he had just displayed disappeared. Nothing much. Doing some research might not be a bad thing for you. As Lin Yi spoke, he suddenly squatted down and placed his hand on Qin Yuan's head. A warm wave of true energy flowed into Qin Yuan's body. Qin Yuan was scared out of his wits. It was a very dangerous thing to have true energy forcefully inserted into one's body. Furthermore, this was the head, which was the weakest part of his body. He didn't dare move. If his opponent's true energy ran amok, even if he didn't die on the spot, he would become an idiot. However, to Qin Yuan's surprise, his opponent's true energy didn't run amok. It didn't destroy his body. Instead, it gave him an indescribable feeling of comfort. It was as if it was searching for something in his body. A moment later, the warm vital energy entered Qin Yuan's dantian. What shocked Qin Yuan the most was that the vital energy forcefully forced out the poisonous gas that came with the improved version of the elixir. This was the main thing that the center was relying on to threaten them. From the moment he discovered this poisonous gas, he had been trying to force it out and neutralize it. In fact, it wasn't just him, Shui Jianfang and the others were doing the same. However, including Bing Wuqing, who was the strongest among them, none of them were able to force this deeply hidden poisonous gas out, let alone neutralize it. Chapter 51-54. Qin Yuan nervously observed what was happening in his body. He did not even dare to breathe. He was shocked and confused. What was Lin Yi trying to do when he had suddenly taken out the poison gas that had been hidden so deeply? What happened next made Qin Yuan's heart jump out of his throat. Lin Yi's pure qi was in his dantian, and it was fighting against the poison. The two pure qi were very strong, and it made Qin Yuan's dantian turn upside down. Qin Yuan wanted to die, but he couldn't. He was in so much pain that he rolled around on the ground and screamed. Qin Yuan was in so much pain that he wanted to die. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yuan felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. The unparalleled pain finally faded away. After surviving the disaster, Qin Yuan's entire body was soaked in cold sweat. His entire person was exhausted. It looks like your willpower is not bad. You were able to survive this. Lin Yi was a little surprised. Seeing that Qin Yuan was confused, he said, "Since you are still alive, take a closer look at the situation in your body." Qin Yuan was stunned. When he looked at his elixir field again, his face was filled with joy. Lin Yi's warm true qi had been slowly retracted. The poison gas in the improved elixir field had disappeared. This was not surprising to Lin Yi. His 5 elements killing aura was almost invincible among all true qis. Even at the level of the 5 poison dragon, it was still very useful. Although the poison gas in the improved elixir field was difficult to deal with, it could not escape the fate of being killed. Thank you, sect uncle. Qin Yuan quickly came back to his senses and kowtowed to Lin Yi. He had thought that he was going to die. He had not expected things to turn around. Lin Yi had gotten rid of the poison gas that had threatened his life. It was very unexpected. Why are you thanking me? Lin Yi found it funny. Of course, this is to thank Martial Granduncle for saving my life. In the future, this disciple will definitely follow Martial Granduncle's lead and will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Qin Yuan quickly expressed his loyalty. He was not a fool. Lin Yi's intentions were very clear. After discovering his betrayal, he did not kill him. Instead, he helped him get rid of the poison gas. Without a doubt, Lin Yi wanted to use him for himself. The first time Qin Yuan was dragged into this mess by Shui Jianfeng, he was still hesitant. However, this time, he was very decisive. Since he could betray the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, now that the poison gas was gone, he could easily betray the center and join Lin Yi's faction. After all, if Lin Yi wanted him dead, it would be too easy. He didn't even need to do it himself. One word would be enough. Oh, you seem to have misunderstood. I have no intention of saving you. I am just doing my research. Now that I am done with my research, it is time to send you on your way. Lin Yi curled his lips. What? Let's go. Qin Yuan was scared out of his wits again. That day, his emotions were like a roller coaster. No matter how strong his heart was, it could not withstand such torment. Qin Yuan no longer cared about his pride. He kowtowed to Lin Yi and begged for his life. At this time, his pride had been worn away by the pain. He was willing to do anything to live. Qin Yuan was already half dead from the torture. After begging for a long time, he was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Seeing him gasping for breath, Lin Yi said, "Fine. I've always been a soft-hearted person. Since you're so sincere, I might as well spare your life." Qin Yuan looked at Lin Yi. Really? Thank you, Martial Granduncle, for saving my life. I will never forget your kindness. Qin Yuan was overjoyed. But Lin Yi only said 3 words, and Qin Yuan's heart was in his throat again. He continued, I can't let you go just like that. To be honest, I don't trust a guy like you who has a history of betrayal, not to mention that you've betrayed us twice in a row. Ah. Qin Yuan's face turned red when he heard this. Although it was the truth, a man needed his pride. Furthermore, he had just betrayed the sect not long ago. His skin was not thick enough to be impervious to fire and water. However, in order to survive, he quickly asked, please tell me. It is very simple. The people in the center do not trust you, so they use poison gas to control you. I do not trust you either, so I have to put a curse on you. Lin Yi coldly said. He was going to use the same method he had used on Wei Xinjin. This was the only way to deal with people like Qin Yuan. If he did not, he would be bitten by Qin Yuan sooner or later. Curse. Qin Yuan's eyes were wide open. He could not help but scream in his heart. He had escaped from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's cave. You do not want to. Then I will not force you. I will send you on your way. Lin Yi looked indifferent. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to attack, Qin Yuan panicked. He quickly begged for mercy. No, no, no. I am willing. I am willing. This is what I should do. Martial granduncle, please put a curse on me. Qin Yuan wanted to cry, but he had no tears. Lin Yi wanted to put a curse on him, but he had to beg for mercy. Wasn't this fucking cheap? Lin Yi thought it was funny. Just as he was about to put the curse on Qin Yuan, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait! Qin Yuan was overjoyed. His savior was here. However, before he could start to feel happy, the voice said again, with your level of skill, you have the nerve to cast goo on others. Let me do it, lest you make a mistake and embarrass yourself. In terms of attainments in goo, you are still worlds apart. Thump. Qin Yuan's knees turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground again. This roller coaster ride was full of ups and downs. His heart could not take it. The person who spoke was Lin Dongfang. Lin Yi turned to look at him and asked, why are you here? Nonsense, Lin Dongfang said angrily. You made this guy cry like a ghost and disturbed my afternoon nap. How could I not be here? We are 7 or 8 miles away. How could I disturb your afternoon nap? Lin Yi was speechless. Although Qin Yuan was tormented quite badly just now, he was holding back his cries and howls. His voice wasn't that loud. It would be strange if he could still affect Lin Dongfang like that. I have good ears and eyes. Lin Dongfang snorted and casually patted Qin Yuan's shoulder. Then, he said, done. Done. Qin Yuan could not help but be stunned. He thought that the curse would be very painful. He did not expect Lin Dongfang to casually pat him and it was over.
Chapter 295. In order to clear the misunderstanding, Li Mu had to know what the misunderstanding was. He had done nothing wrong but he was treated like this. Anyone would be angry. Zhang Chun tried his best to persuade him. The consequences of this are very serious. Think about it. You've offended so many people in Fairy's capital. Once you lose His Majesty's protection, many people won't be able to stop themselves from attacking you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the Li residence. Li Mu walked to the door and saw 2 constables standing outside. One of the constables looked at Li Mu and said nervously, Lord Li, there's a case that involves you. Please cooperate with us and follow us to the Ministry of Justice. Zhang Chun was shocked. He asked, someone's making a move so soon? The news that Li Mu had fallen out of favor had just spread, and the Ministry of Justice had already made a move. It seemed that some people hated him to the point where they couldn't tolerate it for even a moment longer. To prevent Xiao Bai from worrying, Li Mu told her to wait for him at home and not go out no matter what happened. Then he gave the conch to Xiao Bai. If anything happened at home she could contact the Empress instantly. After doing all this he walked to the door again and said to the 2 constables, let's go. On the way to the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu asked the constable, "What case am I involved in?" The constable shook his head. "It's not convenient for me to reveal this. You'll know when you reach the Ministry of Justice." When he spoke to Li Mu, he was still cautious. The emperor's heart was unpredictable. Who knew if Li Mu had really fallen out of favor? If he was favored again in a few days, wouldn't the people who offended him be in big trouble? "Constable Li, where are we going?" This is the direction to the Ministry of Justice." "Is Constable Li going to the Ministry of Justice to cause trouble again?" Quick, quick, quick. Follow Constable Li." After so long, there's finally something to watch. Every time Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice, there would be a large crowd of people following him. However, this time he wasn't the one bringing criminals to the Ministry of Justice. He was the one being sued. Ministry of Justice. The director of the Ministry of Justice paced anxiously in the courtyard. He didn't want to take this case at all. It wasn't easy for him to build a good relationship with Li Mu. He didn't want to waste all his previous efforts. However, that woman had sounded the grievance drum of the Ministry of Justice. The commoners were all watching outside, so he had to accept it. A moment later, he walked to the assistant minister's office and bowed to Zhou Xian, who was sitting behind the table. He said, "Sir Assistant Minister, this case involves Master Li. I am worried that there will be a wrong judgment. How about we let Sir Assistant Minister preside over this case?" Zhou Xian stood up and said, "All right." Li Mu arrived at the Ministry of Justice and entered the court. He saw Zhou Xian sitting at the front and a woman kneeling at the front. The woman was in her early 20s. Her hair was messy and her face was filled with fear. When she saw Li Mu, she retreated a few steps and her eyes were filled with terror. This was the first time Li Mu had seen this woman, but she seemed to be very afraid of him. Zhou Xian looked down at Li Mu and asked, "There is a case that involves Imperial Censor Li. I will now ask you a few questions and I hope you can answer truthfully." Li Mu said calmly, "Go ahead, Assistant Minister Zhou." Zhou Xian said, "Where were you last night at midnight?" Li Mu said, "I was resting at home. Last night he had been waiting for the Empress to fall asleep and only slept very late." Zhou Xian asked, "Is there a witness?" At midnight, Xiao Bai had already fallen asleep in her room. Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." Zhou Xian said, "The person kneeling in front of the court is a woman from Yonghe Lane. She came to the Ministry of Justice today to report that she was raped at home last night at midnight. According to her, the person who raped her was you, Imperial Censor Li. Do you have anything to say about this?" Li Mu looked at the woman and said, "I was at home last night and did not go out. It is even more impossible for me to go to Yonghe Lane and rape her. Why is this lady falsely accusing me?" Zhou Xian looked at Li Mu and said, "If Lord Li has a clear conscience, can you allow me to perform a soul search?" A soul search was different from a soul search. Under a soul search, a person's memories would be flipped through without any secrets. A soul search was only used to ask specific questions, and was most often used by the government during investigations. A soul search was useless against Li Mu. The art of tranquility could keep one's heart calm at all times. Not to mention Zhou Xian, even the Empress could not use a soul search to find out the secrets in Li Mu's heart. He said directly to Zhou Xian, "Assistant Minister Zhou's soul-searching technique is useless against me. There is no need to expend any more mana. Furthermore, under the circumstances where there is no evidence, it is against the law to search the soul of the accused. The accuser should produce evidence and not have the accused prove his innocence." Zhou Xian thought for a moment and nodded. He looked at the woman again and asked, "Lady Su, you said that Censor Li raped you last night. Do you have evidence?" Lady Su raised her head and said, "I saw it with my own eyes and experienced it personally. It is the evidence." Zhou Xian looked at her and said, "Lord Li is an official of the imperial court. Since you want to accuse him, are you willing to accept a soul search? If you lie, I will punish you severely." Lady Su did not hesitate and said, "I am willing." Zhou Xian walked down and pressed his palm on her head. The woman's gaze gradually became dazed. After a moment, Zhou Xian waved his hand and images appeared in front of everyone in the court. Although these images were static, it was not difficult to see what had happened last night when they were all connected. The images were very clear. It was obvious that a masked man in black had barged into the woman's house and violated her. At the critical moment, the woman pulled off the black cloth covering the man's face. Under the black cloth was Li Mu's face. Zhou Xian looked at Li Mu and asked, "Censor Li, do you have anything else to say?" Li Mu did not explain anything. He only said, "I believe that the Ministry of Justice will clear my name." Zhou Xian said, "Although this case cannot be concluded, Lord Li, you are a major suspect. I'm afraid I can't let you leave the Ministry of Justice so easily. Men, take Li Mu into custody for now. After I investigate this case, I will try him again." Two constables walked forward and said, "Lord Li, please." In the court, the director of the Ministry of Justice had a look of disbelief. He said, "That's impossible. I've seen the girl by Constable Li's side. She is 1,000 times more beautiful than this woman. How could Constable Li give up what is close at hand for what is far away?" One of the constables said, "That's not necessarily the case. How can a domestic flower be as fragrant as a wild flower? Some people might just like that." The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at Li Mu's back as he calmly left. Even important officials of the court would rarely be so calm when faced with a case like this. He was almost certain that Li Mu had a motive for being so calm. Zhou Xian walked out of the court and was about to return to the yamen when a shout came from behind him. "Stop!" Zhang Chun angrily pointed at Zhou Xian and said, "You've so carelessly captured an official of the court. What can the memories of a mortal woman prove?" Zhou Xian asked calmly. "The person who violated the woman looked exactly like Censor Li. Doesn't that prove anything? What does that prove?" Zhang Chun snorted coldly and said, "If I were to become Assistant Minister Zhou and do evil deeds, would you be blamed for the crime as well?" Zhou Xian asked, "Lord Zhang, are you implying that a Realm 6 expert disguised himself as Censor Li to violate a woman and frame him for it? If Lord Zhang has Realm 6 cultivation and wants to frame me, the Imperial Clan Temple can use this as a reason to imprison me. Before the truth is out, I have nothing to say." Zhang Chun said, "Transformation techniques don't necessarily require Realm 6 supernatural powers. Transformation talismans and transformation pills can also transform the body and disguise one's appearance." Zhou Xian asked, "Would someone use a heaven-grade Fulu and heaven-grade medicinal pill to frame Censor Li?" Zhang Chun said coldly, "Lord Li is dedicated to the people and offended all the officials of the fairies' capital. There are countless people in the fairies' capital who want to harm him." "This is very likely." Zhou Xian nodded and said, "We can't rule out this possibility. However, we'll only know the truth after the Ministry of Justice's investigation." Zhang Chun flicked his sleeves and left. At this moment, the onlookers outside the Ministry of Justice were still discussing. "Constable Li has been in there for so long. Why hasn't he come out yet?" "I don't know what happened either. Sigh, someone's coming out." A constable from the Ministry of Justice walked out and waved at the crowd. He said, "What are you all doing here? Disperse, disperse." Some of the people went up and asked, "What happened in there? Why hasn't Constable Li come out yet?" "Constable Li?" The constable smiled disdainfully and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm afraid Constable Li won't be coming out this time." "What? What the hell is going on? Why can't Constable Li come out? Tell us clearly or we won't leave today." Seeing that the crowd was getting more and more agitated, the constable was worried that the officials would hold him accountable if things got out of hand. He hurriedly said, "Your Constable Li is involved in a case of rape and has been sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Don't crowd around here. Disperse, disperse." As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers were stunned for a moment before an even bigger commotion broke out. King Bullsh T. How dare you insult Constable Li? Constable Li isn't that kind of person. The Ministry of Justice must be trying to frame Constable Li. Dog official, Constable Li is such a good person. How dare you frame him? Everyone shout with me. Release him, release him. Release him. Release Constable Li. Inside the Ministry of Justice, hearing the deafening shouts outside, the constable of the Ministry of Justice sighed. "If the people of Fairy's capital could treat me like this one day, my years as an official would have been worth it." An old official from the Ministry of Justice sighed. "The person behind this is really scheming. No one knew about this at first, but with this commotion, everyone in Fairy's capital will know about it very soon. At that time, some people will definitely believe it. It's easy to ruin one's reputation, but it's hard to build one's reputation. If you want to kill someone, you have to go for their heart first. In a certain mansion in the North Court, a continuous conversation could be heard from a room. When the sound reached the door, it seemed to be blocked and absorbed by something and completely disappeared. Is that woman all right? She'll be fine. I asked someone to use the form disguise pill to transform into Li Mu's appearance. In that woman's eyes, the person who raped her was Li Mu. Even if the Ministry of Justice searched her soul, they would only see Li Mu. What if the Ministry of Justice searched Li Mu's soul? He's a cultivator and can tamper with his memories. Even if the Ministry of Justice searched his soul, the results wouldn't be enough to use as evidence. That woman is immortal, so her memories are more credible. But there will still be flaws. That's not important. Whether there are flaws or not depends on whether Li Mu is still favored or not. If His Majesty no longer protects him, he can be sent to his death with any random reason. After a short silence, a gnashing voice could be heard from the room. He must die. Outside the Ministry of Justice. The people shouted for a while, but there was no response from the Ministry of Justice. Gradually they fell silent. When Constable Li worked for the people, he was fearless. No matter if the other party was an official or a noble or even the high and mighty academy, he would always seek justice for the people. However, when he was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice and the people wanted to seek justice for him, they realized that there was nothing they could do other than stand at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice and shout weakly. Constable Li can't be such a person. Someone must be framing him. He has offended too many people for the sake of the people. How can these people tolerate him? I heard that Constable Li has fallen out of favor with His Majesty. Perhaps that's why those people attacked Constable Li. But why did Constable Li fall out of favor? He has always worked for the people and for His Majesty. The expressions on the people's faces changed from helplessness to worry. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly said, "You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Perhaps that Li Mu has always been pretending. This is his true nature. Otherwise, why would the Ministry of Justice arrest him?" As soon as that person finished speaking, someone grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out of the crowd. A burly man lifted him up and glared at him. He shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak of Constable Li like that?" When Constable Li was beating up those hedonistic villains and abolishing the Silver Penalty Act for the people, where were you? When Constable Li struck young ruffian Zhou with lightning and made the decision for that pitiful family, where were you? When Constable Li fought against the 3 major academies and cried out for the countless victims in Fairy's capital, where were you? Now that Constable Li is being framed, you jump out. Tell me, are you hired by the person who framed Constable Li? What are you trying to do by slandering Constable Li? It would have been better if that person didn't speak. Once he did, the indignant anger in the people's hearts finally found an outlet. In the past 3 months, Li Mu had used his actions to prove what kind of person he was. No one in Fairy's capital had the right to criticize him. Although they were in the great Zhou's capital of Fairy's capital, they had always been shrouded in darkness. It wasn't until Li Mu's appearance that the people finally saw a ray of light. Li Mu shone brightly in the hearts of the people of Fairy's capital. The only thing more dazzling than him was the sun in the sky. At this moment he was being framed and someone was taking advantage of the situation to sow discord. This completely enraged the people who were already angry. In an instant the people punched and kicked. The person who slandered Li Mu was immediately buried in their punches and kicks. If it weren't for the bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice who saw that something was wrong and stepped out to stop them, there would have been another tragic case in front of the Ministry of Justice before Li Mu's case was over. Because of the commotion in front of the Ministry of Justice, this case that was originally limited to the Ministry of Justice quickly spread. In the past few months, every incident related to Li Mu was at the heart of the storm in Fairy's capital. Naturally, his case spread very quickly. When the people of Fairy's capital heard this, they were naturally worried. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only silently march in front of the Ministry of Justice to express their protest. However, in the southern and northern courtyards, there were many voices that were different from the voices of the people. "Ha Li, to think that you would have such a day. When you bullied my grandson, you didn't think that you would have such a day, right? In the past you had His Majesty protecting you. This time without His Majesty I'd like to see how you'll die. Before I could do anything someone else beat me to it. I wonder who hates him so much. Could it be the Zhou family?" In the past 3 months, the officials and nobles of Fairy's capital, regardless of whether they were from the new or old parties, had formed grudges with Li Mu. When they heard that Li Mu had been imprisoned, they all clapped their hands in joy. They couldn't even be satisfied with hearing about Li Mu's tragic case from others. Many of them personally came to the Ministry of Justice to see for themselves. This undoubtedly made them even happier. Faced with the officials and nobles who wanted to visit Li Mu, the director of the Ministry of Justice was in a difficult position. Of course they could visit the prison. However, the Ministry of Justice had a rule that not everyone could visit the prison. There were rules regarding the identity of the person who visited the prison and the time of the visit. In principle, the relatives and friends of non-criminals were not allowed to visit the prison. However, the people who came to the Ministry of Justice were either officials or nobles. He couldn't afford to offend all of them. He walked to the Assistant Minister's office and asked Zhou Xian, "Lord Assistant Minister, these people outside all want to visit the prison. Should we reject them?" "No need." Zhou Xian waved his hand and said, "If they want to visit, let them. However, each visit can only be 2 people at most. They can't stay for more than half an hour." Since the Assistant Minister had spoken, the director of the Ministry of Justice didn't say anything else. He nodded and said, "I'll make the arrangements now." The prison of the Ministry of Justice. In a neat and tidy prison cell. Li Mu stood in the middle of the cell. This was his first time in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Compared to the county and provincial yamen, the prison of the Ministry of Justice was cleaner and tidier. There wasn't any odor in the prison either. Zhou Xian had arranged a good cell for him. The inside of the cell was spotless. Li Mu had wanted to use his spells to clean it up, but later found that there was no need. He wasn't shackled and his mana wasn't restricted. If he really wanted to leave, the prison of the Ministry of Justice wouldn't be able to hold him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to know who was so impatient that they were willing to use fulu and pills just to frame him. Footsteps came from outside. 2 people appeared outside the cell. One of them was someone Li Mu had seen before. It was the Vice Director of the Ministry of Revenue, Wei Ting. The other person was someone Li Mu didn't recognize. The person stood outside the cell and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Lord Li may not know who I am. Let me introduce myself. I am the director of the Ministry of Rights, Zhu Qi. Yuzong is my son." Li Mu had already noticed that this person looked similar to Zhu Kong. He glanced at the 2 of them and asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhu Qi said, "I was shocked to hear that Lord Li was imprisoned. I wanted to come and take a look." Wei Ting quickly followed and said, "Lord Li is a pillar of the country and a favorite of His Majesty. How could he do such a despicable thing? If you need any help, just ask. I won't help you." "Huh." Wei Ting looked at Li Mu in the cell and laughed happily. His hatred for Li Mu was even greater than Zhu Qi's. Because of Li Mu, he lost his nephew. His only younger brother lost his son. Since then he was unable to recover from the setback and cut off all contact with him. As for his son Wei Ping, he also suffered an unprecedented blow because of that incident. Since Wei Bin's execution, Wei Peng had never stepped out of the Wei mansion. He hugged a thick copy of the Law of Great Zhou all day long. He read it when he walked, when he ate, and even when he went to the toilet. Even when he slept, he would use the book as a pillow. Wei Ting saw his son's abnormality and his heart ached. He blamed all of this on Li Mu. Wei Ting and Zhu Qi laughed happily. Li Mu looked at them indifferently and said, "Scram." Wei Ting's face darkened. He said sternly, "Don't you know where you are? Don't you know your own situation? What right do you have to be arrogant in front of us?" Zhu Qi sneered and said, "I'd like to see how long you can be arrogant." At this moment, a prison guard walked in and said to the 2 of them, "Lords, it's time to visit the prisoners." The 2 of them looked at Li Mu mockingly again and turned to leave. Li Mu watched the 2 of them leave. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "It's not. They were not the ones who framed him." Soon another person walked in from outside. It was an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. As soon as he entered the cell, he looked at Li Mu and said, "Lord Li, do you know me?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" The old man snorted and said, "I'm the deputy of Taichung Temple. 2 months ago you beat up my grandson 3 times and broke 5 of his ribs. You don't know who I am?" Li Mu said, "Is the Prime Minister of Taichung Temple senile? The one I hit was your grandson, not you. Why should I know you?" The deputy of Taichung Temple pointed at him and said in a trembling voice, You're too arrogant, Li Mu said coldly. It's not the first time I've been so arrogant. Is this the first time you know? The Taichung Temple Deputy Prime Minister had come to mock Li Mu, but he did not expect that not only did Li Mu fail to mock him, but he also angered himself. He pointed at Li Mu, his beard trembling, and said angrily, I'll wait and see if you can still be so arrogant in a few days. After saying this, he angrily stormed off in a huff. Li Mu looked at the back of the deputy of Taichung Temple and shook his head. He said, not really. The director of the Ministry of Rights, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, and the deputy of Taichung Temple were the first to mock him. Obviously they were not the ones behind the scenes. Li Mu sighed as he stood in the prison cell. Usually he did not care. It was only at times like this that he realized how many enemies he had in Shendu. There were so many that he did not even know who the mastermind was. A voice came from the door again and Li Mu's gaze followed it. His enemies in Shendu were honest. They seemed to be afraid that they would come too late. After Li Mu was released from prison, they came to the Ministry of Justice one after another to sightsee. The two people who came this time were both women and they weren't young either. One of them had a rather charming figure, and was a young woman around 30 years old. The other person was even older and didn't even have a hint of charm. The two of them did not come close. They only glanced at Li Mu from afar and turned to leave without saying a word. The woman next to the young woman looked at Li Mu with a gaze filled with bone-deep hatred. Li Mu could feel a strong resentment and malice from her. Her disgust for Li Mu was even greater than that of the other three combined. Li Mu's eyes flashed. He sensed something and looked at the prison guard. He said, "You come over here." The prison guard at the door ran over quickly and asked anxiously, What do you want?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Who are the two women who came in just now?" The prison guard shook his head and said, "I don't know." "Go and ask." "Do you think you?" The prison guard was indignant. After exchanging glances with Li Mu, he could not help but tremble and run out quickly. After a while he ran back in and said, "I asked. It's the fourth madam of the Zhou family and the wife of the Minister of Rights." The wife of the Minister of Rights is the daughter of the fourth madam of the Zhou family. Director Zhou. Li Mu said the name softly. His guess was confirmed. There were many people in the divine capital who hated him, but Zhou Ting and his wife were definitely two people who hated him to the core. Their only son had died at the hands of Li Mu. Li Mu had always been wary of Zhou Ting, but after Zhou Ting left office he stayed in the Zhou family and did not leave. Li Mu thought that he was plotting a bigger scheme, but he did not expect that the first to act would be his wife. Since he had found the mastermind, there was no need for him to stay in the Ministry of Justice. He looked at the prison guard again and said, "Call Zhou Zhong over." The prison guard did not dare to talk back this time and ran out. Not long after, Zhou Zhong walked slowly into the prison. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "Sincerely, do you have anything else to say?" Li Mu said indifferently, "That woman's matter has nothing to do with me. Someone framed her." Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "Lord Li's one-sided statement cannot be used as evidence." Li Mu asked, "Did the person who raped that woman succeed?" Zhou Zhong said, "That woman from the Su family had her chastity taken last night." Li Mu looked at him and said, "If that's the case, then this case cannot be done by me." Zhou Zhong asked, "Why?" Li Mu's face showed a trace of unnaturalness. He said, "Because this official hashtag at yen asterisk." Zhou Zhong took a step forward and tilted his ear. He said, "I didn't hear you clearly. Please repeat yourself, Lord Li." Li Mu's forehead darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Because this official's primordial yang is still there." Zhou Zhong's expression was clearly stunned. Not only him but even the prison guard was stunned. The two of them had never imagined that Li Mu would be able to use such a reason to clear himself of suspicion. But when they thought about it carefully, it seemed that no testimony would be as powerful as this one. This was a special case to begin with. That woman had been raped and her chastity taken. Naturally, that criminal had done something indescribable with her. In other words, the criminal of this case had to be someone who had been through it before. It was impossible for him to be a virgin. A man's primordial yang would be lost the first time he fused with a woman. If Li Mu's primordial yang was still there, then he naturally could not be the criminal who raped that woman. After Zhou Zhong came back to his senses, he looked at Li Mu and said, "I'll have to trouble Lord Li to extend your right hand." Li Mu impatiently extended his hand. Zhou Xian was clearly not like Xiao Bai, who could see through his chastity with a single sentence. Zhou Xian placed his hand on Li Mu's wrist and withdrew it a moment later. He immediately ordered the prison guard behind him, "Open the door." The prison guard hurriedly took out a key and opened the door. Li Mu walked out of the cell and glanced at Zhou Xian. He said, "The Ministry of Justice, I'll remember this." Zhou Xian shook his head and said, "You can't blame the Ministry of Justice. If Lord Li had been able to produce this evidence in court, then you wouldn't have been temporarily detained." Zhou Xian was speaking nonsense. There were so many people in court. Using such a method to prove his innocence in front of those people was shameless, but Li Mu was. This was one reason. The other reason was that Li Mu wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, to draw out the true mastermind behind this case. Zhou Xian walked to the door of the prison and extended his hand. He said, "Lord Li, please." At the same time that Li Mu and Zhou Xian walked out of the prison in the Li residence, Xiao Bai was anxiously pacing around in the courtyard. Although she didn't go out, she still heard the people outside talking about the matter. Her benefactor was in danger, but she couldn't help it all. In the end, she gritted her teeth and took out a conch. After activating it with her mana, she said with a sobbing voice, "Sister Zhou, please save my benefactor." Changle Palace. Zhou Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the brocade couch, entered an ethereal state to avoid her inner demons. Suddenly she opened her eyes. She waved her hand lightly and an image appeared in front of her. It was the image of Li Mu being locked up in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Her expression changed slightly. Her figure flashed and appeared outside Changle Palace. She asked, "What happened to Li Mu?" Mr. Mei had also just received the news and was hesitating whether he should inform the Empress. He immediately said, "Your Majesty, Li Mu was framed and locked up in the Ministry of Justice's prison." She finally could not hold back the doubts in her heart these past few days and asked, "Your Majesty, what did Li Mu do to make your Majesty unhappy?" Zhou Yi was puzzled. "Why do you ask?" Mr. Mei said helplessly, "Please forgive Mei Wei for asking too much. Your Majesty has been too cold to him these days, so much so that there are rumors in the court that your Majesty is dissatisfied with him. Li Mu has fallen out of favor. The only reason he can live peacefully in the fairies' capital is because your Majesty has his back. He can't live without your Majesty. Once your Majesty abandons him, the various forces in the fairies' capital will make a move on him." Zhou Yi couldn't tell Mei Wei that she was avoiding Li Mu because she wanted to control her inner demons. She also didn't expect that her actions would cause such serious consequences. Mr. Mei continued, "Li Mu can't live without your Majesty. Your Majesty's actions will disappoint him. With his personality, your Majesty might lose him forever. Not only Li Mu couldn't live without her, but she couldn't live without Li Mu either. In this cold court, only Li Mu could bring her some warmth." Zhou Yi had already realized the severity of the situation. She said, "Go to the Ministry of Justice and bring him out immediately." "Forget it, I'll go myself." As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned into Mr. Mei's and he disappeared into thin air. Ministry of Justice. Li Mu walked out of the prison and found a group of people outside. The director of the Ministry of Rights, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the minister of the Taichung Temple hadn't left yet. They were shocked when they saw Zhou Xian and Li Mu walk out. Why is he out? Why did the Ministry of Justice let him out? Is there any law here? Zhou Xian walked in front of them and said, "This case has nothing to do with Lord Li. The Ministry of Justice caught him by mistake." The minister of the Taichung Temple said angrily, "That woman has already identified him. You've also searched her soul. This case was obviously done by Li Mu. How can you protect him like this?" Zhou Xian said calmly, "The Ministry of Justice only cares about evidence when handling cases. Lord Li has evidence to prove that this case has nothing to do with him." The director of the Ministry of Rights said in disbelief, "What evidence?" Zhou Xian glanced at Li Mu and said, "Lord Li is still a Yuanyang body." As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence in the room. There was no better reason than this to clear him of suspicion in this case. After all, it was impossible for a rapist to still be a virgin after the rape. Perhaps even the mastermind behind the scenes would never have guessed that Li Mu was a fledgling. They couldn't understand why Li Mu was such a handsome man. He could have any woman he wanted. How could he be a virgin? Moreover, the woman beside him was so beautiful. How could he hold himself back? Was he even a man? Seeing everyone's eyes and expressions, Li Mu wished he could sew Zhou Xian's mouth shut. However, he was no match for Zhou Xian. His gaze swept across the director of the Ministry of Rites, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the minister of the Taichung Temple. He said, "You guys are very good." The three of them felt a chill run down their spines straight to their heads. No one expected that Li Mu would be able to escape so quickly. Based on his past temperament, the three of them probably wouldn't have a good life in the future. Looking at Li Mu's back as he left, the director of the Ministry of Rites said with a pale face, "What do we do now?" The minister of the Ministry of Revenue snorted and said, "What are you afraid of? The current Li Mu is no longer the Li Mu of the past. Without his majesty, what is he?" The minister of the Taichung Temple was also relieved. He agreed and said, "That's right. He escaped once, but can he escape a second time or a third time? There are countless people in Luoyang who want him dead. He won't be able to jump around for long." The three of them comforted themselves in such a way, and their anxious hearts finally relaxed. Zhou Xian glanced at them and asked, "Are the three of you so sure that Li Mu has really fallen out of favor?" The three of them, who had just relaxed, suddenly became worried again. The director of the Ministry of Rites asked, "Sir Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Xian shook his head and said, "It's hard to fathom a ruler's heart. Once in favor, once out of favor, once out of favor, and once again back into favor. This has happened a lot in history. You guys are too impatient." When Li Mu walked out of the Ministry of Justice, he was surprised to see Mr. Mei walk in. Mr. Mei was surprised to see Li Mu. He asked, "Why did you come out?" Li Mu said, "I didn't do it in the first place. It'll be fine as long as I explain it clearly." Mr. Mei asked, "How did you explain it?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "That's not important." He looked up at the sky and said, "It's almost lunchtime. Sister Mei, do you want to go home with me and have a meal before going back to the palace?" Mr. Mei thought for a moment and said, "His Majesty hasn't eaten yet. I'll go back and ask His Majesty first," Li Mu said lightly. "It's better not to call His Majesty. There's not enough food at home. There's only enough for 3 people. Mr. Mei said, "Then I'll go to the market with you to buy some food." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Forget it. I suddenly don't feel like cooking. I'll just go back and eat some steamed buns and salted vegetables with Xiaobai. Goodbye, Sister Mei." Mr. Mei watched Li Mu's figure disappear from her sight. She stood there in a daze, with a confused and helpless expression on her face. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze and slowly walked toward the palace gate. Changle Palace. Zhou Yi looked at Mr. Mei and asked, "Was I really wrong?" Mr. Mei's lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. When Her Majesty was young, she focused on cultivation and rarely had contact with others. She was used as a pawn by the Zhou family. After she ascended the throne, she was high above the masses and no one around her could talk to her. Although she wasn't young, she didn't have much experience and didn't know how to get along with others. Almost everyone around her was respectful to her. They only obeyed her and did not dare to resist. However, Li Mu did not belong to that almost exception. She couldn't say that the Empress was wrong. She could only say, "I hope Your Majesty doesn't blame Li Mu. He's loyal to Your Majesty and is full of passion. It's inevitable that he'll feel sad and disappointed when something like this happens. This shows that he's really loyal to Your Majesty." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and said, "Then it's my fault." It was nighttime. Li Mu lay on the bed, unable to calm down. He didn't care about being framed and imprisoned because those people were his enemies. This was what his enemies should do. Meanwhile, he had been loyal and devoted to the Empress, clearing all obstacles for her. He had even cared about her life, relieving her of her worries and boredom. He had invited her to his home for a meal and had even cooked her favorite food. However, his passion had been exchanged for indifference and alienation. He felt that it wasn't worth it. The human world wasn't worth it. He even considered whether he should take Xiaobai back to the North County. At most, he wouldn't need the psyche power of the people of Shendu. He didn't want to continue staying in this sad place. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt tired. He uncontrollably entered a dream and saw a familiar figure in the dream. Li Mu didn't want to see her now. He silently recited the clear heart chant and woke up from the dream. Tiredness came again and he entered the dream again. He silently recited the clear heart chant and woke up from the dream again. Enter the dream, wake up. Enter the dream, wake up. After more than 10 times, Li Mu didn't feel tired anymore. However, there was another figure in front of his bed. Zhou Xian looked down at him and said, "I was wrong." Li Mu immediately froze on the bed. To be able to connect the words, I and I was wrong, was an inconceivable thing. After he came back to his senses, he got up from the bed and asked subconsciously, "Where did you go wrong?" P.S. This book has 10,000 words. 6,000 is the basic update and 4,000 is the main update. When I was thinking about this plot yesterday, I felt that it would be better to finish it in one go. I specially set an alarm in the morning and wrote for about 10 hours. Now my eyes hurt and I have a headache, so I'm going to sleep. There will be no more updates today. Readers reading outside the website, if you think the writing is pleasing to your eyes, I hope you can come to the Chinese website to support the original version. Thank you. Chapter 296. As soon as Li Mu opened his mouth, he felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to ask this question. After all, she was the empress, the ruler of a country. He could not treat the empress like Lu Hanyan. However, he thought about it again. What was wrong with the empress? Was it natural for the empress to do something wrong? He was loyal to her not because she was the empress, nor was it because she was beautiful. It was only because she had obtained his approval. If she didn't know where she went wrong this time, it was very likely that she would do it again next time. She could always be cold to him and she could also always be warm to him, but she couldn't always be hot and cold to him. Li Mu was working for her, not in love with her. What was this? Zhou Xian stood in front of the bed and thought for a while. She then said, "It was my fault for not being considerate enough and giving some people in the court an opportunity to take advantage of me and bring you so much trouble." She did not understand the main point of the matter. Li Mu gently shook his head and said, "I am not afraid of trouble, nor am I afraid of any enemy. As long as your majesty is behind me, even if my enemy is the entire court or the entire world, so what? What I am afraid of is that, for your majesty and the great show, I will make the entire world my enemy, but when I turn around I will find that there is no one behind me." In the darkness, Zhou Yi's gaze was somewhat absent-minded. She had never thought that someone would make the entire world his enemy for her. But after thinking about it, she realized that in the past few months, Li Mu had indeed done this. But what had she done? She had abandoned him and left him to face countless enemies alone. The reason he had so many enemies was not because of himself, but because of the great Zhou, because of her. Li Mu looked at the silent Zhou Xian and asked, "I would like to ask your majesty if I have done something to make your majesty unhappy. If I have offended your majesty, would your majesty please make it clear? Even if your majesty wants me to die, please let me die with a clear understanding. Do not let me be muddle-headed. No, no." Zhou Xian couldn't tell the truth in front of Li Mu. He could only say, "Yes, it was Zhen who encountered an inner demon. These days, Zhen has been suppressing the inner demon and has no time to care about other things. Therefore Zhen neglected you." Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then shock appeared on his face. Her Majesty was a 7th realm transcendent cultivator. The inner demons of a cultivator of this level were extremely terrifying. Once the inner demons were born, their cultivation would be stagnant. This was already the best outcome. If it was more serious, his cultivation would regress, his mind would be affected by his inner demons, or he might even die. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. So it was only the Empress suppressing her inner demons. He had thought that he had fallen out of favor. It was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's not a big deal. He raised his head to look at the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, please recite with me. Your heart is as clear as ice. You will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses. You will remain steadfast. You will be happy and calm. You will not be stained by dirt. You will not be stained by vulgar things." In the end, the reason why inner demons were born was because the mind was in chaos. The art of tranquility was used to calm the mind. It wasn't just for inner demons. Soul manipulation arts, illusion arts, seduction arts, dream invading arts, and other arts that could affect one's mind to perform arts were all trash in front of the art of tranquility. Although this wasn't the most basic way to suppress inner demons, it was very effective in avoiding them. Heart is as clear as ice. You will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses? Zhou Xian didn't understand, but she still recited a few words in her heart with Li Mu. Then a look of surprise appeared on her face. Ever since she came here, she had been suppressing the throbbing in her heart and suppressing the inner demons. With her 7th realm strength, it was still a bit difficult for her to completely suppress the inner demons. But after reciting a few words, the throbbing in her heart calmed down. This was obviously a spell that could quickly calm the mind. There were many spells for calming the mind in both Buddhism and Taoism. The royal family also had many secret spells. These days Zhou Yi tried them one by one, but they didn't have much effect. Only the few spells that Li Mu taught her had an immediate effect. Her heart immediately calmed down and she no longer felt the throbbing of her inner demons. Li Mu looked at Zhou Yi and asked, "Your Majesty, are you feeling better?" Zhou Yi nodded and said, "Much better." Li Mu explained, "The art of tranquility can calm one's mind under any circumstances, but using it to suppress one's inner demons is still a temporary solution. Your Majesty, if you want to completely solve your inner demons, you have to start from the source." Zhou Yi said unnaturally, "I know." To start from the source she had to start from Li Mu. But how should she start? She was silent for a while, then looked at Li Mu again and said, "From now on I will always stand behind you. No matter what you encounter, just do it. You have me." With these words, Li Mu was much more relieved. But he couldn't help but regret and blame himself for misunderstanding the Empress. He had almost wronged her. At this time Zhou Yi asked again, "Do you know who set you up?" Li Mu said, "Someone changed into my appearance, defiled that woman and framed me. If it wasn't a Zhou Xian master, then someone used a transformation talisman and a false form elixir. The false form divine power could change one's body into a man or a woman, big or small, or a divine bird or a strange beast. It could only be used by see-through Xian stage cultivators who had a profound cultivation base. This was not a simple illusion, but an essential change from the inside to the outside. It was a great magical power beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The Zhou Xian magical power was extremely difficult to carve fulu and refine elixirs. Therefore it was extremely rare and ranked in the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm fulu and elixirs were extremely difficult to carve and refine because of the precious materials. Most cultivators would choose to use them for attack or defense. This kind of fulu or elixir that didn't have great power but had special uses was even rarer. The Empress shook her head slightly and said, "It can't be Zhou Xian. There are not many masters in Zhou Xian. If they did, I would have sensed it. Someone must have used a false form fulu or elixir. Do you have any suspects?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I suspect it was Zhou Chu's mother. She has been holding a grudge against Zhou Chu for what happened last time. I saw her today in the prison of the Ministry of Justice." Fourth aunt. The Empress sighed softly and said, "She is my family. I can't tell if she has anything to do with this. Old Wang once said that no one could predict everything. There were many limitations in the art of divination. The closer one was to the person, the less accurate the result would be. Most of the time the result of divination was only a sign or a feeling. It couldn't be confirmed at all. Even though Zhou Ting's wife wasn't related to the Empress by blood, they were still related by blood." Li Mu pondered for a moment before continuing, "In the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the wife of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights was with her." The Empress counted with her fingers and her face gradually turned cold. She said in a low voice, "It is indeed him." She looked at Li Mu gently and said, "Don't worry. I will get justice for you." Li Mu slept soundly that night. He no longer resented the Empress. What the Empress said later made him feel completely at ease. He even dreamed of the Empress in his dream. It wasn't the Empress who entered the dream, but Li Mu who dreamt of his own accord. If the Empress used the dream entering technique to invade Li Mu's dream, she would be able to see that there was another her in the dream. Li Mu originally enjoyed this dream very much. In the dream, he and the Empress relied on each other to keep each other warm. She supported Li Mu from behind and Li Mu cut through all obstacles for her. He swept away all obstacles in the imperial court, subdued the Yao nation, pacified the ghost realm, suppressed the dragon race of the four seas, conquered the barbarians and unified the countries of the Zhou continent. He also opened up new territory for the Great Zhou, conquered the 10 continents and 3 islands, and completed the unification of the world. He made the 10 continents live in peace and all the countries pay homage to him. Then the Empress conferred him the title of Empress. When the officials attended court, he often accompanied the Empress. After court, he nestled in her arms with a shy face. "No." Li Mu suddenly woke up from his dream. He sat up on the bed and looked around. Thinking about the dream just now, his face was full of shock. The dream just now was simply too scary. In the dream, not only did he have to be a cow or horse for the empress, he even had to sleep with her. Which normal man would want to marry an empress? But then again, although her status was high and she was powerful, it wasn't impossible for her to be a wife. In this day and age, which wife could not be unreasonable, admit her mistakes and protect her husband? She was rich and powerful. Although she wasn't gentle and considerate enough, she was able to put down her pride and identity to take the initiative to admit her mistake instead of being unforgiving and unreasonable. Such a woman was hard to find even if one searched for a lantern. As Li Mu thought about it, he suddenly slapped himself and said angrily, "Bah, scumbag." Lu Hanyan was still in the North County, but he actually had such thoughts about the empress. He really shouldn't have. After reflecting on himself for a while, Li Mu got up and washed up with Xiao Bai's help. The two ghosts had already prepared breakfast. After Li Mu finished eating, he went to the palace and prepared to go to court. At the entrance of the palace, the morning court had not started yet. The officials were already waiting outside the palace. In the line of officials, many people were discussing what happened yesterday. Li Mu was arrested and sent to the Ministry of Justice. Although they did not know why he was released later, the empress did not interfere from beginning to end. What did this mean? It meant that Li Mu's fall from grace was very likely true. A few days ago, when the news of Li Mu's fall from grace spread like wildfire, many of them had been observing the situation from afar. After all, the empress's heart was unpredictable. No one knew whether Li Mu's fall from grace was true or false. If the news was wrong, they would be impulsively attacking Li Mu and angering the empress. Wouldn't they be courting death? Everyone was waiting for the first person to test the waters. They did not expect that someone would be so impatient. It had only been a few days, but they could not wait to attack Li Mu. This gave them a chance to verify it. Although Li Mu was released from the Ministry of Justice yesterday, he seemed to have used some method to prove his innocence. The empress did not say anything about what had happened to him. This had already sent out a strong signal to everyone. If someone used this method to prove that the empress did not care about Li Mu, he would be removed from the divine capital in less than a month. He would never appear in front of everyone again. Chapter 297. The imperial court had been peaceful for so long, and the sudden appearance of a disruptor was something that no one wanted to see. Perhaps Li Mu had no selfish motives, but it was precisely because of this that he was an eyesore. Without him, whether it was the old or new parties or the other officials, their days would be much more comfortable. Before the imperial court, no discussion is allowed. While the officials were whispering, a stern voice came from outside the group of officials, interrupting their whispers. Everyone looked over and saw Li Mu wandering outside the group, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. Li Mu was the imperial censor of the imperial court. His main responsibility was to inspect the officials' manners during the imperial court and correct their improper behavior. The emperor used to use him as a personal guard, but now that Li Mu had fallen out of favor, he was only the imperial censor of the imperial court. He had the right to reprimand the officials before the imperial court. The crowd stopped talking, but they sneered in their hearts. The days when he could strut around like this were numbered. Li Mu walked to a certain place and looked at an official. The physician of the Board of Rights, Zhou Xian, also looked at Li Mu, his heart inexplicably weak. Li Mu coldly asked, "What are you looking at?" This was not the past when the silver law of guilt had been abolished. Zhou Xian did not believe that if he looked at Li Mu one more time, Li Mu would dare to beat him like he had beaten his son in front of the officials. If he really dared to do so, he would not be far from death. Zhou Xian coldly snorted and asked, "What, can't I look at you?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "Of course you can." Zhou Xian looked at him, his gaze even more unbridled, a trace of mockery in his contempt. Li Mu's tone changed and he said, "You can look at me, but you are not wearing your official hat properly. According to the law, you will be caned 10 times and your salary will be deducted for half a month. Men, drag the physician of the Board of Rights to the side, seal his cultivation, and punish him with 10 canes as a warning to others." Zhou Qi's expression changed as he shouted, "How can there be such a law?" Li Mu stretched out his hand and a copy of the Great Zhou Laws appeared in his hand. He flipped to a page and pointed it out to Zhou Qi, saying, "Look for yourself." The third article of the 35th volume of the Great Zhou Laws states that officials must tidy up their attire before attending court. Those who are disheveled will be regarded as disrespectful in front of the monarch. Their salary will be deducted for half a month and they will be caned 10 times. Have I said anything wrong? Zhu Qi stared blankly at this clause. It was written in black and white. Unless Li Mu had the guts to change the laws of Great Zhou, what he said was true. Tampering with the laws of Great Zhou was a capital offense. There was no way he would fabricate this just to give him 10 beatings. Li Mu shook his head and said, "This is the rule set by the previous emperor. You didn't follow it when it came to His Majesty. It is clear that you have no respect for His Majesty. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you won't respect His Majesty in the future." He looked at the 2 guards in front of the palace and said, "What are you waiting for? Start the punishment." The 2 guards looked at each other and didn't move. They hadn't been on duty for long and hadn't heard of this rule. Mr. May walked over from afar and looked at the 2 lightly. He asked, "Didn't you hear what Sir Li said? Disrespectful in front of the palace was a serious offense in the previous emperor's time. 10 beatings is already a light punishment. What are you waiting for?" Seeing that Commander May had spoken, the 2 didn't dare to hesitate. They walked up to Zhu Qi and said, "Sir, please." Zhu Qi's expression was stiff and his throat moved. He walked with difficulty and left with the 2 guards. Li Mu used the law to suppress him. He didn't even have a chance to resist. He swore in his heart that when he returned he would take a good look at the laws of Great Zhou. What kind of *T rule was this? Zhu Qi was taken away to receive his punishment. The officials beside him were very nervous. Some of them even used their mana to adjust their official hats. Some of the officials who had been on the court during the previous emperor's time even remembered the rules of the previous emperor's time. Disrespectful in front of the palace was a crime that existed during the previous emperor's time. Many officials had been punished because of this. After the empress succeeded the throne, she didn't care about this anymore. When the officials went to court, they also became casual. Most importantly, they didn't have to worry about it anymore. Who would have thought that Li Mu would bring this up again today? He brought out all the provisions of the law. No one could say that he was wrong unless the officials all agreed to abolish this law. But that was a matter for the future. Li Mu didn't care about the frightened officials and continued to patrol outside. As he walked, his footsteps stopped again. He stood in front of Wei Ting, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue. Wei Ting's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He finally understood what Li Mu meant when he said those last words to the 3 of them yesterday. Revenge. This was undisguised revenge. Li Mu stood in front of Wei Ting. At first glance he didn't find anything strange. At second glance he also didn't find anything strange. So he began to look carefully, up and down, front and back, left and right. At this moment Wei Ting really wanted to curse. When Li Mu walked past the other officials he only glanced at them. When he came to Wei Ting he had already looked at them for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Wei Ting's official hat was properly worn and his clothes were neat. But his efforts didn't let him down. Li Mu still found a stain on his sleeve. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Lord Wei, the official robes you are wearing aren't just official robes. They are also the symbol of the Great Zhou, the face of the court. The previous emperor requested that when the officials go to court, their clothes must be neat and tidy, and their official robes must not be stained. Have you forgotten?" The 2 guards who had punished Zhu Qi had already returned. Li Mu looked at Wei Ting, his expression gradually becoming cold. He said, "Forfeit your salary for half a month, 10 strokes of the cane." After the 2 guards examined him, they also took Wei Ting away. Li Mu continued forward. The director of the Ministry of Justice lowered his head to look at a conspicuous hole in his official robes. Sweat began to seep out of his forehead. The director of the Ministry of Rights just didn't wear his hat properly, and the vice director of the Ministry of Revenue just had a stain on his sleeve, yet he was already beaten 10 times. His official robes had a hole. He had lost the face of the court. Wouldn't he be beaten at least 50 times? He looked at Li Mu out of the corner of his eye and found that he had already walked in front of him. He stopped in front of him. His gaze wasn't right. He seemed to be looking at the hole in his official robes. "It's over, it's over." He found it. Li Mu walked in front of the director of the Ministry of Justice, gave him a look and slowly walked past him. The director of the Ministry of Justice froze in place. Li Mu was letting him go just like that. After Li Mu left for a long time and didn't come back, he finally felt completely at ease. Li Mu really had let him go. Although it was clear that he was taking revenge on the 3 people who had gone to the Ministry of Justice to watch the show yesterday, the 2 of them also had old grudges. Whether he would be punished or not, it would be up to Li Mu to decide. The director of the Ministry of Justice heaved a sigh of relief and felt a little touched. It seemed that Li Mu had indeed forgotten the grudges between them and remembered that he had helped him before. Li Mu was different from other people in the court. Although Li Mu was sometimes annoying, he was a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He was a person worthy of deep friendship. Walking past the director of the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu went straight to the side of the minister of Taichung Temple. The minister of Taichung Temple looked ahead. Even though he had already guessed that Li Mu would not let him go easily after taking revenge on the director of the Ministry of Rights and the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, he was not afraid. He had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Normally he would often use disguising techniques. His official robes were impervious to fire and water, dirt, holes and dirt. His official hat was also properly worn. Even with Li Mu's discerning eyes, he could not find anything that could be used against him. Li Mu walked in front of the minister of Taichung Temple and sized him up for a long time. He could not find anything wrong with him. His official robe was spotless. It was obvious that he had cast a concealment technique on it. His official hat was also properly worn. Under such circumstances, if Li Mu still made things difficult for him, it would mean that he was trying to harm him. He observed for a while more and suddenly looked at the feet of the minister of Taichung Temple. The minister of Taichung Temple also noticed Li Mu's actions. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had woken up in a hurry and put on his shoes the wrong way? He did not remember. However, after this thought appeared in his mind, he felt that his feet were somewhat uncomfortable. Especially since Li Mu had been staring at his feet for a long time without saying anything. This made him panic. Finally, he could not help but look down. Luckily, there was nothing wrong with his shoes. However, because he lowered his head, the official hat on his head accidentally bumped into the hat of an official in front of him. It fell to the ground. Li Mu looked regretfully at the minister of Taichung Temple and said, "Today's morning court session was a little different from usual. Other than the officials at the very front, most of the officials standing in the middle and at the back of the court were standing straight. Their official robes were neat and their official hats were properly placed. They were much more energetic than usual. This was because there were 3 officials who had already been fined their salaries and given beatings because of their impoliteness in front of the court. The atmosphere in the court was also different from usual because of this. They did not know what was wrong with Li Mu today. He suddenly brought up the old system of the previous emperor. It should be known that before this he was strongly opposed to the various systems established by the previous emperor. Only a few people, such as the Minister of Justice, understood why the 3 officials were punished. Li Mu stood in the corner. This was the only thing he felt that the previous emperor had left behind that was useful in his decades on the throne. Yesterday the 3 of them had said that they wanted to see how long Li Mu could be arrogant. Today he would let them see with their own eyes. The person who presided over the morning court session today was still Mr. Mei. As soon as Mr. Mei announced the start of the morning court session, Zhang Chun stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I have a report." He held the ceremonial tablet and said, "I want to impeach the Assistant Minister of Justice, Zhou Xian. As the Assistant Minister of Justice, he abused his power and imprisoned Imperial Censor Li Mu on a groundless charge. Where is the dignity of the law?" Li Mu was comforted. Elder Zhang was his only true friend in the entire court. When he became successful in the future he would treat him better. Mr. Mei looked at Zhou Xian and asked, "Mr. Zhou, what do you have to say?" Zhou Xian said, "Mr. Zhang is lying. As the Assistant Minister of Justice, I handled the case according to the law. That woman was raped, and I saw from her memory that the person who raped her looked similar to Imperial Censor Li. It was reasonable and legal to detain him temporarily. Later, Imperial Censor Li told me that he was still a Yuanyang body. After he was cleared of suspicion, I immediately let him go. How is this abuse of power?" Hearing this, the courtiers were in an uproar. I was wondering why the Ministry of Justice suddenly let him go. So his Yuanyang body is not broken. It can be cleared of suspicion like this? This is unheard of. I have learned something new. Is he really a Yuanyang body? Li Mu glared fiercely at Zhou Xian with a murderous gaze. When he realized that everyone in the hall was looking at him, he quietly moved his feet and hid himself behind a pillar. Chapter 298. In Crepe Myrtle Palace, Li Mu hid behind a pillar, wishing he could tear Zhou Xian's mouth apart. He still had his yang energy. Not only did he not feel ashamed, he even felt a little proud. If it weren't for the fact that his primordial yang was still there, how could this case be explained so quickly? But pride was one thing. Pride and making the case known to the whole world were two different things. That damned Zhou Xian. He had been a bachelor for decades. What right did he have to criticize him? After Zhang Chun's incident, the order in the imperial court was a little chaotic. Many people knew that Li Mu was sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison yesterday and later came out. But they only knew the result, not the process. Some people even guessed that His Majesty had secretly instructed the Ministry of Justice. If that was the case, whether Li Mu had fallen out of favor would have to be re-evaluated. But then again, this case was really a disaster. No matter how many people hated Li Mu, they had to admit that he was as handsome as Cui Ming. He was the most handsome man in the divine capital. If he was willing, countless women would throw themselves at him and be his groom every night. But the truth was that such a person was just a virgin. Even the person who framed him must not have thought of this. Otherwise he would not have framed Li Mu for rape. Today's morning court session ended quickly. To everyone's surprise, His Majesty did not say a word about Li Mu's being framed. This confirmed a conjecture. That person had really fallen out of favor. After the court, Li Mu went to Changle Palace to seek an audience with the Empress. But he was still rejected and he left the palace alone. All of this was seen by a palace maid at the entrance of Changle Palace. The officials in the palace, such as the palace secretary and the minister of the 3 provinces, also saw Li Mu's lonely figure leaving the palace. This news quickly spread to all the residences in the north and south courtyards. Zhu residence. Zhu Qi was lying on his bed. In the morning, his cultivation had been restricted and he had been caned 10 times. He had just taken a medicinal pill to treat his injuries. When he heard the news, he immediately sat up in bed and gritted his teeth. Li Mu, just you wait. Then a scream came from the room, followed by the sound of something heavy falling on the bed. Wu Manor. Although the old Taichung Temple deputy had supernatural powers and cultivation base, his cultivation base was limited when he used the cane. He endured 10 canes with his old bones. At this moment he was also lying on the bed and asked, "Is what you said true?" A middle-aged man said, "It's absolutely true." He was framed and the Empress didn't say anything. This time he must have really fallen out of favor. Taichung Temple's deputy prime minister said gloomily, "When I recover in 2 days, it will be the time of Li Mu's death." Wei Estate. Wei Ting was limping around in the courtyard. He had taken some medicinal pills and used Fulu. His injuries were much better now. When he heard about what had happened after the court was dismissed, he was overjoyed. This would be the last time he suffered a loss at the hands of Li Mu. As long as the emperor no longer protected him with the power of the old party, Li Mu would be at their mercy. Ministry of Rights Assistant Minister's Estate. A woman said hatefully, "I didn't succeed last time. This time I'll make sure she dies without a complete corpse." The news that Li Mu had fallen out of favor caused quite a stir among the officials and nobles. In front of the Li Manor, Zhang Chun knocked on the door with a worried expression. This time he was really panicking. Li Mu had been framed, but the emperor was indifferent. After the court was dismissed, he went to see the emperor but was rejected. The matter was much more serious than he had imagined. He didn't want to live in a big house with 5 entrances. He also didn't want to have a group of maids and servants. As a friend, he had to remind Li Mu to leave the divine capital as soon as possible. He had to get further and further away from here and never come back. As for himself, he had to consider resigning from his position. Zhang Chun knocked on the door of the courtyard. As soon as the door opened, he smelled a fragrance. It was the familiar fragrance of hot pot. Li Mu stood at the door and asked, "Why are you here, O Zhang?" Zhang Chun was about to speak when he suddenly saw a figure beside the stove in the courtyard. It was a beautiful woman. She was putting a piece of tofu from the pot into a bowl. The moment he saw the woman's face, Zhang Chun's head buzzed. The news that Li Mu had fallen out of favor had spread like wildfire. Who would have thought that the Empress would refuse Li Mu's request to see her and eat hot pot with him in the Li Manor an hour later? No one would believe it if he told them about it. When he came back to his senses, he immediately looked at Li Mu and said, "It's nothing. I just came to tell you that we should have a meal together when you're free." Li Mu said, "We're eating." Do you want to come in and eat with us? Zhang Chun quickly waved his hand and said, I can't today. Maybe another day. My wife is waiting for me at home. Goodbye. He turned around and left. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he went to a broker in the divine capital and said to a broker, check if there are any empty courtyards in the divine capital. I won't consider those below the 5th rank. As long as they're above the 5th rank. Ministry of Justice. After the director of the Ministry of Justice reported to Zhou Xian, he could not help but ask, Sir, has Lord Li really fallen out of favor? Zhou Xian said calmly, I'm afraid only His Majesty knows about this. The director shook his head and said, what a pity. He then realized that he had misspoken. He looked up and was relieved when he saw that the assistant minister did not hear him. Zhou Xian stood up and walked out of the Ministry of Justice. The director hurriedly chased after him and asked, where are you going, sir? I still have some things to report. Zhou Xian waved his hand and said, let's talk about it tomorrow. I have an appointment with a friend today. We're going fishing outside the city. Ministry of Rights. An official walked into a government office and said to someone in the office, Director Liu, the assistant minister is going to impeach Li Mu tomorrow. Should we follow him? That person looked up at him and asked, why should we follow the assistant minister's impeachment? The official said, the assistant minister has this intention. You've just come to the Ministry of Rights, so you shouldn't curry favor with the assistant minister. After all, Li Mu has fallen out of favor. You don't have to worry about His Majesty blaming you for impeaching him. Perhaps His Majesty is waiting for someone to impeach him. That person waved his hand and said, if you want to go, you go. I'm not going. The director of the Ministry of Rights left helplessly. The Ministry of Rights originally only had one director. Later, for the imperial examinations, the imperial court added another one. However, this new director Liu did not seem to understand the ways of officialdom. Director Zhu was biased towards the old party. However, he did not dare to disobey the assistant minister. He had just come to the Ministry of Rights, but if he did not listen to the assistant minister, he would not have a good life in the future. After the director of the Ministry of Rights left, Director Liu curled his lips and said, impeach my ass. A bunch of idiots. Prince Shou's residence. Prince Shou liked to listen to operas. In addition to the stage built in the residence, there was also more than one opera troupe. Today he seemed to be particularly interested. After listening to a few plays, he waved his hand at the performers on the stage and said, I'm not listening to Prince Consort Tui today. Sing Taizu fishing for me. Zhou residence. During the meal in the Zhou residence, Zhou Xian ate a few mouthfuls and put down his chopsticks. He looked at Zhou Jing and said, Big brother, this time, Li Mu will not be able to escape this calamity. Should we call fourth brother out? If he sees this scene, he will be very happy. Will not be able to escape this calamity? Zhou Jing looked at him and asked, how so? Zhou Xian said, Li Mu has already lost the emperor's favor. As far as I know, this time, whether it's our people or the old party, they all want to get rid of Li Mu completely. Fourth brother hates him to the bone. We have to let him see it with his own eyes. Zhou Jing put down his chopsticks and said, use your brain and think about it. With Wuer's personality, even if it's not her close official, if any official in the imperial court was framed and slandered in such a despicable way, she will not do anything. Will she not let the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court investigate? Zhou Xian was stunned and said in shock, this? Zhou Jing said, how can I not understand my own daughter? If she wasn't really angry, she wouldn't have done this. The next morning court will probably be very lively. Zhou Xian's expression changed and said, what should we do? The matter of framing Li Mu was obviously instigated by my sister-in-law. The director of the Ministry of Rights is in danger. We have to remind him that the imperial examination is imminent. Nothing can happen to him. It's too late. Zhou Jing said, last time the Zhou family didn't do as she wanted. Now she hates you and me to the bone. She won't even return to the Zhou family and won't listen to you. If she had succeeded in framing Li Mu last time, it would have been fine. But if she had failed, the director of the Ministry of Rights would have been lost. It's too late for you to remind her now. Zhou Xian was stunned and muttered, could this be Li Mu's scheme again? Zhou Jing didn't deny it and said, I'm afraid that even his fall from grace last time was fake news released by him and Wu. Zhou Xian said with a sullen face, Her Majesty used to be so naive and pure. How did she become like this? She couldn't think of such a method. That Li Mu is as cunning as a fox. He must have taught Her Majesty the wrong things. He thought for a moment and asked, should we remind the others? No need. Zhou Jing shook his head and said, if they can't even see through such a simple trick, they are useless. They should give up their positions as soon as possible and let someone capable take over. Li residence. Li Mu put the fish and tofu that the Empress liked to eat into the pot and asked with concern, how is Her Majesty's inner demon? Zhou Yi picked up a piece of tofu and blew on it gently. She took a small bite and said, it's all thanks to the chant you taught me. It's much better now. For some reason, ever since her inner demon first appeared, she would see Li Mu and it would throb uncontrollably. But after the morning court session, even without the chant, the inner demon didn't appear again. Perhaps it was because she imagined that Li Mu had been through hundreds of battles, which left such a shadow in her heart. But in reality he was just like her, inexperienced. After realizing this fact, she felt much better. Li Mu was relieved when he heard this and picked up a piece of tofu for himself. According to the Empress's intentions, she would expose the director of the Ministry of Rites during today's morning court session, cripple his cultivation and banish him. But Li Mu stopped her. Li Mu knew very well that the director of the Ministry of Rites and the mother behind him weren't the only ones who wanted his life. This time he might as well take advantage of the situation and give them a collective surprise. So he proposed to join forces with the Empress and pretend that he had fallen out of favor. This would send a wrong signal to those who were ready to make a move. Finally, with the help of the case of the assistant director of the Ministry of Rites, they could catch them all in one fell swoop. After this incident, he believed that the remaining people would be much more obedient. The Empress agreed to Li Mu's plan without even thinking about it. The two of them had already put on the show and released the bait. Now they were just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Crepe Myrtle Palace. Today's morning court session was held as scheduled. Since the end of the previous morning court session, many people in the court had been looking forward to today's session. The morning court session had just begun when another official stood up and said loudly, Your Majesty, I have a memorial. The Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue held up a memorial and said, I would like to impeach the constable of the Luoyang Yamen, Li Mu. During his patrol, he often hung around the music hall and neglected his duties. As soon as he finished speaking, the director of the Ministry of Rites also stood up and said, I would also like to impeach Li Mu. During his tenure, he accepted bribes from the people. The deputy director of the Taichung Temple also stood up and said, I would like to impeach Li Mu. As the imperial censor of the palace, he used his position to suppress dissidents and abused his power. I would also like to impeach Li Mu. I would like to impeach Li Mu. I would like to. After the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, the director of the Ministry of Rites, and the deputy director of the Zhongjing Temple stood up, a few more officials stood up one after another. The target of their impeachment was also Li Mu. Without a doubt, this was a premeditated impeachment. These officials had already discussed this matter before going to court. Among these people, there were officials from the old party and also officials from the new party. Among them, officials from the Ministry of Rites made up the most. However, after these people stood up, they looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. According to their guesses, there were countless people in the court who wished for Li Mu's death. However, at this moment there were less than 10 people who stood up. This was far from the number they had expected. What were the other people in the court waiting for? Although the assistant director of the Ministry of Rites was also puzzled, there was indeed no one who stood up to impeach. According to the procedure, it was time for him to appear. He walked out with his ceremonial tablet and said, Your Majesty, the imperial censor was originally a clear stream in the court. The imperial censor of the palace, Li Mu, has many controversial actions and is no longer suitable to be the imperial censor. He did not impeach Li Mu. He just took the opportunity to raise a request that sounded reasonable. The imperial censor was an honest official. With so many officials impeaching Li Mu, it meant that he was no longer suitable to be the imperial censor. Moreover, the reasons for their impeachment were not groundless. In the past 3 days he had put in a lot of effort to impeach Li Mu. If Li Mu was not the imperial censor, he was just a lowly constable in the divine capital. A lowly constable could be easily transferred out of the divine capital for any reason. By then they would have the final say on how Li Mu would die. After the assistant director of the Ministry of Rights finished speaking, the court was very quiet. The important officials in front of him did not agree or disagree. Most of the other officials were also quiet. At this moment, the Empress's voice came from behind the curtains. "You want to impeach Li Mu?" The assistant director of the Ministry of Rights walked forward and said, "Your Majesty, we want Li Mu." At this moment, nearly 10 officials behind him, including the assistant director of the Ministry of Rights, were stunned. Li Mu? Hadn't Li Mu fallen out of favor? Why was the Empress still addressing him so intimately? They dared to impeach Li Mu because Li Mu had fallen out of favor. If Li Mu had not fallen out of favor, then... They looked at each other, their hearts sinking into a bottomless abyss. Oh no, they had fallen into a trap. Chapter 299. The Empress's words of Minister Li caused the noisy court to fall into a temporary silence. Her Majesty rarely said the words "beloved minister." She only addressed the ministers in the imperial court as ministers. How could she address a minister who had fallen out of favor as beloved minister? The only possibility was that Li Mu's falling out of favor was just an illusion. Other than those who stood out to impeach Li Mu, most of the officials in the court showed a look of understanding. Today's scene was within their expectations. This was a trap set up by the Empress and Li Mu together. His Majesty and Li Mu teamed up to act as bait in order to lure these people out, and they really took the bait. At this moment, Zhang Chun cleared his throat and stood out. He said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Mr. Mei looked at him and asked, "What do you have to say, Lord Zhang?" Zhang Chun pointed at the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue and said, "Lord Wei said that Constable Li spent time in the music hall during his patrol and neglected his duties. Then I would like to ask, in the case of Xianxia, who was not afraid of the Academy's pressure. As a constable, Constable Li patrolling brothels, music halls and restaurants is his duty. If it were not for the outlaws of Luoyang who often bullied the weak and humiliated the musicians, would Constable Li frequent these places?" Wei Ting opened his mouth and was speechless. He knew that Zhang Chun was not entirely right, but at this moment it was not important. The Empress Minister Li just now made him completely panic. As long as Li Mu did not fall out of favor, no matter what they did, it would be in vain. At this moment, Zhang Chun pointed at the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Rights and said, "You said that Li Mu accepted bribes when he was on duty. As everyone knows, Constable Li is not afraid of power and wholeheartedly serves the people. He has brought justice for many innocent people in Luoyang. The people respect him and love him. When he was patrolling the streets, they understood his hard work and served him tea to quench his thirst and a bowl of noodles to allay his hunger. This is the people's kindness to him. You call this accepting bribes?" He snorted and looked around at the people in the court. He said, "If this is called accepting bribes, then I hope that all of my colleagues in the court today can make the people willingly accept bribes. Touch your conscience. Can you?" The Minister-Counselor opened his mouth but could not refute. He knew what Zhang Chun said better than anyone else, but so what? His Majesty doted on Li Mu, so the people gave him these gifts to show their love and respect for him. Li Mu had lost the favor of the emperor, and the commoners had given him these gifts. He had accepted bribes. This was the court. They guessed that Li Mu had lost the emperor's favor. That was why they dared to stand up today and use this as a reason to impeach Li Mu. But judging from the situation in front of them, they seemed to have guessed wrong. One wrong step and the whole game was lost. In the end, Zhang Chun pointed at the senior minister of Taichung Temple and said, "You said that His Excellency Li took advantage of his position to attack dissidents. What is dissident and what is self? His Excellency Li has a noble character and has never formed cliques for personal gain. On the contrary, you all consider yourselves as the new and old cliques. The crime of disrespect in front of the palace was set by the late emperor. His Excellency Li respected the late emperor and carried out the law set by the late emperor, so he punished you. How dare you?" The minister Taichung Temple's face turned red. "You are slandering me." Many people in the court looked at Zhang Chun with disdain. There were indeed people in the court who respected the late emperor, but Li Mu was definitely not one of them. Li Mu's passion in the past few months was to overthrow the late emperor's old system. Who in the court did not know that? Zhang Chun, Li Mu's dog, was really shameless to protect his master. But no matter what, his words were watertight and no one could refute. Moreover, the situation in the court was not clear yet. No one was willing to stand up and refute. Whether Li Mu was guilty or not depended on whether the Empress was willing to protect him. If the Empress was willing to protect him, he would be innocent even if he was guilty. If the Empress was not willing to protect him, he would be guilty even if he was innocent. At this time, the Empress's voice came from behind the curtain again. A few days ago, Minister Li was maliciously framed. Did the Ministry of Justice find out who was behind it? Everyone in the court was shocked when they heard this. This happened in the last morning court. The Empress did not say anything about it last time. But today she suddenly mentioned it. The meaning behind it was self-evident. The Assistant Minister of Rights's eyelids twitched. He could not help but lower his head. Zhou Xian stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the culprit disguised himself as Lord Li and committed the crime." After that he disappeared. The Ministry of Justice has not found any clues. If we wait for the Ministry of Justice to find clues, how long will Minister Li be wronged? The Empress looked at him and said coldly, "Mei Wei, bring him here." Mr. Mei looked outside the hall and said, "Bring him here." Two women escorted a middle-aged man into the hall. When he saw the middle-aged man, the Assistant Minister of Rights finally could not control his expression. After the deed was done, he had ordered this person to leave Luoyang and never come back. He did not expect to see him in the court. Mr. Mei looked coldly at the middle-aged man and said, "Speak. Who ordered you to frame Lord Li?" When he said this, the officials were shocked again. They did not expect the Empress to have already captured the culprit. This person used fulu or pills to disguise himself as Li Mu. Even the Ministry of Justice would not be able to find him. The internal guards would not be able to find him. The Empress must have done it herself. The power of a transcendent powerhouse was beyond their imagination. Of course, more importantly, the Empress had done it herself for Li Mu. This was enough to prove one thing. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and pointed at the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. He said, "It was Lord Qin. It was Lord Qin who gave me the fake form pill and told me to pretend to be Lord Li and rape that woman to frame him." Nonsense. The Assistant Minister of Rights' face was pale. He pointed at him with a trembling finger and said, "I have no grudge against you. Why did you frame me?" The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly and said, "Lord Qin, it's useless. They'll know. Just admit it," the Assistant Minister of Rights said sternly. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't even know you." Although his voice was not soft, everyone present could hear the trembling in his voice. Clearly he was not confident. They all realized something. They did not expect the Assistant Minister of Rights to be the one who would frame Li Mu like this. When they thought about it more carefully, the Assistant Minister of Rights' wife was Zhou Chu's sister. Zhou Chu had died at Li Mu's hands. He had enough motive to frame Li Mu. The middle-aged man waved his hand and images appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the image, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights handed a pill to the middle-aged man and seemed to whisper a few words into his ear. If this middle-aged man was the adulterer who framed Li Mu, then it went without saying who the real mastermind behind this was. Seeing these images, the Assistant Minister of Rights trembled and fell to the ground powerlessly. At this moment, no explanation would be of any use. With witnesses and evidence present, they could perform a soul search on him. At that time, no matter what secrets he had in his heart, he would not be able to hide them. In the end, this matter was still due to his negligence. His negligence was that he did not kill this person and completely destroy the evidence after the deed was done. His negligence was that he was too anxious and believed the Dowager Consort's words. He thought that Li Mu had fallen out of favor with his wife, which was why he dared to act so recklessly. Now that things had come to this, there was no use regretting it. He hung his head and sat on the ground, not saying a word. Clearly he had accepted his fate. The Assistant Minister of Rights' actions had completely confirmed his crimes. He was even spared from unnecessary interrogation. At this moment, the Crepe Myrtle Palace was completely silent. Everyone's hearts were extremely heavy because the entire palace was enveloped by a powerful aura. This aura came from the curtain in front of them. Under this aura, even the 5th and 6th level courtiers felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. It was obvious that Her Majesty was extremely angry. First you secretly framed him. Then you joined forces with the imperial court to impeach him. You said that Minister Li was suppressing his dissidents. Who exactly was the one doing so? Hiring a murderer to frame a colleague. The Assistant Minister of Rights will be removed from his position and sent to the border counties. The Ministry of Justice will investigate this case strictly. Do not leave out anyone who participated in this case. The Assistant Minister of Rights, the Minister Assistant Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Taichung Temple, and the others formed a clique for personal gain and attacked dissidents. They will be removed from their positions immediately and will never be employed again. All those related to this case will be severely punished. In the imperial court, the Empress was furious. She dismissed all the officials who had impeached Li Mu today. Ever since she ascended the throne, the courtiers had never seen her so angry. The Assistant Minister of Rights and the others were just ordinary impeachments. Even if the reason for the impeachment was wrong, the consequences would not be so severe. Impeachment was an impeachment based on hearsay. Afterward, there would naturally be internal guards or imperial censors to verify the truth. Every official in the imperial court had the power to impeach. However, they had chosen the wrong time. The Assistant Minister of Rights had hired a murderer to frame a colleague in the imperial court. This was something that the imperial court could not tolerate. There were disagreements and conflicts between courtiers. This was normal. However, there must be a bottom line in any conflict. The Assistant Minister of Rights' actions had crossed the bottom line of the imperial court and the bottom line of the law. The Assistant Minister of Rights, the Minister Assistant Minister of Revenue, and the others happened to be implicated by him. What should have been a normal impeachment became a conspiracy. In the end, not only did they lose their official positions, but they also had to face prosecution. This was obviously a test by Her Majesty. While testing the courtiers, she also caught all the courtiers who were tempted to take action against Li Mu in one fell swoop. She was using this method to protect her favored courtiers. She was also using the fate of these people as a warning to others. After today, everyone would know that Li Mu was the Empress's man. If they tried to slander or frame him through clumsy means, they would eventually pay with their lives. Chapter 300. The Minister of Rights, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Taichung Temple, and the others stood in the main hall. The Empress's voice was still echoing in their ears. It was not easy for them to enter the 4 great academies. After leaving the academies, they had to wait for a long time before they could fill a vacancy. They had also worked hard in the bureaucracy for many years before they could reach their current positions. Decades of hard work had turned into bubbles in a single day. They should have known that Li Mu was as cunning as a fox. How could he suddenly fall out of favor? This was all a trap set by him. There were so many officials in the court, but only a few of them took the bait. After the morning assembly, the Minister of Rights was taken away by the Ministry of Justice. No one knew how many people were involved behind him. The other 9 officials were also demoted, especially the Ministry of Rights. Under the Minister of Rights, half of the important officials were gone. The imperial examination was imminent, and the court had to fill the vacancy in the Ministry of Rights. The imperial examination could not be delayed. As usual, this matter was nominated by the Hall of Secretaries. The position of Minister of Rights was very important. It needed an experienced official. However, there were not many rank 4 officials in the court. Every one of them held an important position. It was not possible to transfer officials of the same rank to the Ministry of Rights. If they were transferred back and forth, there would be a vacancy that could not be filled. It would cause chaos in the other departments. After thinking about it, Lu Yi came to the Ministry of Rights to seek the opinion of the Minister of Rights. The Minister of Rights was also worried about this matter. The imperial examination was imminent, and the Ministry of Rights did not have enough manpower. After this incident, more than half of the officials in the Ministry of Rights were gone. Even the Minister of Rights was dismissed. He urgently needed an assistant. He thought about it but could not think of a suitable candidate. In the end he said, "Why don't we let Minister Lu take over?" Although he has not been in the Ministry of Rights for long, he is familiar with the affairs of the ministry. He can take on this responsibility. Louis had some impression of Minister Lu. He said, "Minister Lu has just been transferred and he is going to be the Minister of Rights. Isn't this promotion speed a bit too fast?" If he had someone he could use, the Minister of Rights wouldn't be forced to do something beyond his ability. He shook his head and said, "Dr. Lu was transferred here on a regular basis. It can't be considered a promotion. His experience is not shallow. Although he is still somewhat lacking as an assistant minister, there is no other way at the moment." The imperial examinations are important. If it is delayed, none of us can bear the responsibility. According to Great Zhou's usual practice, the officials of the various ministries were rarely transferred outside. The position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites was usually taken over by a doctor. However, the doctor often had to work hard for 10 years or even longer before he could become an assistant minister. This Dr. Liu had just been transferred not long ago, but he had already made an exception and was promoted. This was very rare in the officialdom. But who asked the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites to seek his own death? Of all the people he could have touched, he just had to touch Li Mu. This move was not a big deal and Li Mu did not suffer any losses. More than half of the Ministry of Rites was lost by him. If the vacancy in the Ministry of Rites was not resolved as soon as possible, the imperial examinations would definitely be affected. After thinking for a long time, Lu Yi nodded and said, "Since the minister recommends Dr. Liu, the secretariat will nominate him, Ministry of Justice." Inside the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the Assistant Minister of Rites, who had been in high spirits during the morning court session, was now a prisoner. He sat dejectedly in a corner with a lonely expression. Zhou Xian walked to the door of the prison and said, "Open the door." The jailer hurriedly opened the door and Zhou Xian slowly walked in. He walked in front of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites and said, "His Majesty has ordered that the people involved in this case be severely punished. Lord Qin and that Li Mu have no enmity. Who is behind this?" The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites said, "Zhou Xian is my wife's younger brother. He died because of Li Mu. I just want to avenge him. There is no one behind this." Zhou Xian shook his head and said, "You are the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites. You have a high position. After the imperial examinations were reformed, you have even more power. Zhou Xian is your wife's younger brother, not your biological brother. You have no reason to do this." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites said, "I am responsible for what I did. Don't waste your breath." Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Actually, even if you don't say it, I know. On the day Li Mu was imprisoned, your wife and mother-in-law came to the Ministry of Justice. If there is anyone in Shindu who hates Li Mu the most, it would be your mother-in-law. Her son died at the hands of Li Mu. It is reasonable that she wants to kill Li Mu for revenge." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites looked at him and said, "Lord Zhou, you should know better than me that some things require evidence." Zhou Xian shook his head and said, "I know what you are waiting for. You are waiting for the Zhou family to protect you. However, have you ever thought about why no one from the new party stood up for you in the imperial court today?" The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites' expression froze. This was something he could not understand even now. Zhou Xian continued, "They already knew that this was Her Majesty and Li Mu's scheme, but they did not tell you. It is obvious that they have given up on you. You hired assassins to frame your colleagues and touched Her Majesty's bottom line. The Zhou family cannot protect you and they have no way to do so. Regardless of whether you give them up or not, you will be sent to the battlefield at the border. With your cultivation, you will become a dead soul at the hands of those demon kings and ghost kings in less than a month. No, they will devour your body and soul. They will not give you the chance to become a dead soul." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites thought carefully and his face gradually paled. Zhou Xian looked at him and said, "When the late emperor was still alive, Her Majesty was already chosen as the crown prince's wife. At that time, the Zhou family's goal of stealing the country had not been exposed. The late emperor treated the Zhou family very well and gave them 2 death exemption tokens. Now that you have been sentenced to exile, it is no different from a death sentence. If the Zhou family is willing to save you, although they cannot restore your position, they can let you stay in the divine capital and keep your life. If the Zhou family is not willing to save you, then you can only wait for death." Zhou Xian looked at him one last time and turned to leave. 15 minutes later, a woman came to visit him in the prison. When the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites saw the woman, he immediately got up and ran to the door of the prison. He shouted, "Wife, wife, save me." The woman's expression was ugly. She asked, "How did this get exposed?" The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites said, "It must be Her Majesty's divination. Li Mu's fall from grace was fake. We were all fooled by them." The woman gritted her teeth and said, "We are her family. She actually treated us like this for an outsider." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights quickly said, "It's too late to say this now. Wife, you have to think of a way to save me. I heard that the Zhou family has 2 death exemption tokens. As long as I have one, I won't be exiled to the border counties." The woman nodded and said, "I will go and beg father. Wait for me here." Zhou Manor. Zhou Ting had just finished his seclusion. When he heard about the recent events, he was furious. "Stupid." The woman who had returned to the Zhou family said with a cold face, "Stupid or smart, I have to avenge Chu. He is a piece of flesh that fell from my body. I will not let him die in vain." Zhou Ting said with a sullen face, "Because of your stupidity, we lost an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Do you know how important that position is?" The woman said coldly, "I don't know and I don't want to know. I only know that I have to avenge Chu." Zhou Xian looked at her father and said, "Father, you have to save my husband. If he is exiled to the border counties, what will happen to me? What will happen to our child?" Zhou Ting said indifferently, "This matter is already known by the entire court. His Majesty has personally issued a decree. How can I save him?" Zhou Qian said, "Doesn't our family have a death exemption token? As long as we use the death exemption token, we can exempt him from the crime of being exiled, right?" Zhou Ting glanced at her and asked, "Who told you that?" Zhou Qian did not answer directly. She said, "Father, I beg you, save my husband." Zhou Ting was expressionless. The Zhou family did have a death exemption token and there were 2 of them. They were both bestowed by the previous emperor. The Zhou family had seized the emperor's aura and destroyed the continuation of the Shao royal family. If they were to use their death exemption token, it would probably enrage the old faction of the Shao royal family. Moreover, the minister of the Ministry of Rights was already a useless person. There was no need to waste a token to save him. Even if he agreed, his eldest brother and the rest would not. Zhou Ting said, "The Zhou family does not have a death exemption token. We cannot save him." Zhou Qian complained tearfully, "Father, are you so heartless? Are you going to watch your daughter lose her husband and your grandson lose his father?" Zhou Ting thought for a moment. He looked at her and said, "There are many talents in the fairies' capital. After separating from him, I will choose another young talent for you. No matter what, he will be several times stronger than him." Zhou Qian looked at her father. Her crying gradually stopped. An hour later, in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Qian stood outside the cell and said to the minister of the Ministry of Rights, "I have asked. The Zhou family does not have a death exemption token. Father cannot save you. Don't worry. After you go to the border counties, I will take good care of the child. Do not involve more people in this matter." Zhou Qian did not stay for long. She left in a hurry. The minister of the Ministry of Rights leaned against the cell door and slid down weakly. After an unknown period of time, a sigh came from behind him. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing in the shadows. He asked, "What are you sighing about?" Zhou Zhong looked at him and said slowly, "I feel bad for you. You are doing well as the minister of the Ministry of Rights. You have no enmity with Li Mu. But because of someone else you got into trouble. Your efforts in the first half of your life have been wasted. You do not have long to live. And the person who caused you to fall to this state is not even willing to save you. I believe you know very well that the Zhou family has a death exemption token. It is just that they are not willing to save you." The minister of the Ministry of Rights looked at him with a cold smile and said, "Don't you want me to give up more people? I am afraid you will be disappointed. This matter was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Have you ever thought about what you will be like after you die?" He looked at the minister of the Ministry of Rights. His eyes were like deep pools. His voice carried a strange power as he slowly said, "Your wife, although no longer young, is still in the prime of her life. After you die, she will still have a long life. She will definitely remarry. At that time, she will take in an even younger and more handsome husband than you. In the future, they will have their own children. That person will live in your mansion, sleep with your woman, and if he is not happy, he might even beat up your children." Zhou Zhong looked into his eyes. His gaze was deep as he said slowly, "They treated you like this. Is it worth it for you to protect them like this?" Zhou Zhong's voice seemed to have a magical power. When the minister of the Ministry of Rights heard this, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Then his chest began to rise and fall slightly. His breathing became rapid, the veins on his forehead bulged and his eyes became bloodshot. I didn't want to interfere, but that old woman forced me to do so. That false form elixir was given to me by her, but she didn't save me. What right does she have to not save me? Since she doesn't want me to live, then let her die with me. Translator's note. Lu_Kaixin translator. Kaixin editor. Valvrave 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 editor. Valvrave. Chapter 301. Ministry of Justice. When Zhou Xian walked out of the prison, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, who was waiting outside, whispered into his ear, "Lord Qin from the Ministry of Personnel is here." The Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice were the pillars of the old party in the imperial court. Zhou Xian walked into the yamen and saw a figure standing there. He asked, "Lord Qin, are you here for something important?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel turned around and looked at Zhou Xian. He asked, "The higher-ups say that the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights must be punished severely. This is a big blow to the Zhou family and the new party. We can't let go of this opportunity." Zhou Xian said calmly, "Just the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights is not enough." The assistant minister's eyes flashed. He asked, "Lord Zhou, you mean?" Zhou Xian said, "The source of this matter is Zhou Ting's wife, not the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. If we can drag her down, the Zhou family will protect her for the sake of their reputation or for other reasons. My goal is the Zhou family's 2 death exemption medallions. Without them, it will be much easier for us to fight the Zhou family in the future." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel nodded. The late emperor's death exemption medallions were actually given to a thief who stole the country. It is indeed a disgrace to us. It would be best if we can make them use the medallions. However, I don't think the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights will rat out his mother-in-law. The Zhou family will not use the medallions for a mere assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Zhou Xian looked at him and asked, "Does Lord Qin not believe me?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel was stunned. He asked, "Could it be?" Zhou Xian said, "The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights has already confessed that it was his mother-in-law, Zhou Ting's wife, who instigated him to frame Li Mu. She is the mastermind behind the scenes. This time I will make the Zhou family pay the price." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel was shocked. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights actually ratted her out. Then he came to his senses and praised, "Lord Zhou is always full of surprises. If we can make the Zhou family hand over the 2 death exemption medallions, Lord Zhou will have done a great service." Zhou Xian said calmly, "This is what I should do in order to support the legal wife." An uninvited guest arrived at the entrance of Zhou residence. The assistant minister of justice, Zhou Xian, also had the surname Zhou, but he was different from the Zhou family. When he was in the imperial court, he sided with the old party. Over the years, the officials of the new party had suffered many losses in his hands. Zhou Xian came to the Zhou clan alone. Even though there were no officials from the Ministry of Justice following him, the first Missy's husband was still in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Nothing good could come from Zhou Xian's visit to the Zhou clan at this moment. Even so, the Zhou clan's gatekeeper did not dare to slight him. After inviting him into the Zhou clan's residence, he went to report it as quickly as possible. Zhou Xian sat in the front hall sipping his tea. After a while, someone stepped into the hall. Censor Zhou Xian walked to the main seat and sat down. Only then did he look at Zhou Xian and ask, "Assistant Minister Zhou, what business do you have with my Zhou residence?" Zhou Xian put down his teacup and said, "I'm here on official business, so I won't beat around the bush." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights hired assassins to frame an important official of the court. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhou Xian. "The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights has committed a serious crime. The Ministry of Justice will punish him accordingly. The Zhou clan will abide by the law and will not interfere." Zhou Xian nodded and said, "That's good. In that case, I'll have to trouble Censor Zhou to invite Madame Zhou out so that I can bring her back to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation." Zhou Xian's expression changed when he heard this. He forced himself to calm down and glared at Zhou Xian. He asked, "What does the case of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights have to do with Madame Zhou? She's the wife of the court. How can you interrogate her just because you want to? Zhou Xian's expression was calm as he said slowly. His Majesty has decreed that the Ministry of Justice will handle the case of Lord Li being framed. Anyone involved in the case, regardless of identity or status, will be punished severely. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights has already confessed that Madame Zhou is the mastermind behind the case of Lord Li. If the Zhou clan does not hand her over, it will be considered as defying the decree. Is the Zhou clan going to defy the decree? The veins on Zhou Xian's forehead throbbed. He quickly regained his composure and said, Assistant Minister, please don't cross the line. Zhou Xian said calmly, if I didn't cross the line, the person who came to the Zhou residence today would be the constable of the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Xian's words were very clear. As the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, he did not have to arrest criminals personally. However, he had shown enough respect to the Zhou clan by coming here alone. If the Zhou clan still insisted on being stubborn, they would be asking for it. This also meant that the Ministry of Justice was determined to take Madame Zhou. There was no room for negotiation. Even though Zhou Xian wanted to kill the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, he had to admit that this matter had blown up. After he calmed down, he looked at Zhou Xian and said, Sir Zhou, please go back first. I'll personally go to the Ministry of Justice to deal with this matter in 2 hours. Zhou Xian stood up and said, I'll be waiting at the Ministry of Justice. A moment later, in a courtyard of the Zhou residence, a woman grabbed her messy hair and gritted her teeth as she yelled, Bastard, bastard. I didn't agree to Xianxia marrying him back then, but you insisted. Do you see his face now? Zhou Ting slapped her face and said angrily, Shut up. If it wasn't for you, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The woman covered her face. After being stunned for a moment, she completely exploded. She grabbed Zhou Ting's neck and said crazily, How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Zhou Ting knocked her out with a slap and ordered the maids in the courtyard, Take Madame back to her room to rest. Without my orders, don't let her out of her room. The 2 maids helped the woman back to her room. Zhou Xian looked at Zhou Ting and asked, Fourth brother, about this. Zhou Ting closed his eyes and said, Go and ask Big Brother. No matter what Big Brother decides, I'll agree. Zhou Xian walked out of the courtyard and crushed a jade talisman. Soon, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. It was the minister Zhou Jing. Zhou Xian walked forward and said, Big Brother, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights at the Ministry of Justice sold out sister-in-law. Earlier, Zhou Xian came to the residence to ask for her. I told him to go back and wait. How should we deal with this matter? Zhou Jing's eyelids drooped slightly. He said, As expected, the old party won't let go of this opportunity. Zhou Xian sighed and said, We have to answer to the Ministry of Justice. We can't really hand sister-in-law over. Zhou Jing said, I'm afraid they don't want her. Zhou Xian was stunned for a moment. He quickly reacted and asked, Big Brother, are you saying that their goal is the Zhou family's death exemption medallion? Zhou Jing extended his hand. There was a flash of golden light and 2 medallions appeared. He handed the medallions to Zhou Xian and said, Send these 2 medallions to the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Xian took the medallions and said doubtfully, 2? Zhou Jing said, Either send them 2 or none. Sister-in-law is a member of the Zhou family. Isn't Qian'er's husband one too? The death exemption medallion was too important. Zhou Xian was reluctant to part with it and did not understand. After Zhou Jing's reminder, he quickly understood the matter. They could either save both of them or not save both of them. The Zhou family only had these 2 choices. As for saving one and giving up the other as one of the 9 families of the Great Zhou, the Zhou family would be ridiculed if they did such a thing. The Zhou family could not afford to lose face. To them, they could lose benefits, but they could not afford to lose face. He kept the medallion inside. He left the Zhou family and headed to the Ministry of Justice. A moment later, at the Ministry of Justice's Assistant Minister's office, Zhou Xian slammed a medallion on the table and asked Zhou Xian, The death exemption medallion is here. Can I take the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights away? Zhou Xian picked up the medallion and looked at it. He said, The late emperor gave you the death exemption medallion. Can even exempt you from the death penalty. Men, take Lord Zhou to the prison and release the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Zhou Xian turned to leave. Zhou Xian said, Wait. Zhou Xian's eyelids twitched. He asked, Is there anything else? Zhou Xian said, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights can be exonerated. However, in this case Madame Zhou is the mastermind. If the Zhou family does not send her to the Ministry of Justice by today, I will send someone to take her away. Smack. Zhou Xian took out another death exemption medallion and slammed it on the table. He said, "Is this okay now?" Zhou Xian nodded and said, "Please go ahead." Zhou Xian snorted and turned to leave. Not long after, he walked out of the Ministry of Justice with the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. He looked at him angrily and said, "Remember, the Zhou family wasted a death exemption medallion for you. Treat Xianxia better in the future. Don't be ungrateful." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights nodded. Zhou Xian, who had already turned around, did not notice that there was no gratitude in his eyes. There was only hatred. This matter had nothing to do with him, but in the end he was implicated and almost lost his life. First, the Zhou family gave up on him. Now they made such a face. Who were they trying to impress? Ministry of Justice. In the assistant minister's office, Zhou Xian flipped open a book on the table. He flipped to a certain page, picked up a pen and gently crossed off the two Zhou family on the list. Then he closed the book and said slowly, "There are 7 more." Li Mu walked on the streets. The people of Fairy's capital greeted him warmly. "Hello, Constable Li. Constable Li, you're still single. My daughter is also of age. Constable Li, do you want to consider my daughter?" "Constable Li, I have 2 daughters. One is prettier than the other." "Constable Li, don't go." Li Mu could not resist the people's enthusiasm. He did not even bother to collect his telekinesis and fled. The case was cleared. It was very thorough. The people even knew the details of the case. Now, all the people of Fairy's capital knew that he was a virgin. Along the way, there were countless people who wanted to marry their daughters to Li Mu. Although Li Mu usually got along well with them, he did not have any thoughts about their daughters. It was all Zhou Xian's fault. Because of this, he became famous in Fairy's capital again. Sooner or later, Li Mu would find him and settle the score. When he finally reached his house, he saw a few carriages parked at the entrance. Beside the carriages, Mr. Mei was instructing a few people to move the things inside. Li Mu walked over and asked, "What's all this for?" Lord Mei smiled and said, "This is His Majesty's reward to you. There are precious fabrics, rare flowers, and some rare items that were offered as tributes from various places. Later, His Majesty will have people rearrange the array formation in your residence." The carriages were parked in a row outside Li Mu's residence. If not for Mr. Mei's explanation, Li Mu would have thought that the Empress was moving into his house. He really didn't expect that Li Si would be right about this. Li Si said that the Empress would warm up to him again after a short period of coldness. Looking at the boxes of rewards, Li Mu even suspected that the Empress was trying to flirt with him. Li Mu did not know whether she had met her inner demons or not, but it was true that she was inexplicably cold and hot to him. Li Si had said that this was a routine between men and women. Only by being both hot and cold, and being neither friendly nor distant, could they arouse the other party's nervousness and sense of danger. Now that Li Mu thought about it, during that period of time when he had been ignored, he had indeed been worried about his gains and losses. He had not been able to eat or sleep well, and his mind had been filled with thoughts of the Empress. But thinking about it carefully, it was impossible for the Empress to know such a sophisticated trick. Her EQ was not much better than Xiao Bai's. How could she come up with such a sophisticated trick? He shook his head, threw this bold and unrealistic thought out of his mind and walked into the residence. The Empress had rewarded many things. Li Mu planned to pick some and send them to Zhang Chun. Old Zhang's protection of him in the imperial court was no less than Li Mu's protection of the Empress. Li Mu was very touched by this. He specially asked the Empress to reward Zhang Chun with a 3-sectioned residence. It was located in the North Court, not far from the Li residence. Although they were not neighbors, it was just a matter of walking a few steps. At this time, in a residence not far from the Li residence in the North Court, Zhang Chun stood at the door and ordered 2 palace guards. He said, move slowly. Don't break the things." Today he finally fulfilled his wish of moving to a new residence. Although the residence was only changed from a 2-sectioned one to a 3-sectioned one, the location was worlds apart. This was the North Court, where the real high-ranking officials and dignitaries lived. If he lived here, he would not be embarrassed to say that he was an official in the imperial court. Zhang Chun pulled Madame Zhang around the new residence and asked, "How is it?" Madame Zhang said, "It's big enough but the furniture is a bit old. Why don't we order some new ones?" Zhang Chun shook his head and said, "There's no need to waste money. It won't be too late to change after a few days when we get a bigger residence." Madame Zhang was shocked. She said, "This is already big enough. You want a bigger one?" Zhang Chun nodded firmly and said, "3-sectioned is nothing. At this rate, it's not impossible for us to get a 5-sectioned one. You can just wait to enjoy your life. Tidy up the room first. When you're done, I'll take you to Lord Li's residence for a walk." Madame Zhang sighed and said, "I knew that Constable Li had a bright future. I asked you to set him up with Yi, but you were unwilling. Now there are so many girls in the Immortal's capital who want to marry him." "Shoo." Zhang Chun covered her mouth and said, "Didn't I tell you not to mention this in the future? You must remember this. Otherwise there won't even be a 2-sectioned or 3-sectioned residence, let alone a 5-sectioned one. You don't want us to bring our daughter back to the small courtyard of the Yamen, do you?" Chapter 302. The case of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights being instigated by his mother-in-law to frame his colleague had attracted widespread attention, both among the people and in the imperial court. Everyone's attention was on the Ministry of Justice as they paid close attention to the progress of this matter. Using despicable means to frame a colleague had crossed the bottom line of the imperial court. According to the law, both the Zhou family's wife and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights would be severely punished. However, in the end, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights was only demoted from his position, while the fourth wife of the Zhou family only lost her status as a madam. This was because the Zhou family had taken out the 2 death exemption tokens bestowed by the late emperor. Although it was a bit wasteful to use death exemption tokens to absolve the crime, they had no choice but to do so. According to the law, as the mastermind, the fourth wife of the Zhou family would not only be stripped of her status as a madam, but she would also be demoted to a lowly status. If the Ministry of Justice was more ruthless, it would not be impossible for her to be classified as an official prostitute. The Zhou family was now considered a royal family. If the Zhou family's wife became an official prostitute, the Zhou family's face would be trampled on. The Zhou family would also become the laughing stock of the entire divine capital. The Zhou family had used the death exemption tokens to absolve the 2 of their crimes. However, the old party, especially the Xiao royal family, did not feel good about it. The Zhou family had seized the late emperor's empire, and now they had to use the death exemption tokens bestowed by the late emperor to absolve the Zhou family of their crimes. To the Xiao family, this was more disgusting than swallowing 100 flies. Fortunately, these 2 tokens would not appear in the future. Sooner or later they would be disgusted. It was better to be disgusted sooner rather than later. A grand banquet was being held in a luxurious mansion in the southern court. At the banquet, everyone from the old party gathered. Apart from the officials of the imperial court, there were also many members of the Xiao royal family. The table was filled with delicacies. Everyone toasted and laughed. The Ministry of Justice's Zhou Xian was undoubtedly the main character of this banquet. His position in the old party was extremely high. This time he had made the Zhou family suffer such a huge loss and made a great contribution to the old party. The Zhou family scoundrels tried their best to curry favor with the late emperor when he was still alive and obtained 2 death exemption tokens from the late emperor. Every time I think of this in the past few years, it feels like a fishbone is stuck in my throat. Now that I've finally spat out this fishbone, it feels great. This is simply satisfying. The Zhou family's 2 death exemption tokens are gone. We have one less worry. Lord Zhou, let me toast to you. Lord Zhou, let me toast to you. Zhou Xian was the main character of today's banquet. Even the original members of the royal family of the Xiao clan gave him enough respect. This also made the other officials present envious. Zhou Xian held a high position, had the ability and the means, and was also highly regarded by the Xiao clan. After today he would probably come into contact with even more secrets of the royal family. His future was limitless and definitely would not be limited to the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Once the Xiao clan regained power, his position in the court would be even higher than it was now. Imperial Palace in front of Chang'an Palace. A palace maid on duty was on duty. A few figures came from afar and stopped beside her. She looked up and immediately bowed. "Greetings, Commander Mei." Mr. Mei glanced at her and said, Take her away. Slap her 100 times and flog her 20 times. Send her to Fusho Palace. The palace maid seemed to realize something. Her face paled and her body trembled uncontrollably. Mr. May asked calmly, "Do you know why I punished you?" The palace maid knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Commander May, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Mr. May glanced at her one last time and said, "As a servant in the palace, you have to abide by the palace rules. Don't listen to what you shouldn't hear and don't say what you shouldn't say. Take her away and flog her outside Fusho Palace." Fusho Palace. Fusho Palace was located in the West Palace. It was originally the residence of the imperial concubines. The current empress didn't have any imperial concubines, and she didn't drive the former emperor's imperial concubines out of the West Palace. Fusho Palace was the residence of the old Empress Dowager. In the West Palace, the Empress Dowager was the leader, followed by the old Empress Dowager. Since the death of the former emperor, the old Empress Dowager had basically been in a state of seclusion. The West Palace was usually very quiet. Today, the silence of the West Palace was broken by a series of screams. A palace maid was escorted to the entrance of Fusho Palace by 2 internal guards. First she was slapped 100 times. Then she was pressed to the ground and flogged 20 times. Her miserable screams could be heard clearly in the West Palace. The West Palace was a quiet place. The internal guards didn't have the guts to do this. It must be the Empress' order. The palace maid was not tortured in the Empress Dowager's everlasting palace, nor in front of the other old Empress Dowager's palaces. It couldn't be a coincidence that she chose the old Empress Dowager's Fusho Palace. It must be that the old Empress Dowager did something that displeased the Empress Dowager and touched the Empress Dowager's reverse scale. That was why she changed her respect for the old Empress Dowager and didn't give the old Empress Dowager any face. This was an obvious warning. In Fusho Palace, an old palace maid was angry. She said loudly, "There are so many places in the palace, but she chose to do it in front of our palace. Isn't this a show for the old Empress Dowager to see?" The old Empress Dowager sighed and said, "Yes, this is her warning to me. I didn't expect her to be so protective of that person. I was negligent." Not long after, a palace maid came in and said, "Old Empress Dowager, that palace maid fainted. Should we send her out of the West Palace?" The old Empress Dowager shook her head and said, "No matter what, she is still one of my people. Bring her into the palace and let her work in Fusho Palace." Then she looked at the old palace maid and asked, "How is Yunyang?" The old palace maid sighed and said, "The prince consort's accident was a big blow to the princess. She locked herself in the princess residence all day and didn't see anyone." The imperial concubine said, "No one would have thought that the one surnamed Chui was actually a spy from the devil sect. Go to the princess mansion and say that it was Aijia's order to let her come to Fusho Palace and stay with Aijia for a few days." Princess Yunyang's residence. After Cui Ming's identity as a spy was exposed and he escaped from Luoyang, Princess Yunyang locked herself in the residence. She didn't see anyone except for her personal maid who brought her food every day. At this time in Princess Yunyang's room, she looked at a woman who suddenly appeared and asked in shock, "Who are you?" The woman smiled at her and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I am here to help you." Princess Yunyang said warily, "Leave quickly or I will shout for help." The woman shook her head and said, "Go ahead. I have sealed this place with an array. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will hear you." Princess Yunyang said with a pale face, "What do you want?" The woman looked at her and said slowly, "Didn't I say that I am here to help you? Do you want to see the prince consort again? Do you want to sit on the highest position?" The woman's voice was bewitching. Princess Yunyang asked blankly, "What is the highest position?" The woman said, "Of course it is the supreme position. The position of the emperor." Princess Yunyang was shocked and said, "How is that possible?" The woman smiled and said, "If other women can sit there, why can't you? Don't forget that you have the blood of the Shao royal family and are the daughter of the late emperor. You are more suitable to sit on that position than her." In the room, Princess Yunyang pondered over her words and the wariness on her face gradually disappeared. Li residence. Li Mu already knew that the Zhou clan had used 2 death exemption gold medallions to save the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights and Zhou Chu's mother. He did not expect that the Zhou clan would have death exemption gold medallions. Although the two culprits were not severely punished by the law, it was not like they did not gain anything. Things like death exemption gold medallions should not exist in the first place. Using them meant one less piece. After he was done with this, Li Mu would find a way to destroy them sooner or later. But right now he had more important things to do. The imperial examination was just around the corner. Even if he wrote the outline, the examination questions were set by the various ministries. He had to prepare. If he failed, not only would he lose face, he would also lose face for the empress. In addition, Cui Ming's matter had a great impact on the imperial court. The most direct impact was that the officials in the imperial court thought that everyone was a spy from the demon sect, especially those who were good-looking. They were especially suspected. After all, even the emperor's son-in-law, a fourth-rank official, had been infiltrated by the demon sect. They had set up a trap on Cui Ming for 20 years. Who knew if they had infiltrated other places? But for this kind of thing, besides soul-searching, it was almost impossible to find out the other party's identity after the spy was exposed. The imperial court was now in a state of panic. It made the officials panic and was not conducive to the stability of the situation. Li Mu had to advise the empress to stop investigating the demon sect's spies. Historical experience showed that this kind of heavy pressure was very disadvantageous to stability. In addition to what had just happened, many officials of the old and new parties were directly dismissed. There was already some turmoil in the imperial court. The imperial court could not be allowed to continue to be chaotic. The director of the Ministry of Rights, the vice-director of the Ministry of Revenue, and the deputy minister of the Taichung Temple were dismissed. Those empty important positions were quickly filled. Many officials were promoted and their original positions were left empty. It was just right to fill them after the imperial examination. The biggest winner of this framing storm was not Li Mu but someone else. The assistant director of the Ministry of Rights had ruined his own future. His position was replaced by another director of the Ministry of Rights. This director Lu did not go along with the assistant director of the Ministry of Rights and participate in the impeachment of Li Mu. It just so happened that the Ministry of Rights was seriously short of people this time. He took advantage of this matter and rose up the ranks. From a director to an assistant director, he took the step and saved at least 10 years of suffering. He was probably the biggest winner of this matter. Shindu, a mansion in the North Courtyard. The new assistant director of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Qing, opened the door. Two children playing in the courtyard threw away their toys and ran over quickly. They opened their arms and said happily, "Daddy is back." Lu Qing picked up the two children, a boy and a girl, and played with them for a while. Then he put them down and said, "You two play by yourselves. Daddy is busy with official business." Because of the imperial examination, the officials of the Ministry of Rights were busy. Even after he went to the yamen, he still had many things to do. He walked into the study and habitually glanced at a bronze mirror on the table. His eyes narrowed slightly. A strange rune appeared on the bronze mirror. Lu Qing set up a soundproof formation and picked up the bronze mirror. After activating it with his spiritual power, a man's face appeared on the bronze mirror. Lu Qing's face darkened. He said, "You finally contacted me. How long do I have to stay in the Shindu?" The man said, 3 years. Lu Qing's face was filled with anger. He said sternly, 3 years again. That's what you said 3 years ago. 3 years ago, 3 years ago you still said the same thing. I've been in the Shindu for 10 years. In order to not arouse suspicion, I bought a house, married a wife, and even had 2 children. I went from an 8th-rank official to an assistant director of the Ministry of Rights. Now you're telling me 3 years again. How many years has it been? The man frowned. Watch your attitude. Don't forget who helped you avenge your parents. Lu Qing snorted coldly. If it weren't for this matter, do you think I would listen to your nonsense here? Tell me, you haven't contacted me much in the past 10 years. What do you want me to do this time? The man said, I didn't contact you for your safety. Now there's something important that I need your help with. The imperial examination is coming soon. I've arranged for some of our people to participate in the examination. You have to help them pass the examination. That's impossible. Lu Qing flatly rejected him. I don't need to say more about the importance of the imperial examination to the imperial court. This is the first year that the imperial court is free from the 4 academies. There must be countless eyes watching. the Ministry of Personnel, the Imperial Ancestral Temple, and the Internal Guards. No matter who has the ability, they can't do anything to the Imperial examination. The man said lightly, as far as I know, the Imperial examination is organized by the Ministry of Rights. You are the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Isn't it easy to help a few people? Lu Qing shook his head. The risk is too great. I can't do it. Who knew that Cui Ming was also your spy and accidentally exposed himself? Now the Imperial Court is investigating spies very closely. People like me are the main suspects. Every day I go to the Imperial Court in fear. Do you know how much pressure I'm under? The man's voice was unquestionable. This is an order. I'm not discussing it with you. Don't forget who avenged your parents. If I didn't send you to the academy, you wouldn't be where you are today. You should know the consequences of disobeying orders. Your wife, your children, and you will all die without a burial place. Lu Qing looked out of the window at the two children who were laughing and playing in the yard. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll be exposed?" The man said lightly, "Cui Ming's identity was accidentally exposed. You are different from Cui Ming. You're my spy. Only I know your identity. As long as I don't say it, no one will know." Lu Qing was silent for a moment and said, "Okay." The man said, "I'll give you the list as soon as possible." Lu Qing asked, "Do they know my identity?" The man said, "No. The fewer people who know about your identity as a spy, the better." Lu Qing nodded and said, "I'll do my best to help them. But I can't guarantee that I won't be exposed. Over the years, I've been undercover in the Imperial Court and found a lot of secrets. Just in case, I have to give these things to you first. You need to come to Luoyang." The man was silent for a moment and said, 3 days later, 300 miles northwest of Luoyang. Chapter 303. After the morning court session, Li Mu did not leave the palace immediately. Mr. Mei was waiting for him outside the Ziwei Palace. She had received a signal from Li Mu during the court session. Seeing Li Mu walk out, she asked, "What's the matter?" Li Mu replied, "It's nothing important. How's the matter with Cui Ming?" Li Mu had been delayed by the case of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, so he did not pay attention to the matter with Cui Ming. Ever since he escaped from Luoyang and Shangguanli led people to hunt him down, there had been no news of him. Mr. Mei shook his head and said, "There's been no response from Ali for the time being. Cui Ming is now wanted by the 36 counties, so he definitely won't dare to show himself. He's probably hiding somewhere." Li Mu could only blame himself for not foreseeing this. If he had the sound-transmitting conch with him, Cui Ming's soul would have been scattered by now. But it was too late for regrets. Li Mu asked again, "How's the investigation of the demon sect's spies going?" Mr. Mei shook his head and said, "Nothing. Even a 4th-rank official had been infiltrated. It was impossible to say that there were no spies from the demon sect in the Great Zhou court. Perhaps they were hiding in the court but no one knew about them. The demon sect was after the Great Zhou. They had been infiltrating the court since 100 years ago and constantly stirring up trouble everywhere. Those who could be chosen as spies were not ordinary people. Their minds were abnormally firm and they could hide for years or even decades without exposing themselves. The soul-sucking technique would not work on them and the soul-searching technique was not realistic either. Even if a 10-year-old official in the imperial court looked cautious and conscientious, there was no guarantee that he did not have any ill intentions towards the Great Zhou dynasty. The entire Shen-du seemed calm and peaceful. However, no one knew how many undercurrents were lurking beneath this tranquility. Mr. Mei said, "If there are still spies from the demon sect or other forces in the imperial court, we won't be able to find them in such a short time. The most important thing now is the imperial examination. We have to make sure that there are no problems with the candidates from each county." Li Mu had already discussed this matter with the others when he was in the secretariat. Talents for the imperial examination were recommended by each county. The advantage was that it could break the academy's monopoly on the officials and reduce the omission of talents. The disadvantage was that the people recommended by each county were both good and bad. It would be fine if they were not talented, as they would not be able to pass the imperial examination. However, if they were talented but not virtuous, or were simply spies sent by various forces with ulterior motives, the harm to the Great Zhou was continuous. Therefore, the selection of talents for the imperial examination was also regulated by the Hall of Secretaries when they formulated policies. The people chosen by the local government had to come from the local area and have a household register. Furthermore, within 3 generations they could not commit any serious crimes. After passing the imperial examination, they would be further investigated by the Ministry of Justice. This would be able to keep out most of the people who broke the law. If they were still infiltrated under such high pressure, the imperial court would have to admit defeat. They could not search everyone's soul, and even if they did, they could not be 100% sure that there would be no problems. In order to prevent the spread of Taoist magic arts, the Haotian Taoism would let their core disciples cultivate some secret arts to prevent their secrets from being discovered. It was very likely that the demon sect also had such secret arts. That day in the Golden Palace, Cui Ming could fearlessly ask the Empress to search his soul. It was very likely that he was confident that he would not be discovered. Unfortunately, he had encountered an unreliable teammate. From this, it could be seen that the fewer people who knew about such a secret, the better. After leaving the palace, Li Mu returned to the North Court. There was still some time before the imperial examination, so he had enough time to prepare. Walking on the quiet streets of the North Court, he passed by a mansion. A woman came down from a carriage parked in front of the mansion. This woman did not expect to meet Li Mu here. She stared at him with hatred in her eyes. Li Mu and Zhou Chu's mother looked at each other. This woman with madness in her eyes was the mastermind behind this case. If it was not for the Zhou family's death exemption medallion, she would be in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, just like the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The woman looked at Li Mu with madness in her eyes and said, "I let you escape this time. Next time I don't know if you will be so lucky." Li Mu looked at her and said with a smile, "This is what I wanted to say to you. You're lucky this time. If there is a next time, do you think the Zhou family will still be able to protect you with a death exemption medallion?" Although Li Mu was smiling, his gaze made her feel cold. The woman did not dare to look at him again. She looked away and hurriedly walked into the mansion. In the mansion, a woman came up to her and supported her. She said, "Mother, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I would have asked Zhuang Yun to send someone to pick you up." A man also came up and bowed to her. He said, "Your son-in-law greets mother-in-law." The woman said, "I came here to ask Zhuang Yun for help." The man raised his eyebrows, but the smile on his face became even brighter. He asked, "What do you need, mother-in-law? Just say it." The woman gritted her teeth and said, "You know that Chu died tragically at the hands of that evil man Li Mu. Your father is cruel and did not avenge Chu. Unfortunately, I am weak and can only watch that evil man roam freely in Luoyang. Zhuang Yun is the vice minister of the Supreme Court. He must have a way to avenge your brother." The man smiled and said, "Welcome, mother-in-law. Please rest in the inner courtyard." The woman asked, "Then about your brother?" The man said, "How can I not listen to mother-in-law? This is not the place to talk. Let's go in first." He led the woman in. When they entered the inner courtyard, his lips moved slightly but no sound came out. After entering the inner courtyard, the woman looked at the man. Just as she was about to speak, a servant suddenly rushed in from outside. He said, "Sir, it's not good. The Supreme Court sent someone. They said that there is an emergency in the temple. The minister wants you to go there immediately." The man looked at the woman and said awkwardly, "It's not convenient for me right now." The servant said, "I saw that person in a hurry. Seems that there is something important. If you delay it, I'm afraid the minister will blame you." The man looked helpless. He could only look at the woman and said, "Mother-in-law, it's really unfortunate. The Supreme Court has an emergency and needs me to deal with it. I will be back soon." After saying that, he strode out of the inner courtyard. He did not slow down until he walked out of the mansion. He said to the servant, "Stay at home. When she leaves, come to the Supreme Court and inform me." The servant asked, "What if she doesn't leave?" The man said, "In a while, get someone to buy a bedding and send it to the Supreme Court. There are too many old cases in the Supreme Court. I'm afraid I will have to live in the Supreme Court from now on." When Li Mu returned home, he saw that the Empress was also there. Xiao Bai was teaching her how to make dumplings. This was something he envied the Empress for. The two of them left court at the same time, but she always arrived home earlier than Li Mu. Li Mu only needed to cross 2 streets to get home from the palace. She only needed a thought. The Empress was a cultivation genius. Her learning ability was naturally extraordinary. Chinese chess was taught to her by Li Mu, but she only used an hour to defeat him. As for making dumplings, Xiaobai demonstrated it to her a few times, and she was able to make it look like it was real. After she learned how to make dumplings, Xiaobai seemed very accomplished. She said, "I will teach Sister Zhou how to make dumplings later. In the future, if you want to eat them, you can make them at home." Zhou Yi put down the dumplings in her hands and said calmly, "Sister doesn't have a home." Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "Sister Zhou, you can treat this as your home in the future. When Sister Lu and Sister Wanwan come back, we can make dumplings together." Li Mu could understand the Empress's feelings. To a certain extent, they were the same kind of people. They both had a home that they could not return to. The Empress's home was still there. However, to her, that home was not a home. Li Mu really could not return to his own home. Sensing Li Mu's sudden depression, Zhou Yi looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Mu shook his head and said with a smile, "It's nothing." His sadness only lasted for a moment. If he were given two choices, to return to the world he was familiar with or to stay here, Li Mu would choose the latter without hesitation. In the other world he had no more worries. In this world, not only could he realize his childhood dreams, but there were also many people he cared about. During this period, the Empress had been coming to Luo Yunyang more often. She also stayed longer and longer. In the morning court, she was the lofty and majestic Empress. After the morning court session, she was the big sister next door, Zhou Xian. She cooked together with Xiaobai, went shopping together, and trimmed the garden together. Perhaps even the courtiers would not dare to believe that the person they saw on the streets was Her Majesty the Empress. As the day of the imperial examinations approached, the atmosphere in Shandu gradually became tense. Students from all over the country gathered there. They were about to take part in an examination that could change their fates for the rest of their lives. Everyone cherished this opportunity very much. This was especially true for those who did not come from noble families or noble families. This was their only chance to change their fate and bring benefits to their juniors. This was an opportunity given to them by the Empress. In a certain inn in Shandu, Li Mu was training Li Si before the examination. Although he was suspected of being a judge when he took part in the examination, if he did not take part, he could only be a constable and an imperial censor. There were also many restrictions when he worked for the Empress in the imperial court. During this period, many inns in Shandu had earned a lot because the imperial examinations were approaching. Even though they had raised the price several times, the rooms still could not meet the demand. In a certain room on the second floor of a remote inn far away from the imperial city, 4 figures were gathered around a table, staring at a bronze mirror on the table. One of them used blood to write a complicated rune on the bronze mirror. Then he used his magic power to activate it. The bronze mirror flashed, but there was no change. That person had a puzzled look on his face. "That's impossible. That lord clearly said that when we reach Shandu and activate this magic artifact, he will immediately contact us. In the past 3 days we have tried many times. Why hasn't he responded even once?" Chapter 304. These days, Li Si's performance really exceeded Li Mu's expectations. Back in the North County with Qin Miao Miao by his side, it was understandable that Li Si restrained himself. But this was the divine capital, thousands of miles away from the North County. Qin Miao Miao was far away on Baiyun Mountain. Li Si didn't hang around brothels or hook up with girls. After all, he had lost his primordial yang long ago. Even if he really messed around in the divine capital, Qin Miao Miao wouldn't find out. But he didn't. He locked himself in his room all day to prepare for the exam. If he didn't have to go to the Ministry of Justice to check his identity today, he might not even leave the inn. When he indulged himself, Li Mu was shocked. When he restrained himself, Li Mu was shocked. On the way to the Ministry of Justice, Li Si asked, "How's your friend?" Li Mu asked, "Which friend?" As soon as he said this, he remembered who Li Si was talking about. Li Mu said, "You're right. He and that girl have reconciled, but it's not like what you said. There's just a small misunderstanding between them. It'll be fine after they explain it clearly." Li Si raised his eyebrows. "It's not like that." Li Mu said, "Between a man and a woman, besides love, there's also friendship. It's not necessarily like what you said." Li Si asked, "Is she beautiful?" Li Mu nodded. "Yes. In all fairness, The Empress's appearance was at least in the top 10 of the divine capital's 100 beauties. Whether she wore a dragon robe or ordinary clothes, she was beautiful. Li Si asked again, "Is your friend handsome?" Li Mu said, "He's as handsome as me." Li Si looked at him meaningfully but didn't say anything. Li Mu looked up and said, "We've arrived at the Ministry of Justice." Even though the 36 counties had already investigated the identities of the candidates, the imperial court still had to investigate again in order to prevent people with ulterior motives from mixing in. A long queue had already formed at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice. They were all the examinees who were here for the identity verification today. Among them, Li Mu saw many wearing the uniforms of the 3 academies. Although the imperial court no longer chose officials directly from the students of the academy, the students of the academy still had a lot of privileges in the imperial examinations. Any student of the academy could directly participate in the imperial examinations without being nominated by the local government. The academy had a history of 100 years and had contributed far more to the Great Zhou than to the destruction. It was unrealistic to directly exclude the academy from the imperial examination. In fact, although the imperial court had introduced the imperial examination, it still could not change the special status of the academy. The students who had been taught in the academy for a few years were far superior to the local talents in terms of character and talent in all aspects. In order to completely change the academy's domination of the imperial court, they had to strengthen the local basic education. This was not something that could be changed overnight. Of course, the academy was also aware of this. Therefore, when the Empress almost arbitrarily carried out the imperial examination, there was not much resistance from the academy. Whether it was changed or not, it did not have a big impact on the academy. Although Li Mu had acquaintances in the Ministry of Justice, he did not openly seek special treatment. He stood at the back of the queue with Li Si. However, when he stood in the queue, a few students in front of him who were wearing the academy's uniforms did not even line up. They moved far away and looked at him in horror. The scene of Li Mu grabbing people at the entrance of the 3 academies with a metal chain in his hand was still engraved in their minds. They were really worried that Li Mu would suddenly conjure a metal chain in his hand and directly put it around their necks. In the 3 academies, Li Mu's name was taboo. The bailiffs of the Ministry of Justice quickly noticed the abnormality here. They thought that someone was causing trouble. Immediately, 2 bailiffs came over. When they saw Li Mu, they were shocked and quickly invited him into the Ministry of Justice. Li Mu was here to check his identity this time, not to cause trouble. However, it was obvious that his presence here would affect the normal order of the examination. He had no choice but to walk into the Ministry of Justice with Li Si. The examination this time was supervised by the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights, and the Imperial Clan Temple. In the front yard of the Ministry of Justice stood several officials from different offices. It was obvious that the imperial court attached great importance to the imperial examination. Zhou Xian walked over slowly and asked, "Lord Li, what brings you to the Ministry of Justice today?" Li Mu said, "To participate in the identity examination." Zhou Xian asked, "Lord Li wants to participate in the imperial examination?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Can't I?" The officials then realized that although Li Mu had caused a lot of trouble in the divine capital, he was not an official of the imperial court from the academy. He was only a bailiff and an imperial censor, but he was already able to cause a lot of trouble in the imperial court. If he passed the imperial examination and had an official identity, what would happen? Yes. Zhou Xian nodded and said, "Lord Li, you don't have to be examined anymore." Li Mu shook his head and said, "There are no exceptions before the imperial examination. Lord Zhou, just treat me as an ordinary examinee." Zhou Xian did not say anything else. He brought Li Mu to a government office. In the office, an official from the Ministry of Justice was sitting and questioning a young man. Name: Qin Liang. Place of birth: Jiangyin County, Jiangqing County. Who recommended you? The county magistrate of Jiangqing. There was a small bell on the table in front of the young man. It should be a Dharma instrument used to detect lies. If he lied and caused the instrument to respond, it would be difficult for him to walk out of the Ministry of Justice today. After the young man walked out, the official from the Ministry of Justice said, "Next." Another examinee was about to enter but was stopped by Zhou Xian. He was unhappy and looked sideways. Then he immediately retracted his head and took a step back to make room. Li Mu walked in under Zhou Xian's signal and placed the examination papers on the table. The official from the Ministry of Justice did not even raise his head and asked, "Name?" Li Mu. Place of birth. North County, Xianxia County. Who recommended you? Your Majesty. Who? The official from the Ministry of Justice raised his head. The people recommended by the local people were usually the county magistrate or governor. He did not know who the emperor was. When he raised his head to confirm, he saw Li Mu and was stunned for a moment. He immediately stood up and said, Lord Li, that's enough." Zhou Xian looked at the official and said, "Write me down as the recommended person." This kind of examination was just a formality. It was difficult to detect people with ulterior motives through the Dharma instrument. After the imperial examinations ended, those who passed would be examined in more detail. After Li Mu, Li Si passed the examination quickly. When the two of them walked back to the courtyard, an official hurried in and said to Zhou Xian and the others, "Sorry I'm late." The assistant minister looked at him and frowned. The imperial examinations are the most important thing in the imperial court. How can you be so careless? Sorry, cough. The official said apologetically. Suddenly he covered his mouth and coughed. There was blood coming out of his mouth. The officials were shocked and quickly asked, "Lord Lu, what's wrong?" The official waved his hand and said, "Something went wrong with my cultivation last night and I suffered internal injuries." "It's nothing," one of the officials said. "Lord Lu, why don't you return to your residence and rest? With us here nothing will happen. Lord Lu, take care of your body is more important." The official shook his head and said, "The imperial examinations are the most important thing in the imperial court. How can I leave my post without permission? It's just a small injury. It's nothing." Li Mu already knew the identity of this person. He was the new assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Last time when Li Mu was framed, this person was the one who benefited the most. When the Ministry of Rights was short of manpower and was facing the imperial examinations, they urgently needed officials to preside over them. He, who had just been transferred to the Ministry of Rights, was promoted to assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. This saved him at least 10 years of struggle. Seeing him vomit blood, there were still officials who asked uncertainly, "Lord Lu, are you really okay?" Lu Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I'm fine." When the crowd saw this, they could not help but respect him. Before today, when they mentioned this assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, they only thought that he was lucky to climb to his current position. Now, it seemed that this person was so ruthless to himself that it was no coincidence that he was able to climb to his current position. This was also the first time Li Mu had seen such a ruthless person. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. He realized that, besides being ruthless to himself, this assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was also rather handsome. Although he was not as bewitching as Cui Ming, he could definitely be considered a handsome man, comparable to several Zhang Chuns. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights also noticed him. He clasped his hands and said, "This must be Lord Li Mu. My apologies." Li Mu clasped his hands and said, "Lord Lu has truly worked hard for the imperial court." Lu Qing chuckled and said, "This official is only doing what is required of me. I can't compare to Lord Li's contributions to the imperial court." As the two exchanged a few words of praise, they suddenly heard quarreling from the side. "Why can't I take the examination? Give it back to me. Go. Don't delay the others here." Li Mu turned his head and saw a familiar figure. Wei Peng was being pushed out by two officials from the Ministry of Justice. His face was red as he argued with them about something. Li Mu quickly understood the reason. If Wei Peng had come to the Ministry of Justice to examine his qualifications for the imperial examination, there was a very high chance that he would not pass. His father, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Wei Ting, had just been removed from his post by the Empress. According to the rules, the first 3 generations of the Wei clan could not participate in the imperial examination. Wei Peng was currently the son of a guilty official, so he naturally could not pass the examination of the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Xian walked over and glanced at Wei Peng. He asked the official from the Ministry of Justice, "What's going on?" The official bowed and said, "Lord Lu, this person is the son of a guilty official. According to the law, he cannot participate in the imperial examination." Zhou Xian said. The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue was convicted after he received the examination. The Ministry of Justice's examination is only for those with bad intentions. Since he received the examination, he has the qualifications to participate in the imperial examination. The Ministry of Justice has no right to take away his right to participate. Since the assistant minister had already spoken, the official from the Ministry of Justice did not dare to say more. He obediently returned the examination to Wei Peng. Wei Peng took the examination and bowed to Zhou Xian. "Thank you, Lord Lu." Zhou Xian indifferently glanced at him and said, "I am acting according to the law." Chapter 305. Li Mu did not expect Zhou Xian to help Wei Peng out of trouble. In principle, Wei Ting had already become a criminal. The third generation of the Wei family could not take the imperial examinations. As Wei Ting's son, Wei Peng did not even have the right to take the imperial examinations. Zhou Xian's reason, if one looked closely, did not hold water. However, he was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. The reason he gave sounded a little reasonable. Since he protected Wei Peng, the officials of the Ministry of Justice did not dare to say anything. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ancestral Temple also did not stand up against him for such an insignificant matter. After the examination, Li Mu and Li Si left the Ministry of Justice. As the crowd at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice moved, another examinee stepped into the yamen to be questioned by the officials of the Ministry of Justice. Name: Tianhao. Place of birth: Yishan County. Outside the yamen, upon hearing this name, the eyes of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights flashed. He suddenly said, "This is the first imperial examination of the imperial court. It is of great significance to the great Zhou. I fear that there will be various factions trying to disrupt the examination. We must be careful." The minister said, "It is precisely because of this that the Ministry of Justice is conducting today's examination." Lu Qing shook his head slightly and said, "In my opinion, the magic treasure used by the Ministry of Justice to detect lies is more like a decoration. Those who are magnanimous will naturally not fear it. Those who are truly guilty will definitely have something to rely on if they dare to come to the Ministry of Justice. They will not fear this magic treasure." The minister thought for a moment and nodded. Assistant Minister Lu's words are reasonable. However, it is impossible to perform a soul search on everyone. Not only is it difficult to carry out, it is also easy to cause chaos. Lu Qing shook his head. Naturally, there is no need to investigate everyone. As long as we investigate those who are highly suspicious, we can eliminate most of the risks. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel snorted disdainfully. "It is easy for you to say. How do we know who we should suspect and who we should not?" Lu Qing glanced at him and said, "As we all know, demon sex spies generally require a handsome appearance. Cui Ming is an example. The imperial examination is of great importance. It's not too much to examine candidates who are too handsome." After some thought, Minister Zhongzhen said, "I think that Sir Lu's words make sense. The imperial examination concerns the future of the imperial court. No matter how careful we are, we can't be too careful. If we find out later, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape the blame." After discussing with each other, they all agreed to Lu Qing's suggestion. It was just a little more effort. If it could eliminate some of the risks that might erupt in the future, it was worth it. Lu Qing pointed at an examinee who had walked out of the office and said, "You come over here." The examinee Zhou Xian walked over nervously and asked, "Sir, do you have any orders?" Lu Qing asked, "What's your name?" The examinee said, "My name is Xen Hao." Lu Qing looked at Zhou Xian and the others and said, "This examinee's appearance is extremely outstanding. Why don't we start with him? I've been injured in my cultivation recently and can't use too much mana. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you all." Zhou Xian walked out and said, "I'll do it." The examinee's face was filled with shock and worry. He didn't understand and said, Sir, what is this for?" Lu Qing patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. We're just going to perform a simple soul search on you. If there are no problems, we'll let you go." The examinee was confused and said, Why? We didn't say that today's examination needed a soul search. Why didn't the others use it?" Lu Qing comforted him and said, "Don't be afraid. Sir Zhou is just going to ask you a few simple questions. After you're done, you can leave." The young man called Xen Hao, Although his expression was calm, the fear in his heart had already reached an extreme. That official didn't tell him that the Ministry of Justice's initial investigation required a soul capture. He only said that they had people in the court who would help them pass the imperial examination and avoid the subsequent investigations. Without any prior preparation, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't say something that he shouldn't say when his soul capture was carried out. Lu Qing saw his hesitation and asked, "What, is there a problem?" Xianxia shook his head and said, No. If he did not resist, he might be able to get away with it. As long as he showed the slightest sign of resistance, he would probably immediately give himself away. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he had already obtained a secret dossier beforehand. Within the dossier, there was detailed information on most of the officials in the court. This Zhou Xian, the Assistant Minister of Justice, had the strength of the fifth realm. In order to resist a soul search, he had deliberately trained his mind. With the strength of the Assistant Minister of Justice, it should be impossible for him to break through the defenses in his heart. Thinking of this, he was much more relieved. He walked up to Zhou Xian of his own accord and said, "Sir, you may begin." Zhou Xian nodded and said, "Look into my eyes." Xianxia raised his head and looked into Zhou Xian's eyes. He only felt that Zhou Xian's eyes had suddenly become a whirlpool, as if trying to suck in all of his mind. However, his mind was extremely firm. Although there was confusion in his eyes, as if his soul had already been searched in the depths of his heart, he had always maintained a clear mind. Xianxia thought that Zhou Xian would immediately ask him questions, but he quickly discovered that Zhou Xian's soul search had not stopped. On the contrary, the whirlpool in Zhou Xian's eyes spun faster and faster, faster and faster. It was so fast that the part of his mind he used to maintain his consciousness was uncontrollably sucked in by the whirlpool. In his shock, Xianxia wanted to immediately look away. It was also at this moment that the whirlpool in Zhou Xian's eyes spun at its peak speed, completely controlling his mind. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia finally felt his consciousness return. He saw Zhou Xian looking at him expressionlessly. The officials standing around him all had shocked expressions. Xianxia had already realized what had happened. Without hesitation, he activated a magic treasure he had hidden in his sleeve. His body disappeared from where he stood. The next time he appeared, he was already outside the Ministry of Justice. He placed a fulu on his body and turned into a ray of light, dashing into the distance. Trying to run? They are indeed spies from the demon sect. How dare they? A few auras shot into the sky from the Ministry of Justice and headed in the direction he had disappeared. The sudden change of events stunned the candidates who were still queuing up outside the Ministry of Justice. On the streets of the divine capital, Li Mu had just parted ways with Li Si. He was about to head home when he suddenly raised his head and looked behind him. A figure could be seen flying across the sky at a rapid speed. In the divine capital, unless there were special circumstances, flying was prohibited. There were a few figures chasing after the person. Li Mu sensed a familiar aura among the figures. After he reacted, he raised his hand and a golden ray of light flew out from his hand. Whoosh! After the sound of wind breaking, the figure that was flying in front suddenly stopped. His body was tied up by a golden rope, and the Fa Li in his body was quickly sealed. He fell from the sky and fainted. When Li Mu walked to his side, the other figures also descended from the sky. He looked at Zhou Xian and asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Xian glanced at the person on the ground and said, "This person is a spy from the demon sect. After I used the soul assimilation technique on him, he tried to escape." "Thank you for your help, Lord Li," Li Mu said. "It was just a matter of convenience. You could have caught him even if I didn't do anything." Then he asked in surprise, "How did you find out that he was a spy from the demon sect?" Zhou Xian said, "This person is handsome and attracted Lord Lu's suspicion. After I used the soul assimilation technique on him, I found out that he was a spy from the demon sect." The Assistant Minister of Personnel looked at Lu Qing and said, "Lord Lu's eyes are as sharp as torches. You saw through his identity with a single glance." Lu Qing waved his hand and said, "I don't have such ability. I just happen to be lucky." The Deputy Minister sighed and said, "Lord Lu's luck is really good these days." He had just been transferred to the Ministry of Rights when the Assistant Minister of Rights was in trouble. Coincidentally, the Ministry of Rights was short of people for the imperial examination, so he was promoted to Assistant Minister. The first person he met with was a spy from the demon sect. His luck was really unparalleled. In this short period of time, Zhou Xian had already completed the soul assimilation technique on this person. He said in a low voice. He still has 3 accomplices in the inn. Let's follow me and take down these demon sect spies. On the first day of the Ministry of Justice's investigation, they found out that there were spies from the demon sect who tried to sneak into the imperial examination. If they were lucky enough to pass the imperial examination and avoid the investigation, they would bring a lot of trouble to the imperial court. In addition, through the soul assimilation technique on these 4 people, they found out that there were still spies from the demon sect in the Great Zhou court. This news caused quite a stir in the imperial court. However, the 4 people didn't know the identity of the spy. The imperial court could only wait for this person to reveal himself. Only then would they find out. Cui Ming had been a spy for more than 10 years before he was accidentally discovered. No one knew who the next Cui Ming would be. The newly promoted Assistant Minister of Rights had undoubtedly contributed the most in this incident. If it weren't for his suggestion, these 4 demon sect spies wouldn't have been discovered so early. There had always been rumors in the imperial court about Lu Qing's promotion to Assistant Minister of Rights. They believed that he had relied on luck to obtain his current position. If it weren't for the previous Assistant Minister of Rights accident and the Ministry of Rights confirmation, this position wouldn't have been his. This time these people all shut their mouths. Luck was also a kind of strength. Why was it that he was always the one with good luck? This already explained everything. After this incident, although Lu Qing didn't receive any rewards, his wife received the status of a woman with a title. This meant that this newly appointed Assistant Minister of Rights and his family had truly stepped into the ranks of the nobility in the divine capital. Lu Manor. In the study, Lu Qing snapped his fingers and a ball of flame appeared out of thin air. A bronze mirror on the table slowly flew up. After being enveloped by the flame, it quickly melted and turned into a pool of bronze liquid. Chapter 306. The imperial examinations were the cradle of the Great Zhou's officials. Li Mu guessed that the opposing powers of the Great Zhou wouldn't let go of this opportunity. However, he didn't expect the demon sect to be so brazen. It was a pity that they had gone through so much trouble to open up a path and send the spy to the divine capital, only to lose in an unexpected way. Spies were suspected because they were too handsome. After this matter, it was likely that the several demonic path sects would change their bad habit of judging people by their appearance. The more handsome and beautiful a spy was, the easier it was to arouse suspicion and the easier it was to be exposed. Of course, this wasn't necessarily a good thing for the imperial court. If the demon sect changed their habit of judging people by their appearance, it would be more difficult for the imperial court to find the spy. The investigation by Cui Ming and the Ministry of Justice made Li Mu realize that the demon sect's infiltration of the Great Zhou court had reached a level where they would stop at nothing. This power that covered the entire ancestral state was like a terrorist organization, stirring up storms in various countries. The Great Zhou seemed powerful, but the imperial court was divided internally by the new party and the old party. Apart from internal troubles, there were also many external troubles. The Ghost Realm and the Demon Nation wanted to leave Yudu and the wilderness, and the dragon race didn't want to stay in the dark depths of the sea forever. The surrounding countries seemed to be subservient, but they were probably already disloyal behind the scenes. They were happy to see the Great Zhou wither away and collapse. In addition to the demon sect's invasion, this prosperous country was already riddled with holes. The Empress had probably realized this long ago. She didn't want to be the Empress, but she had no choice but to sit in that position. In the entire Great Zhou, she was the only one who could convince everyone to sit in that position. Once she gave up, the new party and the old party would inevitably cause an even greater dispute. When that time came with internal and external troubles, the Great Zhou's empire might come to an end. She would also become the last empress in the history of the Great Zhou. The empress definitely did not want to become the ruler of a fallen country, so she was facing a dilemma. Li Mu sat at the stone table in the courtyard and looked at the empress, who was watering the flowers in the garden with Xiao Bai. He thought to himself, the pressure of the rise and fall of the country is all on her shoulders. It's not strange that she would develop inner demons or split personalities. He had to pay more attention to the imperial examinations. Only by passing the imperial examinations would he be qualified to share some of the empress's burden. Amidst the tense atmosphere in Chengdu, the first imperial examination in the history of Great Zhou arrived as scheduled. This was also the first time in history that the imperial court had bypassed the 4 academies and had the power to choose officials. The imperial examination system had taken the secretariat more than a month to come up with. The examinees had to complete the 4 subjects within 3 days. Out of the 4 subjects, the first 3 were liberal arts. They were mathematics, criminal law and policy. The last subject was martial arts, which tested the examinees' cultivation. Among them, the first 3 subjects were the most important. The cultivation level of the martial arts was only used as a reference. Apart from the 36 prefectures, which required officials with profound cultivation, most of the positions in the imperial court did not have any requirements for the official's cultivation level or cultivation level. The questions for the mathematics subject were set by the Ministry of Revenue. The criminal law subject was set by the Ministry of Justice. As for policy, the questions were set by the head of the Secretariat and the 6 officials of the Secretariat. A month ago, the Ministry of Works had built the examination hall in Xianxia at the fastest speed possible. The examination hall could accommodate thousands of examinees. This morning, the first mathematics exam was held. In the examination hall, officials from various departments of the imperial court took turns to invigilate the exam. None of the invigilators' cultivation was lower than the 4th realm. There were many 5th and 6th realm heads of the secretariat who personally guarded the examination hall. Under such circumstances, no one could cheat. In a certain room in the examination hall, Li Mu received the mathematics exam paper for the first subject. He had fought hard to make mathematics a compulsory subject and a separate subject. Back then he had even quarreled with a few officials of the Secretariat because of this. Those officials of the Secretariat thought that mathematics was a side subject and should not have a separate subject. In the end, Li Mu persuaded them with reason and emotion and they were finally convinced. This mathematics exam paper was as simple as it could get for Li Mu. The Minister of Revenue had set the questions according to his outline. Although the format and numbers had been changed, the essence was still the same. In terms of mathematics attainments, Li Mu could dominate the Great Zhou. There were a lot of questions in mathematics. Even Li Mu took almost an hour to finish the entire paper. Then he put the paper into a paper bag and sealed it with a fulu. The Minister of Revenue personally set the questions for the first subject of mathematics. During the mathematics exam, he patrolled the examination hall. According to his estimation, out of the thousands of examinees, not many could finish all the questions in 4 hours. However, after only an hour, he saw someone leave the examination hall after handing in their papers. He recognized Li Mu and looked at his back as he left. He said disdainfully, "You're just relying on His Majesty's favor to jump up and down in the imperial court. When faced with a test of real ability, you have to show your true colors." Lu Yi was beside him and asked, "Minister, are you talking about Li Mu?" The Minister of Revenue said, "Who else could it be? My exam paper is difficult for an ordinary person to answer in 4 hours. He left in an hour. I'm afraid he didn't calculate much." Lu Yi shook his head and said, "Minister, do you know who came up with the mathematics exam paper?" The Minister of Revenue asked, "Isn't it your minister?" Lu Yi said, "It's Lord Li." The Minister of Revenue was stunned for a moment. He then asked, "You mean to say that the exam paper I received was written by him? He came up with the mathematics exam paper himself?" Lu Yi nodded and said, "You can understand it that way." The Minister of Revenue frowned and said, "How can that be?" Lu Yi said, "Minister, you don't have to doubt the fairness of the mathematics exam. Lord Li's attainments in mathematics are probably unmatched in the entire Great Zhou. Otherwise, the Secretariat wouldn't have let him write the mathematics exam paper. With Lord Li's ability, he doesn't need to prove himself in the imperial examination." During the month in the Secretariat, Lu Yi and the others had a deep understanding of Li Mu. Other people's impression of him might be that he was a hothead who cursed the heavens and the earth. But the 6 officials of the Secretariat of the Central Secretariat knew very well that Li Mu was not only proficient in mathematics and criminal law, but also often had unique opinions when it came to political affairs. He didn't need to use the imperial examination to prove his ability. This was because the imperial examination used his ability as a blueprint to select talents. The imperial examination lasted for 3 days. The first day tested mathematics in the morning, criminal law in the afternoon, policy on the second day and cultivation on the last day. Mathematics was very simple for Li Mu. However, the criminal law exam was different. Criminal law was one of the 4 subjects of the imperial examination. It was extremely important. After receiving the exam paper, Li Mu knew that the person who came up with the questions was something. There wasn't a single question in the entire exam paper that tested the original text of the law of the Great Zhou. All of the questions on criminal law were based on case studies. Moreover, they weren't simple cases. The cases involved were often more complicated. Sometimes, there would be discussions on law and morality. Li Mu often had to think for a long time before he could write down many of the questions. When he was leaving after the exam, Li Mu happened to meet the director of the Ministry of Justice and asked him a question. According to the director of the Ministry of Justice, the questions on criminal law were set by the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Xian. This was the same as Li Mu's guess. Only he could come up with such strange questions. The policy questions on the second day were much simpler for him. This subject was about how to govern a country. The students of the 3 great academies were very good at this. The policy questions were set by the Secretariat. During that month, Li Mu and the 6 officials of the Secretariat discussed it countless times. Other than the criminal law exam, the other 2 subjects were basically the same as the questions that Li Mu came up with and answered by himself. In the future, if he was short on money, he could write a few sets of mock exam papers and set up a pre-imperial examination class. Those who were qualified to receive education and could participate in the imperial examination were mostly rich people. A few sets of exam papers would allow him to make a lot of money. This was much faster than opening a shop. It was a completely cost-free business. Chapter 307. After careful consideration, Li Mu dismissed the idea of starting a pre-examination class. The imperial examination was a channel for the imperial court to select officials. It was a very serious matter. If he really did that, he would be looking down on the imperial court. If a cultivator wanted money, it was very simple. They could draw a few fulu and sell them to mortals. They would be able to obtain countless gold and silver items. The 3 examinations from 2 days ago had been completed. From now on, the fate of all the examinees in the imperial examination was decided. The results of the 3 examinations would determine whether or not they could pass the imperial examination. As for the combat examination, it would not affect the final results of the imperial examination. The combat examination was a separate subject. Those who performed well in the combat examination would receive more attention from the imperial court. They would have more opportunities to hold important positions in the imperial court in the future. For the last question, Li Mu did not hand in his paper early. Instead, he waited for Li Si to come out after the gong sounded. Seeing Li Si come out, Li Mu walked over and asked, "How was it?" Li Si said, "There are a few questions that I don't know how to answer, but it's not a big problem." After saying that, he looked at Li Mu strangely and asked, "You really didn't come up with the imperial examination questions?" Out of the 3 questions, he felt that the only difficult one was the criminal law. The laws that he memorized were almost useless. Fortunately, he had many years of experience as a constable in Xianxia County. Even if he had never solved a case, he had seen Lord Zhang solve a lot of cases. Moreover, the law was used to maintain social justice. There were many questions that did not need to follow the law. A normal person could make the correct judgment based on their intuition. As for the mathematics and policy questions, other than a few, he could easily answer most of the questions. It was not because he was proficient in these 2 questions, but because these questions were all in the key points that Li Mu had highlighted for him. He could not help but suspect that Li Mu was the one who came up with the imperial examination questions. Li Si was not a big problem, so Li Mu did not need to worry about him. For Li Si, it was enough as long as he did not fail the rankings. With his cultivation, he would at least be able to obtain an evaluation of B in the martial examination tomorrow. His future development would even be above that of his father-in-law. The combat examination wasn't a competition between examinees. Instead, the examiners would assess the students' abilities based on their performance. The results of the combat examination from top to bottom were divided into A, B, C, and ID. Each grade was further divided into 3 subgrades. At noon on the 3rd day, all the examinees gathered at the examination grounds. The examinees who had never cultivated before did not need to participate in the combat examination. They could just watch from the sidelines. There were thousands of examinees in the imperial examination this time, and there seemed to be close to 1,000 cultivators. The combat examination was held by the Ministry of War. Among the 3 provinces and 6 departments of the imperial court, the Ministry of War was a very special department. Since the establishment of the Great Zhou, the purpose of the Ministry of War's existence was to defend against foreign invasions. They rarely participated in ordinary national affairs. All the generals of the Great Zhou were under the command of the Ministry of War. They led troops to guard the borders of the Great Zhou, guarding against the Ghost Realm and Yao Nation. They usually did not leave easily. The reform of the imperial examination this time had a great impact on the other 3 academies. However, it did not affect White Deer Academy much. White Deer Academy nurtured talented generals. After the students of White Deer Academy left the academy, they would go to guard the borders instead of staying in the divine capital. Naturally, they would not form factions in the imperial court. The officials of the Ministry of War all had deep cultivations. The Minister of War was the Dean of White Deer Academy. He was also the only 7th-level expert among the officials of the imperial court. The 2 assistant ministers were both 6th-level cultivators. The few directors of the Ministry of War were 5th-level cultivators. Even the small minister counselor was at the peak of the 4th level. The one in charge of the combat examination this time was the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War. The 1,000 examinees with cultivation were divided into 10 groups. Each group had about 100 people. There would be 2 examiners in each group. They would evaluate the overall strength of the examinees and give the final results. The Ministry of War nurtured talented generals and placed great emphasis on the actual combat ability of the examinees. The method of the combat examination was also very simple. Without using Fulu or Dharma treasures, the examinees had to rely on their own cultivation to attack the examiners. The longer they could last against the examiners, the higher the result they would receive. On the drill ground, one of the examiners in Li Mu's group pointed at the examinee at the front of the group and said, "You come out. Choose a weapon and attack me with all your strength." That examinee looked refined. He was only in the soul refinement realm. Moreover, he looked like he had just refined 2 or 3 souls. He picked a sword from the weapon rack at the side and swung it straight at the examiner. Bang! Just as he got close to the examiner, the sword in his hand was kicked away. He stood there blankly. The examiner glanced at him and said indifferently, "Your Majesty ding." Beside the drill ground, a clerk recorded the examinee's result. The examiner shook his head in disappointment. He looked at the next examinee and said, "You come out." The second examinee had already refined 5 souls. It was clear that he had learned the rock leap technique. His footwork and figure seemed to have some kind of routine. He managed to last a few more moves against the examiner. After sending him flying with a kick, the examiner said calmly, "Your Majesty ding next. Your Majesty ding next. Your Majesty ding continue." Li Mu stood in the crowd and watched the examinees in front of him take the test one by one. Their results had a lot to do with their cultivation. Generally speaking, if they were in the soul refinement realm, they would be classified as Grade D. As for whether they were Grade D, or Grade D, it would depend on their performance in the test. In the combat test, they could use their own Dharma spells and Abhijna, but they could not rely on Fulu Dharma treasures or other external objects. Li Mu could tell that the Ministry of War was very concerned about the examinees' actual combat ability. Even if they were only in the soul refinement realm, if they were able to last a few more moves against the examiner, they might be evaluated as Grade C. If they were in the soul condensation realm but only had dermic powers and were defeated in 1 or 2 moves, they would only be given Grade D. The examiner did not bully the examinees. When he encountered soul refinement realm examinees, he would only use the dermic powers of the soul refinement realm. When he encountered soul condensation realm and spirit condensation realm examinees, he would raise his dermic powers to maintain the same level as the examinees. However, the difference between cultivators of the same realm could sometimes be so great that it was unimaginable. This examiner was very experienced in actual combat. Even if they were of the same cultivation level, he could easily crush these examinees. This must have been trained from hundreds of battles. From the murderous aura emanating from his body, it was not hard to guess that he had been on a real battlefield before. Be it soul refinement realm or spirit condensation realm examinees, they were powerless against him. As for Transcendent Realm examinees, Li Mu had not seen them in this group yet. This kind of crushing battle started and ended quickly. Soon it was Li Mu's turn. The examiner looked at Li Mu and asked, "What's your name?" Li Mu walked out and said, "Li Mu." If there was no important matter, officials of the Ministry of War would not attend court. Only now did the examiner know that the person in front of him was Li Mu, the one who had been causing chaos in the fairies' capital recently. This person's cultivation level had clearly reached the middle realm. The examiner suppressed his dermic powers to the fourth realm and said, "Choose a weapon." Li Mu said, "I'm used to using my fists." The examiner did not waste any more words. He said calmly, "Then let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mu's figure disappeared. Bang! He punched out and the two fists collided. Both of them took a few steps back. The examiner's expression changed. He had thought that Li Mu, as a favored official of His Majesty, whose cultivation level had been forcefully raised by His Majesty, was just for show. However, this punch made him realize that the dermic powers in his body were solid and deep. In other words, he truly had the strength of the fourth realm. The examiner laughed loudly. "Finally, I've met an interesting one." With that, he took the initiative to attack Li Mu. Seeing that the examiner had no intention of using his divine powers, Li Mu was too lazy to use them. He fought bare-handed with the examiner. This person was indeed experienced in battle, but Li Mu's fighting formula was not to be trifled with. The examiner used his consciousness and experience to fight, while Li Mu used Daoist techniques to drive his body's instincts. Bang! 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 Dust flew up from the drill ground. Neither of them used any divine powers. They fought purely with their physical bodies. The more the examiner fought with Li Mu, the more shocked he became. From the beginning he had been searching for Li Mu's weakness, but until now he had not been able to find it. Li Mu's battle experience was not at all inferior to his. In fact, he was even more experienced than him. As long as he revealed the slightest weakness, he would pursue and attack relentlessly. Gradually, as an examiner, he was actually at a disadvantage. The examiner was shocked. The surrounding examinees all stared with their eyes wide open. Especially the examiner, who had just been completely defeated by the examiner. He knew very well how terrifying the examiner was. However, such a terrifying existence was actually being suppressed by someone and could only passively defend. At the side of the field, another examiner watched for a while. He laughed loudly and said, "Examiner, let me help you." With that, he flew into the fray. Fighting 1 against 2, one of them was already in the divine powers realm, while the other had suppressed his strength to the divine powers realm. The pressure should have increased greatly. However, to Li Mu there was not much of a difference. Under the effects of Dao techniques, his body was completely relying on instinct. With one more person, the only difference was that the speed at which his mana was depleted would be faster. Seeing that the two examiners had attacked at the same time and could only barely salvage the situation, not only were the surrounding examinees shocked, even the examiners from the other two groups not far away had gathered around. Who is this person? How can he be so fierce? Fighting 1 against 2 and still have the upper hand. There are no flaws in his body. He must have extremely rich battle experience. The fierce generals in the army are only SU. If he was at the border, he would definitely be a fierce general. On the drill ground, besides the officials from the Ministry of War, officials from the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments, Imperial Clan Court, and the Hall of Governmental Affairs were also swiftly supervising. The commotion here very quickly attracted the attention of the officials. When Lu Yi walked over and saw that Li Mu was suppressing the two officials from the Ministry of War, he almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. In his heart, Li Mu had always been a civil official. He was skilled in mathematics and was proficient in criminal law. The path of policy and inquiry was his forte. He had taken most of the credit for the establishment of the imperial examination system. In the Hall of Governmental Affairs, he had chatted and laughed with his subordinates. He had looked extremely refined. Looking at this moment, the two officials from the Ministry of War, fierce generals who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield, were actually unable to retaliate in the slightest under his hands. One could not help but wonder who was the examiner in this competition. In a place further away, an official from the Ministry of War glanced over and said to another examiner beside him, "If this continues, how long will the examination take?" Why don't we also learn from them and test two people at once? The other official nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly paused and said in shock, "That's not right." The two people being suppressed and beaten seemed to be Director Qin and Minister Counselor Ma. Chapter 308. The two officials from the Ministry of War stared blankly in that direction, suspecting that they were hallucinating. The Ministry of War was different from the other 5 ministries. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Rights, and other ministries did not have any requirements for cultivation. But the officials of the Ministry of War, from the manager to the assistant minister and minister, were all famous generals who had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their cultivation was not necessarily very high, but their battle experience was not lacking. On the battlefield, Fulu would be used up and Dharma treasures would be destroyed. The only thing that could be relied on was one's own body. These generals who had retired from the battlefield all had rich experience in close combat. In a true battle of life and death, they could crush those of the same level. But now, 2 examiners from the Ministry of War were actually at a disadvantage against one examinee. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that other than suppressing their cultivation to the early 4th level, Director Qin and Minister Counselor Ma did not hold back in any other aspects. Dao techniques consumed less dermic powers than abhijnas. However, it was not beneficial for Li Mu to maintain it for a long time. Although these 2 officials from the Ministry of War had suppressed their cultivation, their mana was much thicker than Li Mu's. Li Mu did not want to continue. He slapped one of the examiners on the chest and kicked the other examiner in the waist. The 2 of them retreated a few steps before stabilizing themselves. The 2 of them were about to advance again when Li Mu stopped. He looked at them and asked, "Is it done?" The 2 of them paused and looked at each other. They smiled bitterly and said, "It's done." After the short battle just now, the 2 of them were very clear that if they only suppressed their cultivation to the same level as Li Mu, they would not be his match even if they worked together. From the last blow that he forced the 2 of them back, he probably still held back in the battle just now. The director from the Ministry of War looked at the official at the side of the field and said, "Li Mu, results of the combat examination A+. A+ was the highest result in the combat examination, and also the highest evaluation they gave Li Mu. Under the influence of the 1,000 Illusions Venerable Master, Li Mu pursued the principle of keeping a low profile when it came to his own strength. In the past few months he had almost never revealed his strength. But this time was different. It was not that he had to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the martial trial, but because he was participating in the imperial examination this time, not only for himself but also for the Empress. Only if his performance was eye-catching enough, the officials in the court, including the people of the world, would not think that the Empress favored a mediocre person who had no good points other than being handsome. He wanted to prove to the court officials and the world that the Empress was not obsessed with his looks. After a short interlude, the combat test continued. After seeing how the 2 examiners had been defeated by Li Mu, the remaining examinees felt less fearful of them. Perhaps it was just that those people before Li Mu were too weak. Although they were not as good as Li Mu, they would not be ravaged too badly. Then they experienced the cruelty of reality. Perhaps it was because the 2 examiners were depressed after losing to the examinees, but they did not show any mercy to the following examinees. Even if they suppressed their cultivation to the same level as the examinees, not a single examinee could last more than 10 moves from them. In a group of 100 examinees, there was only 1 A+, a dozen B+, and the rest were C+ and D grades. The examination of the other 9 groups also ended very quickly. Among the 1,000 examinees, including Li Mu, 12 examinees obtained A+ results. Among these 12 examinees, 6 A+, 2 A+, and 4 A+. The other 3 examinees who obtained A+ also defeated the examiners in their group. This made Li Mu pay more attention to the other 3 examinees. Those who could defeat the examiners of the Ministry of War with their own strength without using Fulu or Dharma treasures were not to be trifled with. They were all at the 4th realm, and if they were not restrained, their true strength would be above the 4th realm. However, Li Mu did not recognize these 3 examinees. He walked to Lu Yi and asked, "Lord Lu, do you know the identities of these 3 examinees?" Lu Yi looked in the direction Li Mu was pointing and said, "The 2 young men are called Zhou Xian and Zhou Feng. They are the sons of the Minister of War, and the last one is the Crown Prince of the South." Zhou Xian, Zhou Feng. Li Mu couldn't help but look at the 2 young men a few more times. They were the sons of the minister and the younger brother of the empress. If the Zhou family could continue to be part of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, one of them would be the future emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Similarly, if the Xiao family regained power, the crown prince of the south would be one of the successors to the throne. Although the former emperor had many concubines, he only had one son with the empress and one daughter with the imperial noble consort. They were the deceased crown prince and the current princess Yunyang. It was said that this was because something went wrong with his cultivation in his early years, and he was devoured by the world and lost his fertility. Even in this world, infertility was a problem for many people. As such, according to the rules of the past, if the emperor did not have a son, he would have to choose one from the next generation of the imperial family. In principle, all the crown princes had a chance. In short, these three were the true sons of the Great Zhou's top nobles. They were the true crown princes, and were not on the same level as the foppish sons Li Mu had met before. Li Mu looked at the three and could not help but sigh. So that's how it is. No wonder their strength is so abnormal. Lu Yi glanced at him but did not dare to say anything. Zhou Zheng, Zhou Feng and the crown prince of the south were powerful, but they had only defeated one examiner and it was a narrow victory. Compared to them, the person who had single-handedly suppressed the two examiners and beaten them up was more deserving of this title. Not only that, but the Zhou brothers and the crown prince of Prince Nan were already nearing their 30s. On the other hand, Li Mu was probably not even 20 yet. Not only was he good-looking, he was also well-versed in both the pen and the sword. Even the brightest pearls of the Zhou family and the Xiao family paled in comparison to him. If Li Mu were a son of the Xiao clan or the Zhou clan, he would definitely bring unparalleled pressure to the other clan. The martial trial was a supplement to the written trial. It was graded according to a B, C, ANID for the imperial court's reference. It would not give a specific ranking to everyone, but it would determine the top 3 foot A's. This was the ranking for Li Mu, the Zhou brothers and the crown prince of the south. After a discussion, the officials of the Ministry of War listed the rankings. Li Mu was first in this martial trial, Zhou Zheng was second, then the crown prince of the south and Zhou Feng was last. Zhou Feng was not satisfied with this result. He frowned and asked, "The 4 of us are all A's, so why is this person first?" Although Zhou Zheng and the crown prince of the south did not speak, they clearly had the same idea as Zhou Feng. The Minister of War said, "Li Mu's martial attainment far surpasses that of the other candidates. The 3 of you are A's because you have the strength of A's. He is A's because the highest result in the martial trial is A's." Zhou Feng shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that your words will not convince the public." The Minister of War thought for a moment and said, "If you are not convinced, you can try." Zhou Feng waved his hand and a wooden sword flew into his hand. He pointed the wooden sword at Li Mu and said, "Choose a weapon. Let me see the strength of your first place in the martial trial." Li Mu said, "I don't use a weapon." Zhou Feng glanced at him and said, "I won't hold back just because you don't use a weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into an afterimage. The wooden sword cut through the air, making a sound like tearing silk as it headed straight for Li Mu. Li Mu leaned to the side and stretched out his hand. He used 2 fingers of his right hand to pinch the blade of his sword. His left hand formed a sword finger and pointed at his throat. Although it was only a finger, if he circulated his mana or used a sword technique, these 2 fingers could easily pierce through his throat. Of course, Zhou Feng must have some life-saving means on him. However, this was the martial trial. It was a test of martial arts. One could only rely on one's own strength and not external objects. Zhou Feng's challenge to Li Mu was defeated in 1 move. The Minister of War looked at Zhou Feng and asked, "Are you convinced?" Zhou Feng put down his sword and said, "I'm convinced." The Minister of War looked at Zhou Zheng and the Crown Prince of the South and asked, "What about the 2 of you?" Zhou Zheng said, "First place in the martial trial. He deserves it." The Crown Prince of the South shook his head and said, "In terms of martial arts, I'm not his match." The Minister of War added, "If the Crown Prince is dissatisfied with your ranking, you can also challenge young Master Zhou Zheng." The Crown Prince of the South said, "There's no need. I'm not his match either." In this way, no one objected to the ranking of the 4 people. In this imperial examination, the results of the academic trial had not been released. The first place in the martial trial had already been announced. The Crown Prince of the South looked at Li Mu's back and said, I lost to him in the martial trial. I can only wait for the academic trial to regain my face. As a descendant of the Zhou royal family, he had countless resources piled up since he was young. The teacher who taught him martial arts was also a famous general who had been through hundreds of battles. For him to lose to such an unknown person in the martial arts examination was indeed a loss of face. The academic trial was different from the martial trial. As a descendant of the royal family, and a descendant of the royal family who was being nurtured as the future emperor, his strength was in politics. He was also proficient in mathematics and criminal law. Other than the Zhou brothers, he could ignore anyone else. Lu Yi, who was passing by, heard his words and shook her head slightly. They still had hope of defeating Li Mu in the martial trial. However, they had no chance in the academic trial. This imperial examination was actually unfair to them. They thought that Li Mu was an examinee like them, but in fact they were examinees and Li Mu was the examiner. Reality was often so cruel. Chapter 309. The combat examination had ended, and so had the first imperial examination of the imperial court. What the examinees needed to do next was to wait for the results of the written examination. Li Mu was about to leave the drill ground when a voice came from behind him. "Martial scholar, please wait." Li Mu turned around and followed the source of the voice. He saw a figure walking towards him. That person had a tall stature and a square face. As he slowly walked over, an extremely strong oppressive feeling also came rushing over. All the examinees knew this person. He was the chief examiner of this examination, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, and also a cultivator of the Sixth Realm. Li Mu clasped his fists and asked, "Is there anything else, Lord Assistant Minister?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of War smiled and said, "I have left the army for many years. It has been many years since I've seen such an exciting battle of the martial way. I'm excited by the prospect and can't help but want to spar with the martial scholar." Li Mu looked at him in shock. No matter how confident he was in himself, he was not arrogant enough to challenge the Zhou Xian. As if reading his thoughts, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War added, "Rest assured, martial scholar. We will not use spells or supernatural powers. We will only spar with martial arts. We will not go overboard." Since it was like this, Li Mu couldn't refuse anymore. He nodded and pointed at the drill ground beside him. "Please." On the drill ground, the examinees were about to leave when they suddenly stopped. On the drill ground, two figures were engaged in close combat. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. At first, the official of the Ministry of War thought that someone was fighting on the drill ground. When he got closer, he realized that it was the assistant minister and the martial scholar, Li Mu. Soon after, many people's faces were filled with extreme shock. Who was the assistant minister? Before he became the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, he was a famous general in the Great Zhou. He had killed countless cultivators of the Yao Kingdom on the battlefield. In terms of martial arts, there were not many people in the Great Zhou who could beat him. A young man who was not even 20 years old was actually on par with him in martial arts. One had to know that martial arts and spells were different. As long as one had enough mana, they could learn spells and spells. However, without experiencing life and death battles, without a lot of battle experience, it was very difficult to make any progress in martial arts. He was so young, but his attainments in martial arts were so profound. It was simply inconceivable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. The Zhou brothers and Prince Nan's crown prince watched from afar with fear on their faces. They had stayed in the academy for 2 years and had heard of Li Mu's name. Especially the Zhou brothers. Because of Zhou Chu's death, Li Mu and the Zhou family had an irreconcilable blood feud. However, this did not mean that they would take Li Mu seriously. Everything that he had done was merely because he had the support of the Empress. If it had been anyone else, the result would have been the same. However, today's combat examination had greatly shocked them. They had been trained as the crown prince. A qualified crown prince had to be able to rule the country and maintain order in martial arts. In terms of cultivation, they were confident that they could compete with any genius in the world, including the core disciples of the 4 sects and 6 schools. Only this Li Mu had shattered their confidence. Zhou Feng took a deep breath and said, "Martial arts cannot represent all one's strength. When cultivators fight, fulu and magic weapons are the key to victory." Although this was somewhat self-comforting, it was also the truth. A low-level cultivator using a high-level fulu to instantly kill a mid-level cultivator was not uncommon in the cultivation world. In most cases when cultivators fought, it was still based on who had more fulu, better pills and stronger magic weapons. Other than on the battlefield, martial arts did not have much use. Such a person could be a good general, but no matter how powerful a general was, he was still just a subject. After being shocked, Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Mu's surname was Li, and not Xiao. Otherwise, many people in the Zhou clan would not be able to sleep because of him. The Crown Prince of the South also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Mu was not a member of the Zhou clan. Otherwise, he would have become the greatest obstacle to the Xiao clan regaining the throne. On the drill ground, Li Mu and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War had been in a stalemate for 15 minutes. In the past quarter of an hour, Li Mu finally realized what a real powerhouse was. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War was extremely experienced in battle. After 100 moves, Li Mu still had not found a flaw. This kind of person's comprehension of martial arts had probably reached an extremely profound level. Across from Li Mu, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War's gaze grew more and more shocked. Li Mu had not found a flaw, and he had also not found a flaw in Li Mu's. His martial arts experience had been honed through countless life-and-death situations and thousands of battles. No matter how talented a young man was, it was impossible for him to achieve this. The only possibility was that he had completely inherited the martial arts attainments of a martial arts expert. In the martial examination, other than fulu and magic treasures, Daoist techniques and abijna were all allowed. Even if he had completely inherited the martial arts attainments of a martial arts expert, it was still within the limits of the martial examination. After a few more moves, more and more people had gathered. Li Mu could not defeat the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, but the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War also could not defeat him. He took the initiative to retreat and said, "Why don't we call it a day?" The left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War nodded and then asked, "The martial arts scholar's attainments in martial arts are no weaker than a fierce general who has been through hundreds of battles. It is truly rare among the younger generation. Who is his master?" Li Mu replied, "My master's Daoist name is Laozi." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War thought for a while and shook his head. "I am ignorant and have never heard of him." Li Mu smiled and said, "Master is like a wild crane in the clouds, pursuing the supreme Tao wholeheartedly. Not many people in the world know his name." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War did not pursue this question and said, "What plans does the martial arts scholar have after the examination?" Li Mu said, "I don't have any plans for now. I will follow your Majesty's arrangements." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War sized him up and said, "I can see that the psyche power in the martial arts scholar is not inferior to that of an old official who has been in the court for decades. With such attainments in martial arts, if he were to become a general, he would definitely be a valiant general." After all this time, it turned out that the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War wanted to poach the Empress. Li Mu could not refuse directly and said politely, "Let's talk about it in the future." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War did not force him. He glanced at him and asked, "The psyche power in the martial arts scholar is dense but very messy. Do you not know how to control psyche?" Li Mu froze and asked, "What psyche control?" The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War saw that he really did not know, but he did not directly explain. He said, "You will know when you experience it for yourself." As he spoke, Li Mu suddenly sensed an invisible aura emanating from the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War. Under this aura, Li Mu couldn't help but take several steps back, shock on his face. Just now, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War had erupted with a powerful psyche power that made Li Mu think of Vice Principal Huang. That day in the Crepe Myrtle Palace, he had used this move to almost heavily injure Li Mu. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War explained, "This is the psyche power that this official obtained from countless soldiers. Psyche power is a mysterious power. Its use is not only to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, but also to condense psyche into energy and form an attack." Li Mu clasped his fist and said, "Assistant Minister, please enlighten me." It had been a long time since he had experienced such a satisfying battle of the martial way. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War admired Li Mu. This psyche control technique was not a secret. His lips moved slightly as he whispered a few words to Li Mu. Psyche power cultivation was an unorthodox method. Li Mu knew how to use psyche power to speed up cultivation, but he had never heard of using psyche power to attack. Psyche control was actually a kind of magical power. After hearing the assistant minister's message, Li Mu formed a seal with both hands and channeled his mana. With himself as the center, he released his psyche power. Around the drill ground, the onlookers all felt a kind of pressure pressing against their faces. A few officials from the Ministry of War were fine. Their bodies only trembled a little before they stabilized themselves. Most of the examinees around them took several steps back. A few of the weaker ones even fainted. The examinees looked at Li Mu with shock and fear in their eyes. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War sent some spiritual energy to the unconscious examinees and woke them up. Then he said to Li Mu, "This is your first time using psyche control. You can't control it yet. With more practice, you will be able to control it freely in a few months." Li Mu had already experienced this wonderful use of psyche power. He clasped his fist and said to the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, "Thank you, assistant minister." The assistant minister of the Ministry of War waved his hand and said to the crowd, "The martial arts examination has ended. You can all leave now. In 3 days, outside the examination hall, the results of the written examination will be announced." This time the written examination took 2 days, but the combat examination only took half a day. Unlike the written examination, the results of the combat examination were announced on the same day. The first imperial examination of the imperial court was already the center of attention. After the combat examination ended, the news quickly spread throughout the fairy's capital. Before the combat examination, people had already guessed who would be the top scorer of the combat examination. The brothers Zhou Xian and Zhou Feng were the sons of the Minister of War. They were also the most outstanding students of the Qingyun Academy. They were the sons of the South Prince. They were skilled in both civil and martial arts and were also outstanding talents of the younger generation. The Zhou family and the Shao royal family had poured too many resources into them. Since a few years ago, they had been groomed as the crown prince of the Great Zhou. The top scorer of both the civil and martial examinations would most likely be one of them. No one had expected that the top scorer of the martial examination would be Li Mu. Li Mu was naturally well known in the fairy's capital. However, the reason why he was famous was because he punished young ruffians and forced the imperial court to abolish unfair laws. It was also because he spoke so bluntly that the court officials could not raise their heads. It was also because he stood up for the people and was not afraid of the nobles and the academy. He had completely changed the unrighteous trend in the fairy's capital. He was famous for his courage, his passion, his righteousness, and his good looks. After the combat examination, Li Mu used facts to show them that he was not only capable of these things. The Li residence. When Li Mu walked into the house, Xiaobai ran over excitedly and said, "Sister Zhou, let us see everything just now. Benefactor is so powerful." Li Mu looked around and asked, "Is your sister Zhou home too?" Zhou Yi walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles and said, "This is my reward for you." Chapter 310. Li Mu ate the noodles personally cooked by the Empress. If he were to say that the noodles were delicious, he would be lying. An ordinary bowl of noodles with a few slices of vegetables and chopped green onions wouldn't taste that good, but it wouldn't taste that bad either. This bowl of noodles cooked by the Empress could only be said to be ordinary. Li Mu had eaten Lu Hanyan's noodles, Xiao Bai's noodles, Wanwan's noodles, and even Su He had personally cooked at Clearwater Bay in order to reminisce about her days as a human. Among all the noodles he had eaten, the Empress's noodles were probably the worst. But she was the Empress. In the entire Great Zhou, perhaps only Li Mu could eat her personally cooked noodles. This wasn't an ordinary bowl of noodles. This was the Empress's favor. Li Mu finished the noodles and even drank the soup. Then he said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhou Yi asked, "How was the taste?" Li Mu, "This is the best noodles I've ever eaten." In the end, Li Mu still went against his heart. For someone who was cooking for the first time, to be able to cook to this extent was already very good. At this time he couldn't find fault with her. Instead, he should encourage her. This was one of the reasons. The other reason was that Li Mu knew better than anyone that the Empress's chest wasn't as big as her chest. In order to suffer less in the dream tonight, he was willing to go against his conscience. Zhou Yi didn't continue this topic. Instead he asked, "How was the written exam?" Li Mu, "There shouldn't be any big problems." He could get full marks in mathematics. This subject was all objective questions. If it was right, then it was right. If it was wrong, then it was wrong. There was no possibility of losing marks. Li Mu was not sure about the criminal law. Criminal law was not a simple matter of right and wrong. There were many questions that needed to be looked at dialectically. There were also a few questions that were counterintuitive. He reckoned that many examinees would fall for them. As for policy, there was even less of a correct answer. The subjective view of the examiner was the deciding factor. Li Mu thought for a moment and asked curiously, "Can your Majesty predict who will be the top scorer in the written examination?" Zhou Yi shook his head, divining this is calculating the fates of thousands of people at the same time. Even 9th-level cultivators can't do this. In the past, Li Mu thought that the 7th realm was very powerful, but after truly understanding them he realized that they were not as omnipotent as he had imagined. There were many things that the Empress couldn't predict. There were so many 7th realm cultivators in the Immortal's capital, but the demon sect still managed to sneak up on them. Cui Ming had also been hiding in the imperial court for many years. If Li Mu hadn't coincidentally captured that tree demon, there was no telling how long he would have been able to hide. In the past, in Li Mu's heart, powerhouses of the upper realm were no different from gods. Now it seemed that they were also humans, just stronger than ordinary people. They also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, people who could see and touch them. When he personally took the bowl of noodles from the Empress, Li Mu accidentally touched her hand. The Empress' hand was delicate, smooth and warm. As Li Mu was thinking, he realized that he was distracted and immediately threw some inappropriate thoughts to the back of his mind. Of course, it would be good to be the top scorer in the written examination. Being the top scorer in both civil and martial arts would make the Empress proud. It didn't matter if he didn't get it. No matter what, passing the imperial examination was not a problem. At this time in the examination hall. After the imperial examination ended, the examination hall was covered by a huge formation. This formation completely isolated the examination hall from the outside world. People outside couldn't enter and people inside couldn't come out. This formation would only be activated 3 days later when the examination hall announced the results. In these 3 days, many officials from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries were temporarily transferred. They had to finish marking all the examination papers and rank the examinees' results within 3 days. The examiners who were transferred were at least in the 4th realm. Even if they didn't sleep or rest for 3 days, it was nothing to them. In order to ensure the fairness of the imperial examination, the imperial court arranged for people to transcribe the examination papers as soon as the end of the written examination. The transcribed examination papers only had numbers and no names. Among the 3 examination papers, the mathematics paper was the simplest. They just had to follow the standard answers and check them one by one. The criminal law paper was second. Except for the Ministry of Justice and a few other special offices, there were very few officials in the Great Zhou who were proficient in criminal law. The second examination paper was mostly marked by the officials of the Ministry of Justice. The most difficult one was the policy question. There were no fixed answers to any of the questions in the policy section. The officials who reviewed the exam papers had to carefully review each examinee's exam paper. In order to finish reviewing the exam within 3 days, the officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs came out in full force this time. 2 days later, under the review of dozens of officials without sleep and rest, all the examination papers were marked. The next thing to do was to summarize the results of the 3 examinations and rank the examinees according to their scores. The format of the written examination's results was different from the martial examination. It didn't use the A, B, C, or D grading method. For the 3 examination papers, full marks for each subject were 100 points. The results of the 3 subjects were summed up, and it was clear at a glance who was higher and who was lower. In addition, if any of the 3 subjects scored less than 60 points, no matter how high the other 2 subjects' scores were, they would be eliminated directly. After another half a day, all the examination papers were summarized. According to their scores, only 100 examinees would be selected out of the thousands of examinees in this imperial examination. These 100 examinees had already appeared, but they only had numbers and no names. The last step was to match their numbers with their names. Of course, everyone was most concerned about the top scorer of the written examination this time. After the results of the 3 subjects were summarized, Many people gathered around. Then the crowd cried out in surprise. Who is this person with the number 9527? He actually scored full marks for mathematics, criminal law and policy questions. Not only mathematics, but there are many people who scored full marks for this subject. He actually scored full marks for criminal law and policy questions at the same time. Only one person scored full marks for those two subjects. Is it Zhou Xian, Zhou Feng, or Prince Nan's son? Outside the crowd, a few officials from the secretariat stood there. Lu Yi sighed. I didn't expect Lord Li to score full marks for criminal law as well. The 6 imperial secretaries of the Hall of Governmental Affairs had studied the exam paper that scored full marks on policy together. There was no other person in the entire imperial court who could answer so many questions about politics so perfectly, to the point that they felt that they were inferior to him. Without a doubt, 9527 was Li Mu. He scored full marks for policy questions and mathematics. As expected, the officials from the Ministry of Justice had said that the examination paper from Assistant Minister Zhou was not simple. If they were to do this examination paper, they would not be able to get full marks. Full marks for criminal law not only required a thorough understanding of the laws of the Great Zhou, but also a thorough understanding of the laws. Zhou Xian said, if that's the case, wouldn't he be the top scholar in both civil and martial subjects? Wang Shi shook his head and said, there's nothing strange about this. No one knows his ability better than us. If he were to participate in the imperial examination with these examinees, there would only be one outcome. Zhang Huili said, he is indeed a talent that His Majesty has set his eyes on. The top scholar in both civil and martial subjects, his future is limitless. At this moment, an official had already brought over a thick booklet. To ensure fairness before marking the papers, there were people who would transcribe the examinees' papers and erase their names. If one wanted to know which examinee these numbers corresponded to, they would have to look in this booklet. Quick, quick, quick. Lord Lu, find out who 9527 is. I think it's Zhou Jing. No, it should be Prince Nan's son. Want to take a gamble? The official flipped open the booklet and quickly flipped to the back. When he found the name corresponding to the number 9527, he was stunned. The officials could not help but urge, don't just stand there. Who is it? The official placed the booklet on the table and said, everyone take a look. Everyone looked over, and after a short moment of silence, the atmosphere exploded. Hiss, Li Mu, it's still Li Mu. 9527 is Li Mu. Not only is he the top scholar in both civil and martial subjects, that's impossible. Could it be that someone leaked the questions to Li Mu? The last person had just opened his mouth when his close colleague covered it. That person was stunned and immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. In order to ensure the fairness of the imperial examination, the imperial court had taken many measures. Not only did the subjects not communicate with each other, even the empress did not know the questions. Suspecting that someone leaked the questions to Li Mu meant suspecting the Minister of Revenue, the Assistant Minister of Justice, and all the officials in the Hall of Secretariat. Cheating in the imperial examination was a serious crime. Suspecting this would mean suspecting them. Who would dare to frame so many important figures in the imperial court at the same time? At this moment, Lu Yi walked forward and explained, you may not know this, but the establishment of the imperial examination system is mostly due to Lord Li Mu. Lord Li is not only proficient in mathematics, he is also well versed in criminal law. He also has insightful views on national affairs. It is not surprising that he was able to take the first place in the written examination. This is because Lord Li and I worked together to create the imperial examination. The imperial examination was related to the foundation of the country. Before the imperial examination, it was not convenient for the Hall of Secretariat to disclose any details related to the imperial examination. It was only now that these officials knew that there was such an inside story. One of the officials could not help but say, if the examination was created by him, then wouldn't this be unfair to the other examinees? Not at all. Lu Yi shook his head and said, Lord Li only pointed out the direction for the imperial examination. The examination questions were created by many officials. There is no way that they were leaked. Even if one knew about the examination outline, it is impossible to get full marks. Without him, there would not be today's imperial examination. The imperial examination selection is based on him. He has contributed so much to the imperial court, but he still has to participate in the imperial examination. If this is not fairness, then what is? Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Their doubts came from their previous understanding of Li Mu. In everyone's understanding, he was bold, fearless, and cunning. This was the part of him that everyone had the deepest impression of. Without this imperial examination, they would not have known that Li Mu, in addition to these, was also proficient in both the pen and the sword. After accepting this reality, everyone's attention was gradually placed on the subsequent rankings of the written examination. 95. 28. Who is 95? 28. Zhou Xian Zhou Feng, or the Crown Prince of the Southern Prince. 95. 28 was right under Li Mu's name. Everyone looked down and their expressions froze. After a long time, someone said in shock, "Who is this Li Si?" Chapter 311. 3 days after the end of the combat examination. The street in front of the examination hall was packed with people. From the end of the street to the end, it was filled with people. Today was the day of the announcement of the written examination results. Because the results of the combat examination were only for reference and did not affect the results of the imperial examinations, the ranking of the written examination was the final ranking of the imperial examinations. The array outside the examination hall would disperse after the announcement of the results at noon. In order to ensure the fairness of the marking, no one could enter or leave the examination hall in the past 3 days. The officials of the imperial court, even the empress, did not know the results of the imperial examinations. There was still 15 minutes before the announcement of the results. The crowd gathered outside the array and discussed animatedly. I wonder who will be the top scorer of the written examination this time? If he can become the top scorer of the written examination, his future will be limitless. Is there a need to guess? The top scorer will definitely be one of the 3. Who else can beat them? Although the results of the written examination had not been announced, the crowd already had their guesses about who the top scorer would be. The Zhou brothers and the Southern Prince were the most outstanding students in their respective academies. Their literary talents were outstanding, and their cultivations could be considered as the top prodigies of the Great Zhou. As potential candidates for the future crown prince of the Great Zhou, the education they received and the resources they enjoyed were far superior to those of the top-notch families in the Great Zhou. If there were no surprises, the top scorer of the written examination would definitely be one of the 3. Zhou Xian Zhou Feng and the Southern Prince were also in the crowd. Originally, they did not need to come personally. Even if they stayed in their manners, they would know the results the moment the examination hall's array was activated. However, the results this time were extremely important to them. If they could obtain the position of the theory examination's top scorer in front of everyone, it would greatly benefit their future. The people of the world naturally hoped that a more talented emperor would appear in the Great Zhou. This would be an invisible bargaining chip in the process of competing for the crown prince. It would also be a good story after they ascended the throne. The 3 of them looked calmly at the entrance of the examination hall. However, deep in their hearts they were not as calm as they appeared. The students outside the examination hall were all as nervous as them. Buzz. Noon had just arrived when the sound of a bell came from within the examination hall. After the sound of the bell, the doors of the examination hall that had been closed for 3 days slowly opened. Countless officials walked out from within. The Minister of Rites walked up to the array and formed a hand seal. The array dissipated. He looked at the many examinees in front of him and said, "It's time. Put up the notice." The Minister of Rites' voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Not long after he finished speaking, hundreds of golden rays were fired into the sky. These golden lights shot up into the sky and exploded, forming huge golden characters that floated in the void, emitting a faint glow. Those were the names of the examinees who had passed the imperial examination. At the very front of the 100 names was the words Ascension Rankings. The Azure Cloud Rankings had the meaning of one step into the clouds. It implied that those on the rankings would have a meteoric rise in their career. At this moment, the entire divine capital saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. The words were condensed in the air using a great supernatural power. Everyone could see the Azure Cloud leaderboard clearly from all directions of the divine capital. In their eyes, the Azure Cloud leaderboard was always right in front of them. Since the Ascension Rankings had been released, Countless examinees immediately shot their gazes over. On the Azure Cloud rankings, the font of the first name at the top was larger and brighter than all the other names. That was the honor of being the top scholar of the written examination. The two words Li Mu were clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. After a short moment of silence, countless exclamations erupted from all corners of the divine capital. Outside the examination hall, many examinees were in disbelief. Why is it him again? How is this possible? He's the top scholar of both the written examination and the combat examination. In the combat examination 3 days ago, many examinees had seen the scene of Li Mu fighting with the examiner. Scholars pursued elegance, while cultivators were more proficient in supernatural powers and spells. They would also try their best to avoid close combat. After the combat examination, everyone's impression of him was that he was a boorish man, a refined beast. However, 3 days later, Li Mu showed another side of him in front of them. Everyone had taken the written examination and knew how difficult the questions were. It was impossible to get first place in the written examination without real talent. In the past, they only knew that Li Mu was brave and fearless. Now they knew that he was well versed in both the pen and the sword. At the same time, every corner of the divine capital was filled with the surprised cries of the people. It's Constable Li. Constable Li is the top scholar of the imperial examination. He's the top scholar of both the martial and literary examinations. What can Constable Li not do? I can't call him Constable Li anymore. I have to call him the top scholar. Sigh, I regret it. Constable Li is still unmarried. This time many people will want to marry their daughters to him. I'm afraid there's no hope for the 2 beautiful girls in my family. In the divine capital, Li Mu was the protector of the people. Countless people were sincerely happy for him. In front of the examination hall, the Zhou brothers and Prince Nan's crown prince looked at the 2 shining golden words in the sky. They felt that they were abnormally dazzling. It was one thing to be the top scholar of martial arts, but even the title of top scholar of literature had been snatched by Li Mu. This made the 3 of them lose all face. They had received the best education since they were young and enjoyed the best resources. In terms of writing and martial arts, they did not lose to any of their peers or even their elders. However, they had lost to a junior who they did not even know a few months ago. This was a reality that the 3 of them found hard to accept. However, at this point they had to accept it even if they did not want to. Fortunately, Li Mu's name was known throughout the divine capital. He was also the Empress' favorite subject. If he was mediocre, wouldn't it mean that the Empress did not have a good eye for talent? Li Mu's reputation had already spread far and wide. It was still acceptable to lose to him. However, if they lost to some unknown person, it would be truly humiliating. There was no need to ask for the top scholar of literature. They just wanted to see who got the second place. The 3 of them looked to the left. To the left of the top scholar was the name of the second place. In the next moment, extreme shock appeared on the faces of the 3 people at the same time. It really was Li Si. The 3 of them were dumbfounded when they saw the second shining name on the azure sky roll. It was fine if it was Li Mu, but where did this Li Si come from? Like the Zhou brothers and Prince Nan's crown prince, the other candidates in front of the examination hall and the people of the divine capital were also puzzled. Compared to the top scholar of the theory examination, the name of the second place was too unfamiliar and too ordinary. Li Si was a name that people would believe even if they said that he was a dog on the streets of the divine capital. However, as the second place in the theory examination, they felt that it was lacking in style. More importantly, no one had ever heard of his name before, whether it was the people present or the people of the divine capital. After Li Si, there was no suspense in the rankings. 3rd place in the theory examination, Zhou clan's Zhou Xian. 4th place in the theory examination, Prince Nan's crown prince Xiao Yu. 5th place in the theory examination, Zhou clan's Zhou Feng. To others, this was a good result that could bring glory to their ancestors. However, to these 3 people it was no different from a humiliation. The 3 of them quickly left. The remaining people were either happy or sad. My name is up there. I'm ranked 73rd. Sigh, I didn't. Neither did I. Looks like I'll have to take the exam next time. Who is that Li Si? Is he here? Can he show himself? At the very back of the crowd, a figure slowly walked away. He came to a mansion in the northern court and knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was Li Mu. Li Si stood at the door and said, Congratulations, top scholar of both the civil and martial examinations. Li Mu invited him in and said, "You're not bad either." Li Si being able to get second place in the theory examination was something that Li Mu had not expected. The Ministry of Rights had already given out the books that the candidates had taken. Although Li Mu had highlighted some important points for Li Si, it was not everything. More than 90% of the reason why Li Si was able to pass the imperial examination and get second place in the theory examination was due to his own hard work. Li Mu knew Li Si very well. Normally, Li Si looked sloppy and carefree, going in and out of the brothel every few days without any self-control. However, as long as he was determined to do something, even Li Mu would be ashamed of his perseverance and determination. From sleeping in the brothel every night to not even looking at the brothel when he passed by, it was only a matter of a thought from him. When he decided to take the imperial examination, he locked himself in the inn and did not leave the inn for 2 months. If he asked himself honestly, Li Mu would not be able to do it. Although his cultivation was not high, he always gave Li Mu an unfathomable feeling. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and looked around. He saw an unfamiliar figure and asked, "Is there a guest in the house?" The Empress was in the middle of planting flowers in the garden. Li Mu coughed lightly and said, "That is Miss Zhou, a friend of mine." Li Si looked in the direction of the garden and his eyes showed understanding. He then said, "I just want to congratulate you. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. The results of the imperial examination are out and I have to send a message to my father-in-law." Li Mu sent him out. When they reached the door, Li Si asked, "She is a friend of that friend of yours, right?" Li Mu nodded. Li Si looked at him meaningfully and said, "That friend of yours is very lucky." Li Mu was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Li Si looked ahead and said, "I can see that she is very arrogant. This kind of arrogance comes from her bones. If she is not a noble lady, she will not have this kind of temperament." Li Mu nodded. In the past, the Empress was a noble lady. Now she was the biggest noble lady. She had the right to be arrogant in front of anyone. Li Si continued, "She is very arrogant and very lonely. This kind of loneliness even surpasses arrogance." Li Mu also wanted to learn this from Li Si. He had interacted with the Empress for a long time, and only then did he slowly understand her loneliness. Li Si had only taken a single look at her and was able to see these things. This was something that no mystical power could achieve. Li Si looked at Li Mu one last time and said, "She is so lonely. She should not have any family or friends by her side. This kind of woman yearns for the nourishment of love. If you treat her well, she will repay you 10 times or even more. This kind of woman is the easiest to woo." Chapter 3:12. Li Mu wanted to remind Li Si not to say anything out loud, but it was clearly too late. The Empress couldn't know everything that happened in the Immortal's capital, but in this courtyard, nothing could escape her ears. Disaster comes from the mouth. If a person could control their mouth, they would be able to avoid many unnecessary disasters. Li Si left and everything seemed to be fine, but Li Mu knew that something was brewing in the dark. Sure enough, just as he approached the courtyard, the Empress walked out of the garden and asked, "What were you talking about?" Li Mu said nervously, "Li Si can't control his mouth. Your Majesty is a magnanimous person, so please don't lower yourself to his level. Your Majesty, what do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "I heard Xiao Bai say that there's a dish called Wuxia tofu. How come I've never heard of it?" Li Mu said, "I'll go buy some tofu now." The Empress liked to eat tofu, so Li Mu made her tofu every day and the dish was different every day. With the frequency of the Empress coming to Li Mu's residence, it wouldn't be long before all the tofu dishes in Li Mu's mind would be squeezed dry by her. Although Wuxia tofu was a test of knife skills, it wasn't difficult for the current Li Mu. A divine ability cultivator could control their body to a very delicate level. There was no more tofu in the house, so he walked out and prepared to buy a piece on the street. Not long after, he saw a person crawling out of a ditch on the side of the road. The man's body was covered in vegetable leaves and dirty water. Even from afar, Li Mu could smell the stench. He immediately held his breath. Just as he was about to leave, he took a closer look and realized that it was Li Si. Li Mu was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" Li Si shook his head and said, "I was walking on the road and accidentally stepped on air. I'll go to your house to wash up and change my clothes." "There's no need. Let's do it here." Li Mu formed a seal with both hands and a water column condensed in the void. It poured down from the top of Li Si's head and washed away the filth on his body. How could a mighty assembled spirit cultivator fall into a ditch by the roadside for no reason? Li Si was not surprised by this at all, as if he really treated it as an ordinary accident. Li Mu couldn't think of anyone else who could do this without anyone noticing. No one knew better than him how petty the Empress was. If Li Si were to return to the Li residence, it would not be as simple as falling into the gutter. He waved his hand to disperse the stench around him and said, "When you see Miss Zhou in the future, don't shoot your mouth off. She has a powerful background. With just a thought, she can make you unable to survive in Fairy's capital." In the sky above the Fairy's capital, the names on the honor roll were still shining with golden light. This list would stay in the air for 3 days. Every name on it would be bestowed with glory. At the entrance of the examination hall, countless examinees sighed and left. The way of the imperial examination was like 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses crossing a single wooden bridge. Only 1 out of 10 people would be able to make it on the list. This was only the first year. In future imperial examinations, the various counties would be able to recommend more talents. It would probably be 1 out of 100 or even 1 out of 100. Those who made it on the list naturally had limitless glory, but they were in the minority. Most of the examinees were just accompanying them. After the examinees left, the officials of the various ministries walked out of the examination hall. An official from the Ministry of Revenue shook his head and said, "The competition for the imperial examination is too cruel. Many examinees who scored full marks in mathematics could only miss the list because of criminal law." Another official said, "The questions on criminal law are too difficult. I've seen the test paper. Even if I did it myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to pass. Who knew that there are so many twists and turns in criminal law?" An official sighed and said, "Lord Li was able to score full marks in the criminal law exam paper. This is simply unimaginable. He really is worthy of being the person that the emperor values." The director of the Ministry of Justice was also somewhat regretful. He said, "The majority of the examinees put their focus on policy questions. There aren't many who are truly willing to settle down and study criminal law. It's so hard to find someone who only answered one question wrong. His mathematics and policy questions are too mediocre. He has no chance of making it onto the list. What a pity, what a pity." At the entrance of the examination hall, Wei Ping raised his head and looked at the list in the sky. He shook his head and left. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. For the criminal law exam, Li Mu scored full marks. "You scored 95. Do you know where you went wrong?" Wei Ping turned his head and bowed to Zhou Xian. He said, "Please enlighten me." Zhou Xian said lightly, "A woman was walking at night and met the villain Zhang San. He wanted to rape her. This woman pretended to agree and first tricked Zhang San to the river. While he was undressing, she pushed him into the river. Zhang San wanted to go ashore many times but was stopped by the woman. In the end, Zhang San was washed away and drowned. Zhang San's family reported this woman to the Ministry of Justice and asked her what crime she committed. If you were an official of the Ministry of Justice, how would you judge the case?" Wei Ping said, "Excessive self-defense is the crime of murder. But considering that Zhang San committed the crime first, the woman could be given a lighter sentence." Zhou Xian said, "Li Mu's answer is not guilty. Li Mu scored full marks for criminal law. This meant that the Ministry of Justice also believed that the woman was not guilty." This was far from Wei Ping's judgment. Wei Ping raised his head and said, "I don't understand. The law says that a human life is greater than the heavens. That woman had already defended herself. There was no need to stop Zhang San from saving himself. In the end, he drowned. Even if it wasn't intentional murder, it was negligent homicide." Zhou Xian asked, "If you were that woman, what would you have done?" Wei Ping thought for a moment and said, "After pushing Zhang Shan into the river, I would immediately run away." Zhou Xian looked at him and asked, "When Zhang San comes ashore, it won't be long before a weak woman like you, even if you run a few dozen steps ahead, what can you do? He will still catch up to you. When that time comes, what do you think will happen to you?" Wei Ping was stunned. Clearly, he didn't think of such a situation in the examination hall. After he came to his senses, he lowered his head and said, I would be raped." Zhou Xian said lightly, "If you were Zhang San and were tricked by a weak woman, pushed into the river and almost drowned, what would you do when you crawled out of the river and caught up to her?" In the past, Wei Peng was just a bit of a playboy. He would never rape a woman. With his status, he could have as many women as he wanted. When he told Wei Peng about his identity as Zhou Xian, Wei Peng was suddenly startled awake. For a villain who would block a woman's way in the middle of the night and attempt to rape her, if he was plotted against instead and almost lost his life, after he escaped from the trap, he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. His original plan to rape her might turn into murder. He finally realized where he was wrong. He protected the law while Li Mu protected the people. In his heart there was only the law and that one life. He didn't consider the actual situation of the case. In that situation, the only way for the woman to save her life was to stop Zhou Xian from going ashore. Zhou Xian said lightly, "There are many officials in the Ministry of Justice who can recite the law of the Great Zhou backwards, but they still can't be good officials. This is because they are too proficient in the law. They only know how to use the law to judge cases and thus lose their humanity. For this kind of case, if you judge it from the perspective of hindsight, you will get the same result as you." Wei Peng bowed and said, "This student understands." Zhou Xian suddenly asked, "Why do you want to study the law?" Wei Peng thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. At first I wanted to protect myself and not be bullied by Li Mu. Later I felt that the law was quite interesting." "Interesting?" Zhou Xian looked at him lightly and said, "If you want to be an official, come find me at the Ministry of Justice tomorrow morning." The results of the first imperial examination held by the court were announced today. Until night, the 100 golden names were still shining in the night sky. The name of the top scholar, Li Mu, was the biggest and the brightest. As the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, he was naturally the topic of the people's discussion the most. He beat up playboys and punished young villains. He dared to question the officials of the Ministry of Justice, and also dared to scold all the officials in the court. Those who didn't like him talked about him behind his back. They said that other than his good looks, he had no other abilities. They said that he only relied on the support of the Empress. Without the Empress, he was nothing. They said that everything he had today was obtained by flattering the Empress. In this imperial examination, he once again proved himself to the people of the world. He suppressed the students of the 4 great academies, suppressed the talents of the 36 counties, and became the top scholar in both civil and military affairs. He completely shut the mouths of those people. He let the people of the world see clearly why the Empress only favored him out of all the officials in the court. He could bring peace to the world with his pen and settle the world with his military affairs. This was a true talent. He was worthy of the Empress's special favor. The students of the academies and the future crown prince could only serve as a foil in front of him, of course. Li Mu becoming the top scholar in both civil and military affairs also proved one thing. The Empress had a unique insight. She had discovered Li Mu's talent from the very beginning. It wasn't as the rumors said that she was only interested in Li Mu's manliness. After the results of the imperial examination were announced, both the officials and the people couldn't help but praise the Empress in their hearts. Chapter 313. 3 days after the results were announced, all the grand scholars who passed the examination had to face the Empress in the Golden Palace. This was an important ceremony. The purpose of this ceremony was to give them a special honor. For most of them, this might be their only chance to stand here in their lives. On the other hand, the Empress wanted to personally check if there were any spies from other countries or the demon sect among them. For officials of the 5th level and above like Cui Ming, if they wanted to hide something, the Empress might not be able to find out. But among these grand scholars, the strongest was only at the 4th level. Before the examination they had already been tested. Finally the Empress tested them again. It was almost guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. Unless they had a special chant or spell similar to the Clear Heart mantra. After the list of candidates who passed the examination was released, Li Mu looked at it carefully. The students of the White Deer Institute did not participate in the examination. But among the 100 candidates, there were still more than 70. Almost 80% of the grand scholars came from the 3 great institutes. The Empress's purpose of reforming the examination was to break the monopoly of the institutes over the officials in the imperial court. This result seemed to be a failure of Li Mu and her. But compared to the past, it was already a great improvement. Before this, the number was 10%. Now, the monopoly of the institutes had been broken, giving the local talents room to advance. Even if this promotion was very difficult, The imperial examinations were like an army of thousands of men and horses crossing a single wooden bridge. There might be some problems within the three great academies, but the students they taught were indeed the top talents of the great Zhou dynasty. They had to go through years of bitter study and cultivation in the academies, so there was no reason for them to lose to others. Although the results of the examination did not make much of a difference to the institutes, the influence of the examination on the institutes was far-reaching. From now on, the students of the institutes would no longer have an iron rice bowl. If they wanted to enter the imperial court as an official, they would have to compete with countless talents in the Great Zhou. Because there was no pressure within the institutes, some of the unhealthy practices would gradually be alleviated. After the examination, the candidates who failed would gradually leave the divine capital. These 100 grand scholars would also be given official positions by the imperial court. According to the rankings, the top scholar of the written examination would be given a 5th rank official position. It was rare to see someone who had no official position directly get a 5th rank official position in the history of the imperial court. One had to know that Zhang Chun had toiled for more than 10 years and was only a rank 5. From this, it could be seen that the imperial court attached great importance to the imperial examination. If one could stand out among the talents of the 36 counties and the students of the academy, it could be said that he had a meteoric rise. Those who placed 2nd and 3rd in the written examination would be granted official positions of grade 6. The officials after that were rank 6 and below. Those with good grades could stay in Fairy's capital and be assigned to the 6 ministries or the 9 temples for a year of probation. Those with bad grades would have to go to other places and assume positions such as county deputy or county lieutenant, assisting the county magistrate in governing the local area. They also needed to be probationary for a year. After a year, if they passed the assessment, they could be promoted to official positions. Ever since Cui Ming's official position was abolished, the position of assistant minister of the secretariat was vacant. Lu Yi took his position and became the new assistant minister of the secretariat. As a result, only 5 of the 6 palace secretaries were left. Although the position of the secretary of the secretariat was not high, he had great power. He was in charge of the important affairs of the country. The vacancy of the secretary of the secretariat naturally caused the competition of various forces. Both the new and old parties wanted this position. However, an imperial edict personally written by the empress made them give up on this idea. The new top scholar Li Mu would be appointed as the secretary of the secretariat. Before the imperial examination, no matter how much the empress favored Li Mu, letting him take on such an important position would have attracted the opposition of all the court officials. Firstly, Li Mu was not from the 4 great academies. Other than being a low-level imperial censor, he could only be an official and not an official. Secondly, the position of secretary of the secretariat was not something that anyone could take on. One had to have enough talent, keen insight, and the ability to make decisions on important matters of the country. However, after the imperial examination, Li Mu's status as the top scholar in 2 subjects had shut everyone's mouth. In terms of qualifications, he was the top scholar in both civil and military affairs. Whether it was the imperial court or the military, he could go to either. In terms of ability, he scored full marks in all 3 subjects. Questions on policy were his forte. If he did not have the qualifications to be the secretary of the secretariat, no one else could. The empress let Li Mu take part in the imperial examination to give him the qualifications to shut the mouths of the people. Li Mu did not disappoint the empress. He took down 2 top scholars in one go. Those who wanted to oppose the empress had nothing to say. The empress had said before that he would be appointed as the secretary of the secretariat. Li Mu was not surprised by this result. After asking for Li Si's opinion, Li Mu asked the empress to arrange the position of the minister of God's capital for him. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries were filled with intrigue. It was not suitable for Li Si. Old Zhang had to manage the God's capital office and the imperial clan temple. He could not be at 2 places at once. The positions of minister of God's capital and commandant of God's capital happened to be vacant. He could share a lot of the burden with old Zhang. Li Mu did not say anything else. He had no say in these matters. If he said too much, he would be suspected of being a favored official interfering in politics. After becoming the secretary of the secretariat, Li Mu was no longer a constable of the God's capital office. Deputy Constable's son got what he wanted. He finally got rid of the word deputy and successfully received 5 times the salary. Li Mu handed the constable uniform to the government office. The constables there sent Li Mu off. Goodbye, boss. Boss, come back to the government office often. I wish you a meteoric rise in the future. The God's capital office used to be the office with the least sense of existence in the God's capital. As the constables of the God's capital office, the people did not trust them. The constables of the Ministry of Justice looked down on them. Even they themselves were used to it. All this changed after Li Mu came to the God's capital office. The God's capital office was no longer the cowardly office it used to be. They had beaten up the rich and foppish and captured the students of the academy. The people would choose the God's capital office as their first target. The constables of the Ministry of Justice would no longer look at them differently. Some people had been constables their whole lives before they knew what a constable should be like. Li Mu waved at Wang Wu and the others. He walked out of the God's capital office and found that the outside was also crowded with people. Constable Li. Constable Li, stop calling him Constable Li. Now we have to call him Lord Li or Zhuangying. The people greeted Li Mu. The owner of the noodle stall walked up slowly and asked, Constable Li, are you not going to work in the God's capital office anymore? Li Mu knew what they were worried about. He smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if I'm not here, you can still come to the God's capital office if you need anything. The God's capital magistrate, Lord Zhang Chun, is a good official who loves the people like his own children. The new minister of the God's capital, Lord Li, is my friend. He hates evil and will stand up for you. If you have any problems that the God's capital office can't solve, you can also come to me. When the people heard this, they were obviously relieved. In the past few months, as the people of the God's capital, they had finally lived a decent life. When they were bullied, they no longer had to be afraid of the other party being the son of an official or the descendant of a noble. That was because they had Constable Li behind them. He used his weak body to hold up the sky for them. There used to be people like him in the God's capital who brought hope and light to the people. However, those people were like a flash in the pan. They appeared for a short while and disappeared very quickly. Some people died, some were transferred out of the God's capital. There were also some who gradually stood against the people. Li Mu was the light in the people's hearts. The people of the God's capital were used to relying on him. Without him, their lives would return to how they were before. It was not easy to obtain light. No one wanted to return to darkness. Li Mu left the God's capital office. Along the way, the people sent him off. In the past few months in the God's capital, the people of the God's capital could not leave him. In fact, Li Mu could not leave the people of the God's capital either. Other than the Empress, the immense and continuous psychic power generated by the common people was the greatest shortcut to his cultivation. Up until now, Li Mu's pure yang body could only play a very small role in his cultivation. Although the pure yang body still allowed him to cultivate several times faster than ordinary cultivators, this speed was not even worth mentioning when compared to psychokinesis cultivation. Moreover, the meeting with the Empress in his dreams every night was even more useful to Li Mu. She would teach Li Mu all kinds of supernatural powers and spells step by step. Supernatural powers were not like Daoist techniques. They required comprehension and practice. Most of the time, it would take months for one to grasp the basics of a supernatural power. However, with the Empress's guidance, Li Mu could grasp the basics in 3 days to 1 day. This was also the reason why cultivators fought tooth and nail to join the large sections. With the guidance of a great teacher, they would not take too many detours on the path of cultivation. To Li Mu, joining any sect would not be as convenient as hugging the Empress's thigh. No 7th realm cultivator from the 4 sects and 6 schools could be so attentive to their disciples and teach them diligently every day. After the imperial examinations ended, Li Mu had been appointed to an official position. From the time he was appointed to the position, he had a maximum of 3 months of vacation. During these 3 months, he planned to return to the North County and spend it with Lu Hanyan. At the same time, he wanted to discuss with her whether she could return to the divine capital with him. Now that he had a firm foothold in the divine capital, he could bring her and Wanwan over. Before this, Li Mu still had a knot in his heart that had not been resolved. Ever since Cui Ming escaped, Shangguanli led people to chase after him. 2 months had passed, but there was no progress at all. Every day, Li Mu would check on Su He, who was sleeping in the ice coffin. The medicinal power of the nature pill was healing her soul at every moment. Li Mu could feel that she was not far from waking up. Suhi was about to wake up, but there was still no result on Cui Ming's matter. This made Li Mu anxious. He planned to go to Mr. Mei to ask about the situation first. When he arrived in front of Changle Palace, Lord Mei was standing outside with a bronze mirror in his hand. A look of suspicion appeared on his face. Li Mu walked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Mr. Mei put away the bronze mirror and looked worried. He said, "I haven't been able to contact Ali since 3 days ago. I don't know what happened to her. She didn't even have time to reply,